The moment he drew 2 pistols, everyone present was left completely stunned. In the world of hunters, firearms are exceptionally rare. Every single bullet is powered by the user's own energy, making them weapons only a genius hunter could ever wield. Yet this young man dual-wielded them, firing with perfect precision and no wasted motion. Even the female instructor watching from afar couldn't believe her eyes. His profile was just a few careless lines, completely unimpressive. As it turned out, he was once the Hunter Alliance's brightest star, a symbol of hope against the monsters of the Dark Era, but his glory was short-lived. After just 2 seasons of fame, his power plummeted so fast no one could understand why. Cruel rumors quickly followed, forcing him to retreat from the hunter world. The cause was the awakening of his ultimate skill. It was a skill that boosted the growth of every stat, but once activated, his level would be permanently locked. Unable to level up any further, unaware of this cost, he had activated it at just 18, leading to his current stagnation. As he was lost in these depressing thoughts, tragedy struck. A large truck suddenly came hurtling towards him. The sounds of the world around him faded to nothing. And just like that, he died at the lowest point of his life. He had tried so hard, but one mistake at 18 led to this fate. Yet just as he thought it was all over, the ring on his finger began to glow. A voice echoed in his ear. Verification successful. When he awoke, he was back in his 18-year-old body, on the day of his ability evaluation. An overwhelming joy made him want to scream out loud. This was his second chance, a do-over from the very beginning. Inside a lab sleeping pod, the handsome hunter, Lai Trang-Hien, quietly inspected his skills. Normally, the awakened can only guess their skills or how they work, but Trang-Hien was different. He possessed hypersense. Tossing in bed, Trang-Hien sighed at his nerfed status window. Still, he was already figuring out how to adapt. His mother constantly disapproved of him being a hunter, but with firm resolve, Lai Trang-Hien vowed to prove her wrong. The next day, Trang-Hien was blocked at the training center's front desk for being underage. Suddenly, Kim To-chun tapped his shoulder, flashing a smile as bright as the sun. He recalled To-chun's incredible achievements from his past life. Trang-Hien felt respect, but for now, he acted like a stranger. To-chun introduced himself enthusiastically, only to be met with a cold stare. Even so, he quickly offered to get Trang-Hien inside. The condition was that Lai Trang-Hien had to let him watch. Trang-Hien agreed, and To-chun was thrilled. They exchanged a few words while Trang-Hien warmed up. The moment he stepped onto the training floor, a defense-type clone was summoned before him. Standing behind, To-chun saw the clone's powerful build and worried for his new friend. But Lai Trang-Hien calmly took out a spear. He charged fiercely at the tank clone. With his vast combat experience, he instantly spotted its weakness, defeating it in seconds. This left To-chun in complete awe, wondering how Trang-Hien beat it so easily. Unsure how to explain, he just let To-chun try for himself. The handsome Kim To-chun quickly faced the same tank clone. But no matter how hard he attacked, his strikes did nothing. This left the handsome To-chun completely shocked. Later that night, under a clear moon, the scene shifts to another large building. The sounds of training and clashing weapons echoed non-stop. A piercing clang rang out, sharp enough to hurt one's ears. Wiping his sweat, To-chun thought with a frustrated look, "I must be doing something wrong." Just then, an arrogant voice called from behind, "Hey, To-chun." Senior Su leaned against the wall, taunting him. "Not going to greet your sunbae?" She slowly approached To-chun. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Hello, Senior Su." Her eyes landed on the training dummy with interest. She couldn't help but ask, "Why fight a tank clone?" To-chun scratched his head sheepishly. "Just warming up a little, ma'am." Senior Su waved her hand dismissively and scoffed. "Warming up with a tank-type clone? Seriously?" Then she poked his forehead condescendingly. "You can't hurt it even on the lowest setting. Ha, you're just an idiot." Her words crushed To-chun's pride. He gritted his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, on a riverboat, the scenery drifted by peacefully. Trang-Hien gazed at the water, thinking to himself he was still too weak. The scene shifts to the public hunter center. Trang-Hien was calculating everything. After To-chun left, I tested myself against monsters from the hunter tournament. Even with the 3D AI sparring partner, I concluded that I'm still far too weak. The boat continued to glide across the water. Trang-Hien was lost in thought. My hypersense is only B rank, so my attacks are weak. He glanced at the analysis chart. My physical stats are barely above average. To get stronger, I need intense physical training. Trang-Hien eyed the inactive notification. Ability Awakening. Once activated, leveling stops, but all stats get a massive boost based on its rank. Trang-Hien decided, at least it boosts my recovery speed. He looked away, frustrated, but but then hardened his resolve. The only way forward is to train. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. But I don't have enough time. Only club members can train here at night, and my parents won't always let me go. He opened his phone, searching. I need to find a place to train alone. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was to Chun. Trang Hien answered the call without any energy. Hello. The voice on the other end asked, Are you on the train? Is that all? He replied flatly. Tu Chun's voice was bright. I want to treat you to dinner. You'll come, right? A short while later, at a cozy downtown restaurant, Tu Chun was already waiting. The moment he saw Trang Hien, he waved eagerly. Over here. Trang Hien sat down and immediately teased. Got too much money to burn? Tu Chun just chuckled. Oh, more than enough. Opening his drink, Tu Chun said half-jokingly, Can't really be a hunter if you're not rich, you know? Trang Hien was at a loss for words. Yeah, that's true. Trang Hien had to admit it. The awakening tests and weapons were incredibly expensive. He glanced at his friend, sizing him up again. More than enough money, huh? He's exactly the same as in my past life. He remembered it clearly. Cameras always followed Tu Chun. He'd do anything to be in the spotlight. Picking up his chopsticks, Trang Hien got right to it. Why did you really call me here? Tu Chun looked confused. What are you talking about? Trang Hien didn't beat around the bush. You didn't invite me just because you thought I was broke, did you? Tu Chun broke into a cold sweat, finally admitting it. Yeah, dinner was just an excuse. The truth is, I wanted to ask you something. Trang Hien replied instantly. About the tanker clone, right? And I'd like to order. Tu Chun then recounted his fight with the tanker. He said, bewildered, I tried to copy you exactly, but it failed. So I was wondering if you did something special. But as he spoke, Tu Chun suddenly froze, unable to finish his sentence. Trang Hien's head snapped in the direction Tu Chun was looking. Tu Chun immediately looked down in fear. Trang Hien quickly scanned the newcomers. Huh? Same uniform as Tu Chun. His teammates? A guy named Jisoo was mouthing off. Like I was saying, that absolute baboon who tried to use a mithril sword on a tanker clone. Was he testing the sword's durability or something? The person in the story was Tu Chun himself. He was so mortified he wanted to disappear. Jisoo continued his tirade. No, he seriously tried to break the tanker with his sword. I was completely speechless. By then, the group had already sat down. The loudmouth just wouldn't quit. So I asked him why. He said he saw his friend do it. Yeah, that's his exact excuse. I should have asked if his friend can shoot lasers from his forehead too. Trang Hien calmly sipped his drink, but he was listening to every single word. They all burst out laughing. A circus act with 2 clowns. Hilarious. Too bad his friend wasn't there. That's when Trang Hien understood. So that's what happened. This guy was harassing Tu Chun during his training. At that thought, Trang Hien slammed his glass down. This was something he couldn't ignore. His sharp eyes narrowed with intent. Change the tanker clone's stats? No, you don't have to change anything. Recalling his own success, Trang Hien spoke loudly on purpose. It's actually easy, if you know the trick. He smiled, reassuring Tu Chun. At least you put in the effort to figure it out. Only a total moron would think it's impossible, just because they're too incompetent themselves. Every word struck Jisoo's pride like a physical blow. Furious, he shot up from his chair. Trang Hien continued his verbal assault. Does no one at your academy know how? Without even looking back, he asked quietly. Is your friend coming over? A sweating, Tu Chun begged him to stop. Just then, a heavy boot slammed down onto their table. The man growled. Shut up! You're Trang Hien, right? He sneered. Who the hell are you to disrespect someone from the academy? One punch from an awakened like me, and you'll be meeting your ancestors. I'll give you 3 seconds to fix that attitude. Trang Hien was utterly speechless. What kind of dialogue is this? Sounds like a line from a cheesy B-movie. He sighed impatiently and stood up. And I was looking forward to a free meal. Seeing Trang Hien resist, Jisoo wasn't scared. He was thrilled. But his smile hadn't even fully formed when Trang Hien suddenly launched a knockout blow. A clean uppercut straight to the jaw. Before the sudden attack, his friends cried out in shock. Jisoo! Jisoo was sent sprawling to the floor, his face twisted in pain. Trang Hien remained unfazed, staring right at him. If someone gives me 3 seconds, this is exactly what I'll do. A knowing smirk played on his lips. I never turned down an opportunity to strike first. Jisoo scrambled to his feet, screaming. You son of a bitch. Trang Hien casually slipped his hands into his pockets. He didn't hesitate to lecture him. Listen, you may be Tu Chun's senior, but to me, you're just some random nobody. So don't even think about starting something with me. Enraged at being lectured by someone younger, Jisoo rushed forward, but Trang Hien dodged with a simple tilt of his head. He continued to taunt him. Come again? What were you just saying? Who's meeting their ancestors? Too bad for you, that was all in your head. Humiliated, Jisoo could only curse. You animal! A punch flew forward with incredible force. Tranghyun blocked it easily with one hand. He then returned the favor with another fist to the jaw. Jisoo was completely wrecked. He looked utterly beaten. Wiping blood from his lip, he spoke with pure hatred. You are dead. Tranghyun was suddenly startled. What? This guy? A strange purple aura began radiating from Jisoo. A system window appeared. Superhuman Eye is issuing a warning. Warning. Perceive danger and identify weak points. Before he could process it, a loud explosion erupted. Tranghyun instantly leaped back, landing firmly on his feet. A deep crater was left where he'd been standing. Tranghyun frowned. A gravity-based attack? He could feel the overwhelming pressure of the aura. Tranghyun turned back, only to see a twisted expression on Jisoo's face. He couldn't believe it. Is he really going to use his powers here? Huh? Seeing this, Tuchun immediately began evacuating the civilians. This way, quickly everyone, let's go. Tranghyun was at a loss. There are still civilians around. Streams of energy gathered in Jisoo's hands. He was starting to cast his skill. With a sudden flash, it was like a bomb had gone off. Tables and chairs were blasted into a chaotic mess. Tranghyun froze, his eyes wide with shock. Another blast erupted, this one aimed right for Tranghyun's side. He barely managed to dodge it. But that single attack had just awakened the beast inside him. I didn't want to go this far, but... Tranghyun slowly rose, hissing through clenched teeth. Jisoo. His eyes glared like a demon's. In a threatening voice, he said, You're finished. But Jisoo was no pushover. He furiously gathered his aura. That's my line. Yet another explosion ripped through the air. He fired a blast straight at Tranghyun. With a quick leap, he managed to dodge, but he struggled to maintain his footing as he landed. Damn it! He cursed silently. Tranghyun broke into a cold sweat. Only his sharp eyes had saved him. He stared grimly at Jisoo's destructive power, but he couldn't close the gap. Still, nothing was impossible for him. Tranghyun steeled himself. Fine. He snatched a plate off the ground. He then launched it like a shuriken, sending the plate spinning wildly through the air. Jisoo stood frozen as the plate flew right at his face. Watching the dizzying projectile, Tranghyun's expression turned ice cold. Just as the plate was about to connect, Jisoo smirked. He activated his skill once more, and the plate froze mid-air. In the blink of an eye, the ceramic plate shattered. Jisoo laughed triumphantly. Did you really think that would work on me? But his laugh was cut short by a bowl to the head. Before he could recover, more plates flew his way. Tranghyun grinned. You should try dodging. A massive welt formed on Jisoo's forehead as his eyes widened in pure rage. Tranghyun had figured it out. His skill had a cooldown. His skill activated, but nothing happened. Jisoo's eyes widened in horror. What the hell? One of the shattering plates fell to the ground. He had managed to dodge one, using a skill without thinking about its cooldown. Tranghyun smirked devilishly. Here's another. Jisoo rubbed his aching wrist. He watched plates fly at him like missiles, cursing. Damn it, my skill is still on cooldown. He could only stand there and take the hit. A plate smashed right into his forehead, and blood sprayed from the impact. Ignoring the cooldown left him completely defenseless. He clutched his aching head, yelling, Damn it, stop messing around. But then, Jisoo realized Tranghyun was gone. Huh? Where did he go? A roar echoed out. Jisoo's head spun, and as he reeled in fear, a fist of steel struck. The force was immense, landing squarely in Jisoo's gut. Pain seared through him, and he could barely stand. He roared in fury. You bastard! But you said you were aiming for my head, Tranghyun shouted again. Head! Jisoo flinched in fear. Again? Where would he aim now? He prepared to guard his stomach. His gut again? But instead, a powerful slap landed squarely on his left cheek. Then Tranghyun appeared before him like a god, unleashing a flurry of blows to his head, all while chanting, Head, head, head. Jisoo was completely overwhelmed and collapsed. His face swollen, he lay sprawled on the floor. Tranghyun wiped his sweat, panting from the satisfying beatdown. But another problem made him whip his head around. The entire restaurant looked like it had been hit by an earthquake. Tranghyun thought to himself, Now what? I'm not the one who destroyed this place. He recalled throwing the first punch, though. This was getting complicated. His opponent was a wreck, while he didn't have a single scratch. He scratched his head. To-chun and his friend are gone. What now? Just then, sirens wailed from the street above. The police sirens grew louder. Crap, the cops are here. Trang Heen resorted to a desperate plan. He smeared some blood on his face to look beaten, then he propped Jisoo on top of himself, faking the scene. He splashed water on Jisoo's face, waking him. Ugh, what is this? Opening his eyes, he saw Trang Heen lying motionless beneath him. He had no idea what was going on, frozen for a moment. When he came to his senses, he saw red. He raised a fist to smash Trang Heen's face. You son of a bitch! But a sound from the doorway stopped him. Someone shouted, Officer! To Chun pointed right at Jisoo. He's over there! There was no way for Jisoo to explain this. He just stared blankly at his raised fist. Well, if life casts you as the victim, Trang Heen trembled and pleaded. Please, stop, don't hit me anymore. The police drew their weapons. Hands in the air, don't move. And only Trang Heen knew he was hiding a triumphant smile. It seemed his top-tier acting had fooled the cops. He wouldn't face any charges. In the end, Jisoo was the one taken to the station. Jisoo would never tell the truth. He'd never admit a rookie beat him. And even if he did, admitting he used his gravity skill would only make things worse for him. Back in the present, To Chun's voice cut in. Ah, yeah. He's been having a rough time lately. Wiping his sweat, he explained Jisoo's situation. He's getting flack from the other members. Rumor is, he's about to be kicked out. Trang Heen didn't reply, simply thinking to himself that justice had been served. Seeing his endless stamina, To Chun asked, Aren't you going to take a break? Tapping the confirmation button on the system screen, he replied, I don't have time to rest. The words had barely left his mouth when a giant tanker clone materialized. Trang Heen drew his staff, a thrilled smile on his face. He gripped the staff tightly, his mind racing. The peak system awakens a skill after a remarkable achievement. He glanced at the system notification. Peak not activated. In other words, he thought, he had just obtained a new skill. Without hesitation, Trang Heen leaped into the air. He brought his staff down toward the tanker's head, and he yelled a single word. Head. The system called it the oral command skill. By calling out a skill name or a target location, your power is amplified. Trang Heen's words didn't even need to match his actions. Just as he shouted, Head, his weapon crashed down on the tanker's skull. Watching the perfect strike land, Trang Heen thought, I can't believe messing with Jisoo counted as a remarkable achievement. He was suspicious. He'd never seen this skill in his past life. Still, he was satisfied. It was the perfect skill to make everyone think he was just a weirdo. Later that evening, at the dinner table, it was a warm family meal. Trang Heen's mother asked gently, Are you joining the hunter selection competition? Trang Heen didn't say much. Sipping his soup, he answered simply, Yes. Just wait and see. I'll prove myself to you and Dad. Next, Generation Hunter, a TV show for discovering and training promising new hunters. Trang Heen stared at the computer screen. The selection round was open. Jang Hyun applied without hesitation, finalizing his registration. But his mother seemed anxious. A TV show meant fierce competition. His father, however, was supportive, saying, Just let him go. How will he know if he doesn't try? His mom jabbed back. Oh, is that from your experience with failed businesses? You try everything, don't you? His dad replied, embarrassed. Do you really have to bring that up? A truly typical family dinner. Jang Hyan could only force a smile as he began to persuade his parents. If I win, I'll get the academy's attention, or even join one of the top 3 teams. Plus, the prize money is huge, and they'll design a custom weapon for me. His mother still hesitated. It's just so competitive, you have to be sure. Jang Hyan clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fire. I'll give it my all. His parents exchanged a silent glance, finally giving in to their reckless son. All right, but don't come crying to me if you lose. Here, eat up. Jang Hyan thought to himself, of course it's competitive. They're selecting candidates. They're choosing the best prospects from every national hunter championship. That's why the rewards are so incredible for those who excel. Even if they don't get first place, they're picking the best of the amateurs. Jang Hyun smiled to reassure his parents. Don't worry. He continued proudly. I've held countless trophies in my hands. With a confident smirk, he vowed to himself, I won't lose to a bunch of rookies. Soon it was time for the next generation hunter examination. Part 3. The written test. A 3-minute clone challenge. Jang Hyun stood over a pile of defeated tanker clones, twin guns in hand. He smiled brightly, wiping the sweat from his brow as a system notification appeared. Inside a quiet meeting room, 3 figures sat facing each other. A voice spoke up. The applications will be arriving soon. The short-haired woman on the left, next-gen hunter and Judge Azako, smiled. Mister, I thought you weren't interested in being a judge? What made you change your mind? The calm man beside her, Judge Lee Min Seo, answered humbly. Well, a few things came up. Despite my international success, I feel I haven't done enough for my own country. Who knows? There might be a hidden gem among the contestants. The last judge, Min Soo-hee, crossed her arms and sneered. If one existed, they'd already be in the pro leagues. The academy always nurtures fresh talent, after all. Lee Min-seo immediately argued back. That's exactly the problem. You see, it's the misfits, the ones who are truly brilliant with the right guidance, who have the real potential. Azako disagreed with a rebuttal of her own. Misfits? Lee Min-seo. What these kids need is a caregiver, not a tournament. Their debate grew more heated. The sounds echoed from behind the judge's waiting room door. You only say that because you haven't met Ethan. He's a true prodigy. Another sighed. Yeah, say what you want. Everyone's vote counts the same. Meanwhile, behind the applicant's door, Jang Hyun was bored. He sat staring at the computer screen, scoffing at the tagline. Finding the next star to secure the future of the championship. A hunter, huh? Sounds pretty good. Then he saw the notification that the first round was a written exam. He was stunned. The first round is a written test? Are you kidding me? He typed seriously, internally laughing at the last section. Age, height, stats, and even relationships? I bet the academy students love this part. The info section next asked for the candidate's previous job and experience. Jang Hyun hesitated. In this life, I haven't faced many challenges yet. He scrolled down but froze, confused by the next question. Next, describe the difficulties you faced in a team setting and how you handled them. Teamwork? In my past life, my teammates followed my every word without question. Jang Hyun struggled, chugging the entire glass of water beside him. He gave a helpless, bitter smile, sighing inwardly. This is worse than I thought. I figured the start would be easy, but I have to deal with this. Jang Hyun frantically clicked random answers to get past it. He was determined. Whatever, I can just make up for it in the practical exam. Suddenly, he stopped as new text appeared. To proceed to the third part, please click here. It made him wonder, what's this? Without overthinking it, Jang Hyun moved the cursor and clicked as requested. Suddenly, the objects in the room vanished. The scenery around him shifted, as if he were in a simulated space. He was amazed. An awakened skills are often shaped by their unique experiences or characteristics. Jang Hyun looked around, a mix of excitement and admiration on his face. How in the world can someone use a skill like this? He was now inside a massive cube, a multi-dimensional simulation in a vast blue space. He guessed, is this teleportation or an illusion? Suddenly, an instructional voice echoed. This part of the test includes a small practical exercise. You will take on the 3-minute clone challenge. Showcase your skills by defeating waves of clones within 3 minutes. Jang Hyun listened with intense focus. Your weapon will be based on your imagination. Hearing this, he briefly pondered, a weapon. Then, a cocky smirk spread across his face. In an instant, 2 modern pistols with blue highlights materialized in his hands, simulated from his thoughts. He gripped the 2 guns firmly, already in a combat stance. He stepped forward with confidence. A practical test, huh? Let's get started. To be safe, Jang Hyun paused, inspecting the guns. I chose dual pistols, the top choice for my mysterious weapon transformation, but it might not work with this particular skill. A sudden announcement rang out. The test will begin when you are ready. Jang Hyun immediately got into position. At the same time, a countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Just as the voice said 2, a light flashed in his celestial eye. The announcer declared, begin. Humanoid figures materialized on the far wall. He sized them up, noting they weren't high-defense tank clones. Trang Hyun raised both pistols, aiming without hesitation. A grin spread across his face, his red eyes glowing as he fired relentlessly. Gunfire thundered through the arena. Trang Hyun decided to end this fast. Meanwhile, a furious judge slammed the table in an observation room. Are you kidding me? That judge was Azra. She complained loudly. Soo-hee, you don't think this is some kind of mistake? Soo-hee was also watching Trang Hyun's test. She replied calmly, yes, there seems to be an issue. She watched his method with growing, unacceptable frustration. This wasn't our intention for this test, Azra declared. Anyone could pass using guns. This is basically cheating. She grabbed a large tablet from the desk. Frowning, Azra held up Trang Hyun's profile and complained, just look at this guy's application. It's unacceptable. To their difficult questions, he'd given flippant, careless answers like, my life has been pretty smooth, so I've never faced a real challenge. I just make people do what I want, so there's no conflict. The frustrated judge slammed the tablet down. He's not taking this seriously at all. You don't see a problem with these answers? The other two were awkwardly silent, until Minor finally spoke up. Azra has a point. She snapped back. Of course I do. Meanwhile, he grabbed the remote and changed the camera angle on Trang Hien's test. As Trang Hien casually took aim, Minor remarked, "Guns aren't really a viable weapon for hunters, anyway." He tilted his head, deep in thought. "They're not practical in tournaments, nor for fighting monsters," he explained, visualizing it. "When a weapon leaves an awakened's body, any mana it holds simply vanishes. For a gun, you'd have to infuse every single bullet. That's a huge challenge, and they can't hold much mana." He concluded, "That's why most choose swords or spears." Minor added, "We see some ranged weapons, but only slow ones like bows or crossbows." Picturing a powerful figure with a gun, he mused, unleashing a barrage with that much mana. Only someone like Ethan could pull that off. Then he chuckled, pointing at the screen. "Still, I have to admit, this kid is interesting." Azra yelled in frustration, "Minor!" Then Suhi spoke up. "I agree." This left Azra dumbfounded. "You too?" On screen, Trang Hien's powerful shots easily tore through the dummies. Suhi thought with admiration, "He's showing deep understanding by exploiting a loophole in the rules. Intentional or not, the result is what counts." Minor laughed in agreement. "Suhi's right. Besides, this isn't the final round, is it? We can always cut him later if he's not up to par." Azra was silent, rendered speechless. Minor glanced back at the screen, watching the candidate fire with relaxed, masterful skill. "Maybe he has a different perspective on guns than we do," he guessed. Azra asked, "Different how?" He just chuckled and shrugged. "Who knows?" Watching the pistols, he wondered if the kid thought guns were viable in tournaments. Then he shook his head. "No, that's not it." His gaze on Trang Hien grew intense. "He has a plan." On screen, Trang Hien decided, "Maybe I'll just use one this time." Instantly, Minor hit a button on the remote. One of Trang Hien's guns vanished, startling him. Minor crossed his arms, a grin of anticipation on his face as he watched the candidate. "But I hope he proves me wrong." The scene shifts to another room, where someone asks, "So that's the story with Jisoo?" Tuchun replied with a smile, "Yes, sir. Luckily, my friend wasn't badly hurt." The coach stroked his chin thoughtfully, finding the story hard to believe. Strange. He remembered how strong Jisoo was. His hand-to-hand combat is average, but his skills are incredibly powerful. And the other kid barely got a scratch? He frowned, since Jisoo was beaten badly. Finally, he spoke. "All right, I get the picture. Now, let's talk about you. You applied for the Rookie Hunter Championship, didn't you?" Tu-chun answered eagerly. "Yes, sir. That's what I came to tell you, because I might be busy with the program soon." The coach leaned forward, intrigued. "So, the guy who fought Jisoo, his name is Trang Hien, right? Did he register for the tournament too?" Tu-chun seemed unsure. "I don't know, sir. I'll ask him next time." The coach didn't press the matter. "All right, you must be busy preparing. You should get going." Tu-chun stood politely. "Yes, coach." He bowed respectfully once more before leaving. "I'll be on my way." The coach just smiled back. "All right." As the door closed, he leaned back, tapping the desk. "This is getting very interesting." As Tu-chun walked down the hall, he noticed a room. Through the glass, he saw Jisoo sitting all alone, his face still bruised from the fight. Back in his office, the coach smirked. "Jisoo is joining the program too. I can't wait to see how this plays out." The next morning arrived. Under a clear blue sky, near the Next Generation Hunter Arena, a figure stepped firmly toward the main directory. It was Trang Hien. His face lit up with excitement as he looked up, thinking, "It's been a while. This is where it all begins again." Trang Hien took the first steps toward his new beginning. He strode confidently toward the arena, the start of his incredible new journey. To put it simply, the Hunter Tournament has 3 units. Unit 1 is in a tower, while Units 2 and 3 are in a virtual reality arena. Trang Hien entered the vast, dark arena. I never understood why they built these massive stadiums when so few people used them. Then, he saw the stands. Hundreds of candidates were packed into the seats. Trang Hien realized, now I get it. It must be for days just like this one. Among them were notable faces, like the calm, dark-haired candidate Yoon Hung-hee and the beautiful, short-haired candidate Yuhichi. Another, in a black mask, watched with interest from the railing. Candidate Trang Min. Trang Hien glanced around, surprised by the turnout. This program happened long before my debut, so I didn't expect familiar faces. But seeing the dark-haired swordsman, he realized, there are actually quite a few I recognize. Model. Then there was the fierce girl with the giant hammer, and a few other promising faces. And that confident guy with the goatee. I wonder who will come out on top. But he just smirked to himself, because this time, the winner would be him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out, "Hey, Trang Hien!" In the row just ahead, he saw Tu-chun waving eagerly. Trang Hien went to sit beside him and asked, "How have you been lately?" Tu-chun grinned. "Still good, you? I thought you'd be in the hospital for way longer." Trang Hien just smiled, remembering, "Right, Tu-chun still thinks I was seriously injured." Leaning in, Tu-chun whispered, "Jisoo is under observation, and the diagnosis says it'll take 3 more weeks for him to fully recover." Trang Hien was a little surprised. 3 weeks? He glanced down a few rows. There, Jisoo sat with his hood pulled low, looking around nervously. He wondered, then why is he here? Jisoo looked extremely uncomfortable. Tu-chun whispered again, "He has no choice. The pro teams are scouting. They're searching for talent among the academy's cadets, so he wants to impress them." Just then, arena staff began moving a camera toward the stands. A burst of white smoke suddenly erupted, creating a dramatic opening effect. From the smoke, a figure in a black suit emerged. His voice echoed through the stadium. New players and fresh faces are always the most sought-after things. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a handsome face. He was the show's host, raising a microphone as he announced, "Who will carry the future of the Hunters Federation? Welcome to Next Gen Hunter, the place where legends are born." Dazzling spotlights shone down from all directions. As the audience roared, he spread his arms wide. Right then, an elaborate hologram began to materialize on stage. In a flash, it transformed into a grand, ornate tower that reached the ceiling. The host announced, "Welcome to the greatest competition on the planet, where we find the next generation's greatest hunter." Tu-chun stared at the stage, his eyes wide with excitement as the host continued his speech. "Every single person here today has defeated countless other awakened beings across the nation." Leaning on the rail, Min Song was also dazzled by the tower, listening to the host. They overcame a mere 2% acceptance rate to represent the new era of Korean hunters. "Give them a huge round of applause." The arena erupted in cheers. Suddenly, above a beam of light, the images of 3 calm, mysterious figures appeared. The host directed everyone's attention to them. "Next up, please allow me to introduce our 3 judges." The first was a sharp woman with short hair named Azako, a powerhouse in the Korean Hunters Federation, with 3 national titles to her name. The second person waved warmly. The host introduced him, Korea's finest representative on the world stage, the runner-up of the World Hunter Championship, Limazur. The third man gave a calm bow, Min Soo-hee, a prominent figure among Korea's national players. Hearing this, the candidates buzzed with disbelief. "Huh, is that really Limazur? Isn't he supposed to be competing abroad?" Trang Hien stared at them, focusing on the 2 men, thinking, "There are so many big names here. In my past life, they were all my equals." He smirked confidently. "Even so, none of them were better than me." The host pointed excitedly. "Our contestants will face challenges set by these judges, and the individual who achieves the highest rank." He pointed toward a gleaming gold trophy. The host then shouted, "Will receive 500 million won and a custom-made weapon from the workshop, Mo Ra." Hearing that last part, Trang Hien's face froze in shock. The Mo Ra workshop? He never expected to hear that name here. Standard items from Mo Ra were worth hundreds of millions of won, while their custom weapons were only for those deemed worthy. The prize was beyond belief. Trang Hien's excitement surged, a smirk automatically forming on his lips. "I'll regain my past strength sooner than I planned." Judge Azako took the mic. "Now, I will announce the first mission." The hundreds of hunters here defeated over 4,350 other contestants to earn their spot. However, that is still too many. We need a true hunter. Therefore, the first mission will be... She paused, pointing directly ahead. She was pointing at the massive virtual tower, the one just constructed. Azako yelled, "A survival game inside a dungeon, where real hunters once fought. Inside the tower is an entire ecosystem, complete with a roaring waterfall." She explained, "You must survive until only 20 contestants remain." Another part of the tower contained a vast grassland and a seemingly endless forest. Azako declared, "In the land of lost souls." In addition, the top 5 contestants, with the most eliminations, will gain an advantage in the next stage. Finally, she announced, "Now, the mission begins." Instantly, all the candidates vanished. Tu-chun and Trang Hien watched with excitement as their bodies turned transparent, preparing to teleport. It's finally starting. In a flash, he appeared in a dense green forest under a vast sky. Trang Hien immediately went on alert, carefully scanning his surroundings. His eyes turned to a nearby waterfall as he calculated, the land of lost souls. "In my past life, this was used as the final stage." He recalled his past. He had researched every detail of this place on his computer, thinking smugly, I know every nook and cranny of this place by heart. The dungeon structure, its core mechanics, its ecosystem, a flood of images and information rushed into his mind. Trang Hian even remembered the secret dungeons. Information update complete. He let out a sly, amused laugh. Trang Hian hummed, casually walking toward the waterfall. All right now, what should I do? This is a survival game. Judge Azacho scanned the monitor. He won't be able to bend the rules here. She thought back to his performance in the previous test. A flash of annoyance crossed her face. He passed the qualifiers without showing a single unique skill. They might see that as proof of his intelligence, but I don't. Her brow furrowed in anger, convinced Trang Hian would have to face monsters now. She thought smugly, in a survival game, we can assess a hunter's essential skills. Skills like combat ability, adaptability, scouting, and survival. There is no chance for a fake here. Azako scoffed. Don't you dare underestimate the Hunters Federation. Meanwhile, Suhi was excitedly talking with Limaser. He remarked, the overall skill level of this year's batch is quite impressive, isn't it? Limaser agreed, it really is. Inside the survival game, Azra had a surprise planned. A perfect way to weed out the weaker hunters, and their lack of skill. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed. Wait a second. Their eyes darted to the contestant locator screen. A single blue dot was slipping past the red boundary. The staffer yelled in alarm. We have a problem. A contestant is leaving the zone. Suhi shot to her feet. Her expression remained calm as she ordered, put it on the main screen. The view shifted, showing an indigo pattern. That blue dot? It was Trang Hian. He stood before a mysterious door with ancient markings. A wicked grin spread across Trang Hian's face. What was he planning at the entrance to this stage? Azra gasped and leaped from her seat. How could he possibly know about that place? The door bore a unique, massive crest. She revealed a shocking truth. That's where an artifact from the Land of Souls is hidden. These powerful items are known as artifacts. Secret treasures found in dungeons take many forms. Only the most skilled can obtain one, and sometimes the artifact alone is enough. Anyone who claims one is instantly guaranteed victory. Azra's mind raced, her brows furrowed. A burning question filled her thoughts. This dungeon has never been an arena before. Not even Unit 1's players know of it, let alone a rookie. She stared at Trang Hian, poised to enter. There was just no way he could know about this. Suddenly, Mincer's quiet voice broke through her frantic thoughts. Azra, what is going on? If this is a glitch, we need to fix it. Just tell us. She closed her eyes, a flicker of irritation showing. She replied with grim certainty. It's not a mistake. Azra then explained the secret of this place. This virtual reality is modeled on a real dungeon, and Trang Hian has just entered a hidden area. No one knows about it, not even the Hunter Federation. That's why it was off the map. Mincer quickly caught on. But he still had more questions. You mean this game map is based on a real-life dungeon, including the hidden area that contestant just entered? So what's inside that secret place? Azra's expression grew dark. It appeared the object within was incredibly dangerous. It's a mass of light, radiating immense power. She finally explained, it's called Ete, an artifact so powerful it's banned from all competition. Mincer and Suhi stared, completely stunned. Can the artifact be removed? They asked. Azra explained, only if we stop the match. Since it's VR, he can't take it outside. But he can use its power inside the game. Mincer stroked his chin thoughtfully. I get it. But an item that powerful must have a guardian, right? Another mysterious element appeared on screen. They are known as guardians, monsters that protect artifacts. Their power level matches the rarity of the item they guard. Mincer's question gave Azra an idea. You're right, let me check. She switched the camera feed to inside the hidden room. It was an ancient chamber, filled with strange, intricate patterns. In the center, a massive, glowing cube hovered silently. That was it, the cube guardian of Ete. It floated, pulsing with an unpredictable, bizarre power. Outside, Trang Hian finally reached for the handle, activating the door. With a confident smirk, he pushed the door open and strode inside. He scanned the room, thinking, it's been a while. I don't remember every detail, but this is definitely the place. He glanced down at the patterned floor beneath him. Trang Hian began to formulate his plan. Defeat the Guardian here. It wasn't far. The cube was practically within reach. He was absolutely certain he could claim Eddie for himself. Drawing his sword, he stepped forward nonchalantly. This round's gonna be a piece of cake. But just then, something stirred. The cube erupted with a blindingly brilliant power. The light alone made Trang Hian stagger. It then split into multiple blocks, raining down a fierce attack. Trang Hien barely managed to keep his cool and dodge. His eyes rolled back as his head spun. Damn, if this were my first time, I'd be finished. After the attack, it reformed into a single cube. Trang Hien analyzed it. This cube, its advanced tech, found in the ruins of an ancient tower. He remembered it clearly from his past life. He defeated this very thing in the finals to claim Ete and win it all, finding it mid-match. That's how I could use it, despite it being a banned item. Trang Hien then raised his sword, and its shape began to strangely morph. It now resembled some kind of repair tool. This was his special skill, weapon transformation. He stared intently at the massive cube. A confident smile touched his lips. And I'm going to do it again. Without a moment's hesitation, Trang Hien charged forward, leaping high to strike, aiming for instant destruction. His tool-like weapon was perfect, lodging itself deep in a seam of the cube. Trang Hien put all his might into it, to pry a single small piece from the main body. He quickly kicked the fragment away to stop it from reattaching. The piece tried to fly back, but Trang Hien blocked it with his weapon. He clutched the piece to his chest, curled into a ball, and dropped. He hit the ground hard, his body absorbing the painful impact. But for him, this pain was nothing. Trang Hien let out a sigh of relief. Alright, that's one. He sat there, dazed. At his current stat level, a direct fight was impossible. The Guardian suddenly split apart, its pieces linked by bands of pure energy. It became clear this cube was some kind of ancient machine, one designed to protect ancient relics. Its parts began shifting into a new formation. Trang Hien watched intently, planning his next move. I just need to know its attack patterns, then I can counter it. The once simple cube reassembled into a pair of gigantic hands. They slammed together before lunging straight for Trang Hien, but he was quick enough to dodge. Wiping away sweat, he panted, that was close. Even though he expected it, a satisfied smirk crossed his face. But, right on schedule. Suddenly, countless cracks appeared all over the giant hands. Trang Hien calmly watched, enjoying the sight of them shattering. He chuckled, remembering the last few seconds. Before he even dodged the attack, his true plan had already succeeded. I hurled the fragment between its hands. Trang Hien had already figured it out. The cube's own shards were just as tough as its body. He picked up a shard from the debris. He was pleased with his brilliant plan. Of course it would shatter. Then he casually walked away. Nice. Time to get the Ete. Deep inside was a small shrine made entirely of gold, even the stairs. The treasure chest rested in the most sacred spot. It sparkled with an alluring light. He approached and opened the chest easily. It's been a while since I last saw an Ete, not that it's a big deal. Inside the chest, the Ete pulsed with power. He smiled at the outcome. Everything was going according to plan. The Ete now rested perfectly in Trang Hien's palm. Next, he raised his sword parallel to it. Time to weaponize this. The Ete shattered, its energy dispersing. Trang Hien grew excited. Could this be what I was thinking? The system displayed a notice. Supreme Awakened ability. Ete can use its mana to create a clone of itself. He silently rejoiced as he read. Defeating the Guardian was a miracle, and it gave me a new skill. So lucky. He immediately used the mysterious weapon transformation skill, turning the sword into a gun. What's so great about this? With the clone skill, he now wielded 2 guns. Trang Hien decisively fired a few test shots. The bullets left deep, smoking holes in the rock wall. Trang Hien was thrilled. This game is too easy. Thanks to this, I can use a gun sooner than expected. Heh. At that moment, he recalled expertly using a gun in his past life. The reason I could use guns in my past life was my massive mana reserve. It let me fire barrages of mana-infused bullets. However, that skill is still locked in this life. The Supreme Awakening is not yet activated. Once active, leveling stops, but stats increase according to my level. Not activating the Supreme class boosts Awakening growth, but one might think that would be a handicap. But not for him. Since I haven't activated it, I lack that much mana. Still, he confidently fired a few more shots. I can still pull it off with the 8. Smoke billowed from the craters for a long time. Trang Hien approached, placing his hand on them to inspect. Good enough for suppressive fire, but aiming precisely will be difficult. But nothing is impossible for me now. I'll find a way. On the big screen, his smile was clearly visible. All 3 judges gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with focus. Azriel was so shocked she covered her mouth. Oh my god, he's using a gun again. Is that how he uses an Ete? Mincer seemed to have noticed something. He spoke up. Wait. Rewind to the moment Trang Hien keenly dodged the cube's attack. Mincer couldn't help but wonder. How did he dodge that explosive laser? Suhi shared the same question. I want to know too. Mincer stroked his chin deep in thought. The cube isn't a living thing. I think it moves based on a set mechanism. But he still couldn't understand. But how could he have known that? The more Azrael thought, the stranger it seemed. There's no way a contestant would know that. Maybe a pro hunter like us, but him? She considered all possibilities. Or maybe he has a skill like clairvoyance, allowing him to predict his opponent's moves. She suddenly sighed and closed her eyes. Setting that aside, there's one more thing bothering me. When Trang Hian figured out how to break a piece off, how did he come up with that method to defeat it? In that moment, he decisively threw the shard between its palms, using a fragment of its own body. Azrael's brow furrowed. This didn't feel simple at all. She recalled what Mincer had once said. That's the thing, you see. It's the oddballs, the truly brilliant ones who, with the right guidance, hold the real potential. Thinking of that, Azrael grit her teeth in anger for some reason. Inside the arena, the sky remained a peaceful, clear blue. The trees were lush and green, but beneath those dense canopies, incredible stories and people were emerging. Hangi leaped from tree to tree with masterful agility. His feet moved with blinding speed. Then, he abruptly stopped on a large branch. Hangi looked up, staring intently. He was looking at the leaderboard. He was quite satisfied with his progress. He currently held 4th place. Everything was going smoothly, just as some had predicted beforehand. It was all going exactly as the Seoul Private Academy's top team member predicted. He leaped away, calculating his next move. With 60 more people eliminated, this round will end soon. Somehow, when he landed, Hangi made barely a sound. His skill was truly extraordinary. After a moment of thought, Hangi mused to himself. He strolled through the area casually, fearing no opponent. No one can beat me in a one-on-one fight. Suddenly, the sound of Trang Hian's gunshots echoed. The sounds were distinct. Hangi was startled, instinctively looking back. Gunshots? Meanwhile, Trang Hian emerged from the cave. He looked a bit dazed. I must have spent too much time in there. Just then, he got a basic update. 60 people had been eliminated. He looked at the leaderboard and was thrilled to see his name. I'll only get 1st place if I eliminate everyone else. But I'm not going to hunt them down. I'm happy with 5th place. As he savored the thought, he seemed to spot something. Now, I'll just eliminate whoever I can. Seeing just the back of someone crouched ahead, Trang Hian recognized him. Is that Jisoo? Turns out, he was hiding in a bush, waiting for the right moment. And just as he'd hoped, prey arrived. A completely unsuspecting contestant walked by. Seizing the opportunity, Jisoo suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, his prey fell into the trap, unable to react. Jisoo let out a sinister grin. The ground where he'd set his trap sank deeper and deeper. Once it was done, he nonchalantly whistled and stepped out of the bush. Suddenly, a familiar hand landed on his shoulder. Trang Hian appeared from behind with a mischievous tone. Naughty. Naughty. Jisoo, how have you been? Startled, he glared back over his shoulder. He was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He was utterly speechless. Trang Hian leaned in close with a friendly smile. I'm having a little problem. I hope you can help me with it. Enraged, Jisoo shot to his feet. Are you kidding me? Buzz off, you animal. His words finally angered Trang Hian. What did you just call me? A moment later, his anger vanished. He placed a hand on Jisoo's shoulder. No hard feelings. I'm just here to ask a favor. No need to be rude. But Jisoo wasn't having it. His hands hidden, preparing to strike. He launched an attack at Trang Hian, who skillfully dodged every move. Trang Hian's expression remained neutral, as if nothing had happened. But inside, a perfect plan was forming, one that would serve his own ends. I'll make him use a wide area skill with weakened power. Then I can swoop in and steal all the kills. Staring at the furious Jisoo, he saw no sign of cooperation. But that wouldn't get in the way of his plan. He braced himself with resolve. Fine, I'll just have to change his mind. He leaped directly at Jisoo. Seeing the sudden assault, Jisoo's eyes widened in shock. Soon, the forest echoed with the relentless, repeating sounds of a one-sided beatdown. Unable to take it anymore, Jisoo screamed. Wait, stop. Battered and bruised by Trang Hian, he sat gasping for breath. He demanded, What do you want? Trang Hian's reply was simple. Let's cooperate. Hearing this, Jisoo recoiled. What? Cooperate? Never with you. Trang Hian flashed a friendly smile as a gun materialized in his hand. Oh, is that so? Without a second thought, he aimed it right at him. A moment later, a bullet shot out, striking the ground right by Jisoo's feet, making him jump in terror. Before he could react, the cold barrel was pressed against his temple. Then I'll have to eliminate you, Trang Hian threatened, his eyes blazing. Help me, and you live. Jisoo sat in silence for a long moment. Trang Hian gave him time to think. Finally, he lowered his head in defeat. "What do you want me to do?" A sly, triumphant smile crept onto his face. Elsewhere, two fighters were locked in a desperate battle. Behind them, two shadows emerged. They remained completely oblivious. Understanding Trang Hian's plan, Jisoo clenched his fist with resolve. Because of his skill, the ground beneath them began to crack and rapidly sink. Stunned, they could only curse. What the hell? The perfect opportunity had arrived. Trang Hian fired 2 shots, easily taking down both targets. He was overjoyed. Double kill. Perfect. Behind him, Jisoo just fumed in silence. From behind, Han Jisoo feigned celebration, playing along with Trang Hian's mood. Suddenly, a sword came hurtling toward them. Both Trang Hian and Jisoo sensed the sword's sudden appearance. They turned in unison toward the threat, their expressions instantly hardening. Han Jisoo clenched his fist, activating his skill. Gravity! The blade clattered uselessly to the ground. Both he and Trang Hian immediately took defensive stances. Their previous arrogance vanished, but after seeing the newcomers clearly, Trang Hian's tension eased, his confident smirk returning. "I guess those gunshots were a bit loud. Looks like we have some uninvited guests." A group emerged from the forest, led by the owner of that very sword. Behind him were 2 men with a long sword and a spear, and a petite girl carrying a bow. Junhan glared intently at the pair, and at Trang Hian and Jisoo, his gaze filled with anger and irritation. The Hunter Federation is a sports league, so not every player is an attacker. Though Han Jisoo has 8 kills and is ranked 3rd, his gravity skill is most effective in a battlefield support role. Judge Lee Min Seo observed the situation. Jisoo is performing quite well. Will Trang Hian be the one to end his streak? Judge Azuku lazily crossed her arms. I doubt it. If he wanted him gone, he would have fired already. They must have made some kind of deal. She pointed at the monitor. Is he planning to use Jisoo as support? Judge Min Seo sounded doubtful. It's possible. But how did he find him? I don't think they knew each other beforehand. He wondered if the kid had a skill to identify others' abilities, but he quickly dismissed the idea. No, I'm overthinking it. Judge Min Soo-hee, who'd been watching quietly, spoke up. They're going to be an unbeatable duo. Jisoo holds them down with gravity, while Trang Hian finishes them with his guns. Ether Minor rested his chin on his hands, thinking. He closed his eyes and spoke slowly. That sounds good in theory. Then his eyes shot open, fixed on Hangye's image. A cunning smile played on his lips. But reality might be a different story. His opponents are no pushovers. Back in the forest, Hangye's and Trang Hian's teams were at a standstill, both sides sizing each other up. Neither side had made a move yet. Trang Hian studied his opponents, plotting his strategy. What's the simplest way to gain the upper hand? A powerful weapon? Perfect teamwork? No. The easiest, most effective way is to simply outnumber them. At that thought, his eyes scanned the area, where Hangye's teammates stood. Back in the moment, Trang Hian stood before Jisoo, gripping both of his guns tightly. He focused entirely on defense, still calculating. I have Jisoo and his gravity skill, but he's just support. No matter what, the two of us can't win. But then, a confident smile spread across his face. A thrill ran through him. That's probably what they're thinking. Instantly, he kicked off the ground into the air, dodging a sword hurtling toward him. Trang Hian grinned at Hangye, speaking first. It's been a long time since I've felt this. But this is your first time, isn't it? Hangye quickly recalled his sword and shot back a reply. I don't know what you've done, but that weapon of yours is unusual, and that's why I'll defeat you without mercy. With that, he swung his arm. The sword once again shot toward Trang Hian, slicing through the air. Trang Hian quickly dodged the attack. While dodging, he fired repeatedly at the sword, thinking to himself, perfect. In his past life, Hangye could control multiple blades, with his sword control ability. But not this time. Trang Hian unleashed a barrage of bullets, a vicious look on his face. He'll have a hard time blocking this. Facing the hail of bullets from Trang Hian, Hangye had no way to counter. He could only dive for cover behind a large tree. Trang Hian grinned, having predicted his every move. Instantly, he dove behind a tree. This wasn't his usual tactic. Jisoo could only retreat for the moment. Seizing the swordsman's opening, he rushed in, swinging his blade. With sharp reflexes, he sidestepped the attack. In a flash, he spotted an opening. Gripping his gun, he slammed it into the opponent's wrist, making the weapon fall as he uttered a taunt. You've still got a lot to learn. He appeared behind his foe, warning, get this close to a gunman, and the shot never misses. Before the swordsman could even process the situation, a single gunshot rang out. With one down, he dashed into the forest, evading Hangye's relentless pursuit. Behind a tree, he activated his eagle eye skill to assess the situation. Spotting only the female archer, he decided to take them out while Han Gi played defense. He then leaped into the air, aiming his shot. Another one down. He landed softly. 7 kills. Turning sharply, his expression grew serious. Now, the last kill is you, Han Gi. Trang Hien pulled the trigger. A powerful bullet flew out, striking the incoming sword and knocking it down. Han Gi growled, instantly recalling the sword back to his hand. Lai Trang Hien spun his gun, then unleashed a volley of shots at Han Gi with a thrilled look. Han Gi expertly deflected the bullets with his sword as steel clashed. Trang Hien observed with a serious gaze, Jun Han Gi, your ability to deflect each shot is impressive. You even predicted my bullets would slow due to low mana. Unfortunately for you, I'm even better. He intensified his barrage, firing more rounds. Han Gi began to struggle under the onslaught. He was constantly on the defensive, breathless. They were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. Seeing a deflected bullet, Trang Hien saw his chance. He fired again, knocking the stray bullet right back toward Han Gi. Lai Trang Hien thought with a smirk, "Gotcha." Suddenly, everything stopped. An announcer's voice boomed, introducing the final 20 survivors. The survival game was over. Camera flashes lit up the area. He stood on a stage with the others, all of them exhausted. They stretched their sore muscles after the fight, and he ignored the buzzing crowd. Lai Trang Hien clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it, I almost had him. 3 judges appeared on a large screen. Judge Azachel spoke first, smiling warmly. Congratulations to you all. From now on, you each have the right to be called true hunters. Hunters represent a tiny fraction of the awakened, which is truly admirable, Judge Mincer added. What is the fundamental purpose of a hunter? Some might say it is to win fights. However, we seek individuals like the first generation of hunters who protected humanity by bravely venturing into dungeons on the front lines. I trust this survival game gave you a glimpse into what being a hunter means. The next mission's details will be revealed here next week. You have surely realized your own shortcomings, so use the coming week to improve yourselves. Feel free to use the training rooms at your leisure. I highly encourage it. Good luck. Trang Hien ignored the announcement. His eyes glued to the scoreboard. His own ranking appeared on screen. His face froze in irritation. At the top of the board was Jun Han Gi, with 17 kills. Following him was Ju Chu with 10. Han Jisoo and Shin Han tied for third with 8 kills. Lai Trang Hien was fifth with a mere 7, and he was far from pleased. He growled in frustration. Only 5th place? Suddenly, the system window popped up, announcing his mission was complete. Just then, Kim Tu-chun appeared, slinging an arm over his shoulder. Hey Trang Hien, I heard you ranked 5th. Seeing his friend, he grinned. And you? Did you make it? Tu-chun replied cheerfully. Of course. Did you really use a gun? Everyone's talking about it. How'd you even get one? The two chatted casually on the stage. I just found a way. Tu-chun pressed on. Right, okay. But how did you fire it? Just then, a staff member approached him. Mr. Trang Hien, please prepare for your interview. At the interview location, a reporter and cameraman were already setting up for his session. Trang Hien awkwardly asked the cameraman, Where should I look? The reporter replied, You can just look at me. He began, All right, first question. Why did you join Next Generation Hunter? Trang Hien thought for a beat. I saw no one more qualified. The reporter moved on. Oh, but congratulations first. Congrats, Trang Hien, on advancing. Can you share your thoughts on the first round? He answered bluntly, his words tinged with arrogance. I could have done better. Still, I passed, so it's no surprise. The reporter continued. You must have faced many other contestants. Who did you consider a worthy rival? He replied coolly. There was no one. Inwardly, he thought Han Gi was a slight concern, but not a rival. Then why did you only place 5th? Trang Hien smirked, full of confidence. If I dominated the show from the start, where's the fun in that? After that claim, both the reporter and cameraman froze, visibly unimpressed. This kid is something else. All right then. The reporter forced a smile and moved on with the interview. I see. On to the next question. After the lengthy interview finally ended, Trang Hien and Tu-chun headed to the cafeteria, which was filled with food. While Trang Hien happily dug into his meal, Tu-chun let out a dejected sigh. Noticing this, he asked his friend between bites. What's wrong? Tu-chun confessed his troubles to Trang Hien. The interview. I just wanted to get it over with. What'd they ask? Trang Hien inquired. Tu-chun replied. They kept comparing me to Jisoo. It was awful. He wasn't surprised to hear that. He thought, that makes sense, since Jisoo is always on his case. As for Tu-chun isn't the type to badmouth his seniors, unlike me. But then he grinned. That's why I said my true rival isn't Jisoo. It's you. Hearing that, I was so stunned I almost choked on my rice. Seeing Chun's excited face, I decided not to argue any further. I could only think to myself, great, this is even worse. I wish he'd just said Jisoo. Chun then asked me, what about you? What did they ask? I answered while eating. Just the usual. Like who I thought would win. Oh yeah? And what did you say? Chun pressed on. I played it cool, finished my bite, and answered with confidence, me, obviously. After hearing that, Chun seemed to pause for a moment. For the same question, his answer was totally different from mine. I think I said it would be Junhan Gi or Chihan. You're good too, Trang Hien, but those two are on another level, even above the Academy's first team members. He then asked, have you ever seen them? You could say they're the aces, the absolute best on the team. I bet they could go pro right now without any problems. Chun added while grabbing food, trust me, if you saw them at the Academy, you'd agree. But his words didn't sit right with me. Have you always thought that way? That they're in a league of their own? My question made Chun's expression turn serious, a bit stiff. I shot up from my seat, grabbing my empty tray as I walked away, but not without giving my friend some final words. With that mindset, you'll never achieve anything. You'd better drop it. I'm going to train. You should think about what I said. Chun just stared blankly as I left. Huh? Okay. The moment I turned, I calmed down, feeling a little guilty. Maybe that was harsh, but it needed to be said. Talent is just a matter of degree for most. But there's a rare few who surpass everyone else, the ones who always aim for the absolute peak. I gulped down some water, still thinking, what's the point of believing you're inferior, especially at his age? Suddenly, a hand landed on my shoulder, breaking my train of thought. It was Chi-Han. He gave a friendly hello, and right behind him was Han Gi. Chi-Han cheerfully said, my name is Chi-Han. I heard you fought Han Gi in the first round. How was it? He's a tough one, isn't he? I fight him all the time at the Academy, and I've never won once. I heard you really pushed him at the end. I've never seen anyone our age match Han Gi. I'm talking too much, huh? What's your name? Feeling cautious, I took a step back to keep some distance from Chi-Han. My name? Trang Hien. So what do you want? Chi-Han just kept talking excitedly. You know, he was super salty after the match ended. Han Ji, looking annoyed, tried to shut his friend up. He yelled, Chi-Han, stop talking nonsense and let's go. He then grabbed Chi-Han by the collar. Sorry to bother you. Let's move. But even as he was being dragged away, Chi-Han kept shouting, tell me the story next time. I was left completely baffled, scratching my head. Tell him what story? What just happened? I guess they're both from the Academy. They seem to get along. Han Gi then roughly dragged his friend out the door. My eyes were fixed on Han Gi as he moved. Instantly, I activated my skill on him. A status window appeared, showing all of Han Gi's information, his skills, and his stats. Chi-Han was no exception. I saw every single detail of his information as well. After seeing it all, I spun around, tossing my cup in the trash as my mind raced. Since I haven't activated my peak level, their stats are 50% higher, some even double mine. My game sense gave me the edge in the survival round. But the next one won't be so easy. And so, the next battle began. An announcer stood on stage, speaking to the roaring crowd. A single spotlight shone down on him. The dream stage for every aspiring professional hunter, the Next Generation Hunter competition, begins now. In a private room, 3 judges stared at the files on the table. Judge Min Soo-hee glanced at a profile and spoke coolly. This boy is from the Seoul Private Academy? Judge Azachu replied, the top prospect of this batch. The scene cut to contestant Junhan Gi's interview. He answered calmly, becoming a hunter has been my dream since I was a child. However, it wasn't an easy path. I failed the entrance exam for the Seoul Private Academy twice. The interviewer asked, what challenges did you face, and how did you overcome them? Han Gi stood up, preparing to demonstrate his power. He commanded his sword to fly towards a shield, piercing it cleanly. Then he answered with an air of confidence. But I never gave up. I treated every failure as a lesson. I learned that hard work is always rewarded, and how to analyze myself to improve. That is why I believe persistence and an unshakable will are the keys to overcoming any challenge. Chun watched Han Gi's interview intently. I walked up quietly from behind him. It's already airing? I asked. Chun nodded. Yeah, it's a surprise. I didn't think it would be on this soon. That's modern technology for you. The survival game just ended. I leaned in to ask about the broadcast's reception. How are the comments? Chun answered honestly, pretty good. Many said Han Gi's answers were stiff, but they praised his humility. Then, Tu-chun pointed at the screen as my segment began. On the other hand, there was one contestant with a completely different kind of answer. I was shocked. "Hey, that's me," the reporter asked. "What challenges did you face on your path, and how did you overcome them?" Looking completely blank, I ran a hand over my face and replied, "I don't know. I don't think there were any challenges." The reporter pressed on, "The hunter arena is a team sport. How would you resolve conflicts with your teammates?" I replied, "If they just let me make all the decisions, there won't be any conflict." Hearing that, Tu-chun burst out laughing and nudged me hard in the shoulder. Reporters fired the same question at both Trang Hien and Han Gi. "Your reason for joining Next Generation Hunters?" Han Gi's answer was perfectly by the book. "To challenge myself and grow as a person." But Trang Hien's reply was far more arrogant. "Because no other candidate is better than me." The reporter pressed on, "Who do you consider a worthy rival?" To that question, both Lai Trang Hien and Junhan Gi gave the same defiant answer, "No one." Hearing that, Trang Hien couldn't take it anymore and switched off Tu-chun's phone. He then turned away sharply. "That's enough. Time to train." He left Tu-chun sitting there, completely baffled. "Hey, wait! The survival game part is next." Trang Hien strode to the equipment. "We can watch it later." Tu-chun quickly put his phone away, preparing to train with him. As he got ready, he turned and asked, "Hey, can I ask you something? Why do you only train your legs?" Lai Trang Hien answered between heavy lifts. "What do you think my role is?" Tu-chun paused for a beat. "A ranged fighter?" "So what's the most important thing for a ranged combatant?" he asked, continuing his workout while schooling his friend. Tu-chun answered earnestly. "High damage output?" "Correct. And mobility," Lai Trang Hien added. "You probably noticed during the survival game, Han Gi and other elite melee fighters have special mobility skills, or even a ranged attack that threatens long-distance specialists." As he spoke, he recalled Han Gi blocking his attack with a sword. "That's why my mobility has to match theirs, if not outright surpass a melee fighter's." Tu-chun listened intently with his arms crossed. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "An interesting line of thought, but it contradicts your actions." The two were startled by the voice that echoed through the training room. It's rare to see a strategy focused on takedowns for a ranged player in the Korean Hunter League. The speaker was an elderly-looking man. His hair and beard were completely white. He continued, "And why is that?" Lai Trang Hien was taken aback by the old man's presence. He stared at the man, thinking to himself, "Who is this guy? To be in this training room, he can't be just some ordinary man." As for the elder, he was none other than Lee Gun-tek, chairman of the First Generation Hunter Association. After his question, he looked away. Trang Hien answered without hesitation, "Because it's always been the correct strategy. If you look at how teams fight England's ECG or France's ALD, you'll see they always target ranged fighters first. In other words, it all hinges on the enemy's ranged specialist." Trang Hien stood, answering with confidence, "That's more than enough reason for me to focus on my leg training." Lee Gun-tek listened, then approached him with a grin. "Ah, so you're saying being a skilled ranged fighter makes you the #1 target for the enemy's melee squad. Is that it?" He broke into a satisfied smile, clapping his hands. "Haha, how audacious. Very interesting." But then, his expression hardened, his gaze turning sharp. However, overconfidence is a primary cause of failure. Both Trang Hien and Tu-chun were stunned by his words. He turned to leave, offering a final piece of advice. "That is wisdom born from years of experience. I'll be watching you, young man." Lai, Trang Hien, and Kim Tu-chun were left dumbfounded, still processing what had just happened. They quickly resumed their workout. Tu-chun finally asked, "What was all that about? Who was that old man?" Trang Hien shrugged. "Beats me." He resumed his leg training, speaking between reps. But he said he'd be watching. "In that case, I'll just have to prove him right." Inside a luxurious office, one man sat while another stood by respectfully. "Is there something you need, sir?" The man in the chair asked quietly, "Let me ask you something. What's most important for a ranged fighter?" The other man thought for a moment, answering, "I believe it is their support skills and their firepower." Hearing this, the man in the chair swiveled around. It was none other than the chairman of the First Generation Hunters, Lee Gun-tek. He clicked his tongue, unsatisfied. "T-esque. Wrong." Hearing his answer was wrong, the man quickly added, "Then, perhaps accuracy? There are many factors crucial to a ranged combatant, but even the greatest firepower is useless without precision. Therefore, accuracy is." At that, Chairman Lee had heard enough. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough." He closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, his mind drifting back to a distant memory. "Hey, why are you always training your legs? You'll just be using mana anyway. A young man asked from a broken stone pedestal. It was a teenage Lee Gun Tech. His friend, sitting beside him, replied, Lee Gun Tech, for a ranged fighter, the most important thing is their legs. He then slapped his own thighs for emphasis. A confused Lee Gun Tech asked, What are you talking about? The chairman's friend explained with a grin. You know why monsters always target ranged fighters first? They know we're weak in close quarters, right? We always have to reposition after our first few shots. A surprised Lee Gun Tech blurted out, Really? His friend let out a helpless laugh. He continued, What do you mean, really? If a ranged fighter's position is exposed, they're dead. It's something you close combat types just don't get. Chairman Lee was lost in thought. That's right. Ranged fighters need mobility. Of course, this principle also applies to the Hunter tournament. Not in the current Korean Hunter League, since most of our top hunters have already died. But in the higher tier leagues, especially at the world-class level, it becomes critical. He slammed his hand on the desk and shot up from his chair, striding out of the office. He hasn't even entered the tournament yet, but he's already thinking about the international stage. His gaze hardened, staring into the distance, picturing Lai Trang-heen's arrogant confidence. Is it arrogance? Or true self-belief? After his workout, Lai Trang-heen opened his status window to check his stats. His numbers had jumped significantly after his training. He wiped the sweat from his body, musing to himself, My growth rate is so much faster than in my past life. It must be because of the Apex skill. It seems the skill has two main features. It grants me completely new, fundamental abilities whenever I reach a new achievement, and it dramatically increases my physical stat growth rate. Once active, my stats skyrocket. This skill is truly terrifying. Beside him, Tu Chun was also training with all his might. He looked over at Trang Hien and asked, What are you doing after this? Can you give me some pointers? He watched Kim Su Chun closely. Su Chun's body was already conditioned by the academy, so he didn't need the same intense training. Lee Jonghyun crossed his arms. A suggestion? I don't know you well enough to give one. Hearing this, Su Chun nodded. Yeah, that's true. Suddenly, Jonghyun's expression shifted to a sly grin. All right then, how about a spar? The two headed for the training room. They each equipped themselves with training weapons. Seeing Jang Hyun pick up a sword, Kim Su Chun was shocked. Wait, you use a sword too? Lee Jonghyun gripped the blade, stroking it gently. A little, he replied. Su Chun's confidence surged. I can't win if he uses a gun, but in a sword fight I won't lose. He raised his sword into a ready stance. Jonghyun saw this and smiled. In a flash, he lunged at Su Chun with his razor-sharp blade. They clashed, the sound of steel ringing out endlessly. A relentless barrage of attacks came from Jonghyun. He fought like a predator, and Su Chun was his prey. Su Chun couldn't fight back, only defend against Jonghyun's overwhelming power. Instantly, he leaped backward. He tried to create distance for a counterattack. Kim Su Chun was stunned. How is he this strong with a sword when he's a gunman? Staring at Lee Janghyun's sword, he wondered, What is this? It's just a normal blade. Why can't I even fight back? In an instant, Lee Jonghyun used a skill, transforming the sword into a spear. Is this the difference in our talent? Kim Su Chun thought grimly. Jonghyun stood tall, clutching his spear with a smirk, waiting. Then, the spear shot toward Kim Su Chun. Jang Hyun used minimal effort to send the spear flying. Su Chun needed all his strength just to block it, forced to retreat. His mind raced. I can't keep up. He reads me so easily, damn it. Jang Hyun gripped his spear again, activating another skill. The weapon transformed, releasing a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Su Chun's heart sank. What is that now? The spear in Lee Jonghyun's hand had become a greatsword, so massive he needed both hands to lift it. Su Chun stared in astonishment. A giant sword. The massive blade came crashing down on him. He watched in shock as the blade fell. How can I beat that? Kim Su Chun collapsed, panting. He had given his all, but it wasn't enough. Jang Hyun calmly asked, So? Su Chun looked up at the man who beat him at his own specialty. Jang Hyun smiled. What do you think of your opponent? Su Chun gasped for air. Yeah, you're a little better, Jang Hyun scoffed. Just a little? I beat you easily. Su Chun's eyes widened. Seeing Jang Hyun's confident expression, he thought, he's not joking. He bit his lip, blaming himself. Why am I weaker? Am I really that untalented? Do you know why you lost? As he spoke, Lee Jang Hyun's greatsword reverted back to a normal longsword. He pointed the blade forward, declaring, Because you're on the wrong path. Jang Hyun gestured to the sword. This is your sword. Now, look at your strengths. Your acceleration skill is impressive, and your split-second decision-making is excellent. Su Chun listened intently. Li Zhanghyun then leaped back, aiming his sword at him. So how can you use those advantages with a longsword? The answer is, you can't. What if you used a lighter, faster sword instead? Like a rapier, for example. A spark of understanding lit up Su Chun's mind. He whispered, a rapier? It's a thin, long sword with a piercing tip, used for lightning-fast attacks. As he spoke, the long sword morphed into a rapier. Exactly. He then demonstrated its technique, thrusting forward with blinding speed. His footwork was nimble, quickly changing directions, he explained. Combine this with your acceleration, and you can overwhelm opponents. Watching the rapier technique, Su Chun was amazed. Could I do that? After training, they changed to leave. Li Zhanghyun asked, so? What do you think? Su Chun seemed dazed. I'm not sure, but I have some ideas. Just then, a stranger appeared before them. He spoke in a scornful tone. Ha, you think you're tough for beating the Academy's weakest? It was Kim Ji-seung, a top hunter candidate with control and acceleration skills. He was watching a screen showing his own training footage. Jang-hyun saw him and wondered, huh? Did he watch that whole thing? Looking at Ji-seung's smug face, Jang-hyun decided, this guy is looking for a fight, and I'm not the type to ignore it. He calmly stepped forward. I wonder if you could even beat that weakling. Ji-seung fumed at the challenge. Huh? What did you say? He snarled, advancing on them. Jang-hyun continued. You heard me. Let's fight. Or are you scared? He casually provoked him, but it struck a nerve. You bastard. Scared? Let's go, Ji-seung roared. But then Jang-hyun paused. Wait, he observed Ji-seung. This guy tied with me for 5th place in the survival game. His skills and stats are far better than mine. Suddenly, a status window appeared, displaying all of Ji-seung's attack and defense stats. In terms of raw power, I'm already outmatched. In contrast to Jang-hyun's caution, Ji-seung was impatient. This empty room, let's go. But Jang-hyun didn't back down. He cracked his knuckles and grinned. Fine, I don't even need a gun to beat someone like you. Inside the training room, the two squared off, their battle stances ready. Trang Hien knew Jin Seong was a top-tier rookie. Worse, his gun was useless. The secret was out. Jin Seong spoke first with a cocky grin. Shall we start? Trang Hien shot back a wicked smile. Bring it on. Then, a sword materialized in his hand. I could lose, but surrender is not an option. Gripping his sword, he lunged forward. Trang Hien rushed Jin Seong, delivering 2 swift slashes. Jin Seong swiftly dodged Trang Hien's attack. He masterfully backflipped twice, a look of pure excitement on his face. From his sleeve, Jin Seong unleashed 2 throwing knives. Trang Hien instantly raised his sword to parry the attack. He silently confirmed his opponent's skill. So, he's a mid-range fighter. The plan is to close in, leaving no room to counter. Jin Seong just smirked with contempt. After Trang Hien deflected his daggers, they suddenly reversed course, shooting back and aiming straight for his head. Sensing the returning blades, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Shocked, he turned to see them closing in. I can't dodge this in time. Just as the daggers were about to hit, an invisible barrier deflected them again. Stunned, Trang Hien saw the 2 blades fall to the ground. Overjoyed, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness for my peak-grade ether shield. I would have been finished otherwise. He's going to keep his distance and keep throwing knives. How should I counter this? Across from him, Jin Seong's expression turned grim. His earlier arrogance was gone. Another dagger appeared in his hand as he attacked Trang Hien again. He thought to himself, I thought that was a clean hit. He deflected it. He must have a special skill. Meanwhile, Trang Hien transformed his longsword. His sword became a kunai. He hurled it confidently towards Jin Seng. The sharp blade tore through the air with incredible speed as Jin Seng watched. He smirked with contempt. Just 1 dagger? Too easy to stop with my control skill. He focused his power, activating the ability. His control technique instantly seized the incoming dagger. Seeing this, Trang Hien activated his supervision with a confident look. I knew you'd do that. In an instant, several more daggers materialized in Trang Hien's hands. He launched them at Jin Seong in rapid succession. The first dagger was just a feint for the real attack to follow. The other blades flew towards Jin Seong, catching him completely off guard. Stunned, he struggled to control all 4 daggers. Trang Hien had predicted everything. He managed to stop 4 of them with his control, but he can't use that skill on multiple targets so quickly. That meant he was vulnerable to the final dagger, meant to strike while he was distracted. Jin Seong desperately tried to control the assault, but 1 dagger slipped through his control, heading straight for his head. With no way to dodge or counter, he closed his eyes, accepting defeat. He only heard a single beep, and it was over. A loud voice announced, "Trong Hien wins." He gave a small fist pump. Meanwhile, in another room, a live broadcast of the fight was playing. A voice spoke up. "So, is that the one you predicted to win this season?" A man lounging in a chair asked back. "What do you think?" The other man adjusted his glasses, using his analysis vision skill on Trong Hien's image. The man offered his analysis. He has excellent strategic awareness, and it was brilliant to hide the other 3 daggers. Not to mention, his stats aren't even that high. A thought struck him. "I see." He turned back to question his friend, Judge Lee Min-seo. "You know something about this kid, don't you?" Judge Lee tried to play it off. "Huh? Don't play dumb," the analyst pressed. "Tell me what his skill is." There's no way he devised that strategy without knowing about the control skill. Judge Lee Min-seo scratched his head, unsure of the details himself. He looked baffled by the man's question. He answered vaguely, "From what I can tell, he has something similar to your analysis vision, just like you, or the first-generation hunter, Kim Seong-wook. Analysis vision is an incredibly rare skill. Only 2 people have ever been recorded with it." The aloof man spoke. "You have high hopes just because he predicted one skill? Is that so?" Lee Min-seo replied calmly. "I think we may have underestimated him." He recalled another image of Trong Hien, finding the treasure chest in the hidden dungeon. He knew the dungeon's location in the survival game and targeted the replica's integrated circuits in the prelims. Judge Lee Min-seo continued enthusiastically. "If he debuts in the Major League, people will call him the second coming of the legend, Kim Seong-wook." Suddenly, Min-seo turned to his friend. "By the way, do you want him for your team?" The man replied coolly, "Yes. But the thing is," he stared at Trong Hien's image, thinking, analysis vision can see stats, but not skills. And yet, that kid, Trong Hien, he knew his opponent's skill and devised the perfect strategy to win. He suddenly asked Min-se, "Has his team been decided yet?" Lee Min-seo smiled, teasing his friend. "Oh? So you're that interested? Too bad. The program's sponsors get priority picks." Hearing this, the man clenched his jaw in frustration. "I have to find a way to recruit him." Back at the training hall, Trong Hien and Kim Ta-chun were sparring. Trong Hien collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. He checked his status window while catching his breath. "I still don't get the peak grades evaluation mechanics, but I'm not in a rush to figure it out." He stood and resumed his training. Beside him, Kim Ta-chun eagerly practiced, following Trong Hien's advice. After training, Ta-chun turned to Trong Hien with a smirk. "I can totally beat you now." Trong Hien paid him no mind, turning away and muttering, "Get real." Kim Ta-chun persisted. "Hey, I've gotten way better, you saw it," he said proudly, stroking the JP sword in his hand. "My swordsmanship has never been this sharp." Trong Hien just smiled. He had gotten stronger thanks to my advice, but he was still no match for me. "Hey, wait for me," Kim Ta-chun called out. They both casually strolled out of the training hall. Inside, a room set up like a classroom, cameras recorded every angle. Many people were already gathered and seated. Suddenly, the doors flew open, shattering the room's tense silence. Lee, Trong Hien, and Kim Ta-chun calmly stepped inside. Both wondered about the summons. Was this some kind of lecture? Trong Hien and Ta-chun took seats in the back. Moments later, the 3 judges entered with an imposing air. Azakal spoke first. "Hello. Did you all enjoy your week of rest? Or, should I say, a week of training? Some used it well." Kim Ta-chun and Lee Trong Hien listened intently. Others, perhaps not so much. "Regardless, I believe you all still have much to learn." Azakal's voice suddenly dropped, his tone turning sharp as steel. Judge Mincer continued. "Each of you here is a budding talent, but a huge gap remains between you and the pros. That is why we have assembled a team of 5 mentors." The door slid open again, and 3 figures stepped inside. Their presence was completely overwhelming. Judge Mincer explained. "All 3 have competed in the First League, with major wins and notable achievements. They will be tasked with both instructing and evaluating you. These coaches will train you for your role, and you'll be tested in a 3 versus 3 mini-hunter tournament." The trio looked fierce, radiating intensity. A sudden chill ran down Lee Trong Hien's spine. He instinctively sensed it. Mana manipulation, he thought. Enough to pressure all 20 people here. Not bad. The others seemed to feel it too. An older man stepped onto the podium. "I am Lee Song-jin. I'll be training the close combat warriors. I have no patience for the weak-willed or arrogant." He then roared. "But above all, I despise the conceited." His booming voice mentally crushed everyone in the room. Only Trong Hien remained completely unfazed. Seeing Li Tranghayan's confident expression, the man scowled. So be humble and train hard. Azakal cut in. After reviewing your performances, we have assigned your roles. Please listen carefully and remember your assigned role. She began with the first name, Trang Hyun. He immediately shot to his feet, shouting, "Yes," Azakal announced his role. Melee combatant. He was stunned. His world turned upside down. What? He stammered in disbelief. After team assignments, everyone headed to their training rooms. Most were excited, but he was simply confused. How the hell did I get assigned to Melee? He scanned the room and spotted an old acquaintance, Junhan Gi, who noticed him too. He also saw Ju Hee-tu, the competition's runner-up. He glanced beside him and saw Tu Chun. Too many familiar faces were in this group. The coach appeared suddenly, yelling, "From this moment on, forget everything you've learned. I don't care what academy you're from. You're all worse than third league hunters." He stood with hands on his hips, his voice sharp. Everyone gathered around him, hanging on his every word. You've seen pro hunters use mobility gear like mana-activated air anchors and blocks. Meanwhile, you're all stuck fighting on the ground. Even third league hunters have mastered aerial combat. Hearing this, Li Tranghayan pictured the air anchor and block devices. Mana-activated devices enabled far more dynamic and flashy battles. Li Songjin continued, "I will teach you to use air anchors and blocks. A melee warrior who can't use them is useless." Then he roared, "Now, begin!" Li Tranghyun watched someone miserably failing to use an air block. It had tangled around his leg, leaving him dangling and flailing in midair. Tranghyun thought, "Everyone struggles with these at first. I used to wield them like they were part of my body." He then took a step into the air as a force pulsed from his boots. An air block began to materialize. He swung his arm confidently. "Let's see if my muscle memory is still there." While focused on his practice, Li Tranghayan noticed a commotion. Li Songjin stood over a young man who had just fallen. He screamed, "Are these the future stars of the Korean hunter arena? Is this all you've got? Get up!" He pointed to another trainee, also tangled and dangling helplessly. "They call the third league a rookie graveyard for a reason. It's a trap for useless fools like you who can't use this basic gear." The constant screaming was starting to get on Li Tranghayan's nerves. "Man, it's so noisy I can't focus." His attention then shifted. Tranghayan glanced at Tu Chun, who was also struggling with the new equipment. Li Tranghayan noted, Tu Chun isn't doing any better. He closed his eyes to refocus, thinking, of course not. He's not actually teaching, so how could they possibly learn? Tranghayan waved from below, calling out, "Hey, Tu Chun, you're doing it wrong, get down here." Tu Chun looked over, completely bewildered. He immediately jumped down. Tu Chun asked, "Aren't you practicing?" He said, "We're being tested." Tranghayan simply crossed his arms with confidence. "Worry about yourself. At this rate, you'll never get it." Kim Tu Chun pressed him. "So what am I supposed to do?" Li Tranghayan gestured, forming an air block to show Tu Chun. "First, decide on the length of your mana string, then maintain a stable flow. Otherwise, the string's length will fluctuate, which is why you're losing your balance." He pointed at Tu Chun. "Also, focus on your center of gravity." Li Tranghayan materialized an air anchor to explain. "When you're airborne, your core acts as your center of gravity, the muscles in your abdomen, hips, and lower back. Those muscles work together to keep your spine stable and your body upright." He hurled the anchor skyward. It functioned just like a normal one, catching on some invisible point with impossible firmness. Tranghayan gave the anchor a few tugs, testing its hold, then launched himself into an aerial spin right before Tu Chun's eyes. He landed as light as a feather. Turning to Tu Chun, he said, "This makes it easier to avoid falls. Always monitor your mana flow. First, you must focus on maintaining it constantly." Kim Tu Chun, stunned, nodded rapidly at Zhuang Xuan's guidance. Tu Chun was lost in the possibilities. Copying Zhuang Xuan's moves, he formed an air mass in his hand, murmuring, "Use the core as the center, and maintain a constant mana flow." Instantly, the air mass reshaped into an air anchor. He threw it hard, locking it securely onto a point in the sky. Kim Tu Chun pulled the line taut, testing its strength, then vaulted into the air. He flipped a few times and landed safely, then beamed at Zhuang Xuan with a wide smile. "See that? Nailed it on the first try. I'm a total genius." Kim Tu Chun chattered on, his face bursting with pride. Zhuang Xuan calmly replied, Yeah, but their moment was cut short by a booming voice. "Hey, you two." It was Li Songqin, shouting, "Are you two just gossiping? Did you come here to play? It looks like you two aren't even training." He pointed at them, demanding, "What's your name?" Zhuang Xuan answered him with total confidence. He thought to himself, So he wants to make an example of us? Fine by me. Hearing Zhuang Xuan's bold reply, Li Songqin's anger flared. He gritted his teeth. Very well. Zhuang Xuan, are you slacking off because you're so confident in your skills? Zhuang Xuan answered with a shrug. That's about right. He mulled it over. I could just apologize, but I'm curious about their test. Besides, if you count my past life, I'm his senior. He smiled. And a senior's duty is to discipline his juniors. Li Songqin spun around, his voice dropping low. It seems I've given you all far too much time. We will begin the evaluation now. Everyone, prepare. In a separate room, the three judges were gathered. Judge Li Mincer scanned the roster. He stopped suddenly. Wait, why is he on this list? Judge Azako spoke up. Who? You mean Zhuang Xuan? Mincer nodded. Yeah, he questioned. He's a long-range specialist, isn't he? Is this a mistake? Azako shot back. He can use melee weapons too, so he'll be fine. More importantly, the kid is far too arrogant. That's why I put him in the melee group, under Songqin's authority. Li Minseo sighed. Let me get this straight. You're going to teach a cocky rookie a lesson by pitting him against a first-rank hunter? Judge Azako gripped the list tightly. She said, her voice strained. I've made my decision. Besides, education is one of the main goals of this program. I believe this is the right thing to do. She pictured Zhuang Xuan, thinking that he needed a serious reality check for that overconfident rookie. Back in the training hall, Li Songqin announced his test. The goal is to retrieve that anchor. Begin, he challenged them. Songqin glanced over the trainees with contempt. And I hope that lazy, overconfident candidate proves his worth. Otherwise, he's not fit to be a hunter. Li Songqin was obviously targeting Zhuang Xuan. Hearing this, the main character just smirked, thinking, ha, they want to fail me with this test? Zhuang Xuan coolly accepted. Of course. But what happens if I succeed? Li Songqin put his hands on his hips. You'll be free to do whatever you want in my classes, but only if you succeed, he sneered internally. That's impossible. That anchor is 100 meters off the ground, a height no beginner could ever reach with an air anchor. Truthfully, even an intermediate-level user would fail. He was certain his test was unbeatable. Watching from the side, Li Songqin nodded in satisfaction, just as he expected. See? They're all struggling desperately to climb up and get the anchor. Suddenly, a sword shot through the air, slicing through the wind with such speed that even Li Songqin was forced to pay attention. Huh, is that Hanji's sword? In no time, he had used his blade to ascend high into the air. Li Songqin was surprised but pleased. Not bad. Using a sword to fly, is it telekinesis? No, it's something more advanced. But a wicked grin spread across his face. Too bad he's only climbing and not using an air anchor. Li Songqin was suddenly distracted when the crowd began to gasp in unison. Wow, and when he saw the source of the commotion, it was Zhuang Xuan, expertly climbing with his air mass and anchor. What? Li Songqin was stunned. Zhuang Xuan simply grinned and leaped higher. He swung from the line of the air mass. Below, Li Songqin was shocked. Isn't that kid afraid of falling? Zhuang Xuan confidently stepped on the air mass, launching himself toward the anchor. Suddenly, the air mass under his feet dissipated. Huh? My platform? Zhuang Xuan stumbled but expertly twisted his body in midair. Down below, Li Songqin felt a wave of panic, terrified the kid would fall. Zhuang Xuan gritted his teeth and threw another air anchor into the sky. Once again he grabbed the anchor's line, flipping through the air to regain his balance. Another air mass appeared beneath his feet. He triumphantly stomped on the air mass, using the momentum to rocket upwards. He shot like an arrow toward the anchor fixed at the ceiling. With a deft movement, Zhuang Xuan had the anchor in his hand. He let out a breath. Phew, the view is much cooler up here. As for Li Songqin, he was completely stunned by this feat. What the hell? How is that possible? It's his first time using this gear. Unbelievable. Zhuang Xuan nonchalantly sat on an air mass, floating in the sky. He shot a boastful look down below. Back in the lecture hall, everyone was seated properly. Li Songqin stood at the podium. He cleared his throat, ahem, and began his lecture. There are two main roles in close combat. The first is the initiator, tasked with starting the fight and tying down the enemy. While the others listened intently, Zhuang Xuan was slouched in the back, bored out of his mind. He let out a huge yawn and started to complain internally. A boring theory class right after a practical exam? He tuned out Li Songqin's voice. They often have special skills that let them support allies or immobilize foes. The other is the melee fighter, as you all know. Zhuang Xuan laid his head on the desk, thinking happily, perfect. Now he can't say a word no matter what I do. What could the old man do now? He shouldn't have challenged me. Li Songqin watched, completely powerless. He simply cleared his throat and continued the lecture. Their mission is to join the fight after the initiator begins, focusing on the enemy's main melee fighters or key warriors. There are many more positions if we study further. He then lowered his voice. But for now, this is all you need to know. As he drifted off to sleep, Li Tranghian recalled how he acquired the anchor. He sat comfortably on a block of air, thinking, I've used this gear to death. Using it again felt as natural as a fish to water. Then Tranghian's mood shifted, full of questions. When did this note get in my pocket? A piece of paper was in his jacket pocket. It read, After class, meet me behind the training center at 7 o'clock during the break. I have something interesting for you to see. Tranghian's eyes snapped open as questions raced through his mind. Who is this? What do they want? I should check it out. At the back of the training center, the area was filled with nothing but trees and patches of empty land. Li Tranghian stood in a corner, clutching the mysterious letter. He scanned his surroundings. Huh? There's no one here. He frowned in confusion, looking down at the note. Is this a prank? Subconsciously, Li Tranghian spotted something. His gaze sharpened, eyes widening as he stared at the ground. Huh? Using his eagle eye skill, he immediately noticed strange tracks on the ground. Li Tranghian was suspicious. Something's off here. He crouched down for a better look. Strange. Straight lines were etched into the earth, forming a cryptic square that outlined a vacant plot of land. Just then, the ground began to tremble, revealing a strange path with a staircase leading deep underground. Whoa! Li Tranghian gazed at the entrance in awe. A secret passage. He eagerly descended the path, his hand brushing against the wall as his eyes darted everywhere. That's when he saw it. Tranghian was completely stunned. His pupils shrank as he stared intently at the unexpected sight. It was the figure of a tall, powerful man. The shadow turned. The light slowly revealed the man's identity. Li Tranghian was taken aback. The chairman of the Hunters Association. Just like what I read online. Li Gunthak smiled. You made it. Good work finding the way. Chairman Li and Tranghian stood in an incredibly vast space, a secret chamber constructed deep beneath the earth. He replied casually to Chairman Li. That note was completely useless. Training center at 7? Who could possibly find this place with just that? Tranghian thought to himself. He was obviously testing me to see if I could find the way. He waved his hand and continued. At least tell me why you wanted to see me. The chairman spoke. I've watched all your scenes from the show. He smiled and lowered his voice. Although, only one episode has been broadcast so far. Chairman Li Gunthak stared intently at Tranghian. He thought, of course, I've observed him far more than that. Watching him during his training sessions, where he displayed his incredible movement and observation skills. This kid has genuinely sparked my interest. Chairman Li offered a gentle smile. I've been trying to predict the winner of Next Gen Hunter. Li Tranghian asked with bold confidence. And you think it's me? Chairman Li pointed a finger upwards and casually replied to Tranghian. Yes. Not only that, I believe you will make it to the Premier League. Even higher, perhaps. Tranghian clutched the paper in his hand. All right. His face lit up with a mix of joy and excitement. So what is it you wanted to show me? Is it that interesting? Chairman Li Gunthak turned around. Indeed, I did say that. He then immediately placed his hand on a pedestal. The surface of the pedestal scanned the chairman's handprint, and a door instantly slid open, gradually revealing the incredible secret hidden inside. Inside were display cases of high-grade gear. Tranghian exclaimed in shock, F-rank weapons. He then looked at the support items nearby. And there's specialized mana equipment too. Li Tranghian looked at the chairman and asked, Why are you showing me these things? Chairman Li replied, Don't you want them? Tranghian eyed the equipment and nodded. Of course, I do. There's even a weapon I used in my previous life. His eyes drifted toward a sword. It was exceptionally exquisite and sharp, bearing a mysterious purple hue. It was accented with luxurious royal gold and carved with intricate patterns. Set in the hilt was a crimson gem. Caliburn, the sword from an exhibition. It was the prize for winning a tournament, and I obtained it. That blade was a joy to use. It's also quite special, as it can transform into a gun. The more he thought, the more Li Tranghian recalled the past where he had used that sword. Chairman Li shrugged. If you like one, I'll lend it to you. Li Tranghian asked slyly. Lend? You can't just give it to me? Li Gunthak waved his hand. You don't know the value of these weapons. They're much more precious than the weapons you received from the Mora workshop. He gave a bitter smile. A weapon is a weapon. Then he glanced at the chairman. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want from me? Chairman Li rubbed his chin. Usually they'd be showering me with flattery, especially after learning I'm a first-generation hunter and the chairman of the Hunters Association. But this kid keeps reading me, doesn't he? He's truly different. Chairman Lee smiled warmly at him. Join the Hunters Association. Not as a trainee, but as a full-fledged hunter. If you agree, I'll let you borrow anything in here. Trang Hian crossed his arms and retorted, "What's in it for me if I agree?" Chairman Lee was puzzled. "Do you not know what joining the Hunters Association means?" He replied nonchalantly, "Of course I do, but I don't think it's worthy of me. If that's all your offer is, I'll be leaving now. Class is about to start." Hearing the words coming from Trang Hian's mouth, Chairman Lee was completely shocked, his face frozen solid. Trang Hian turned his back to leave. Chairman Lee's pleading voice called after him, "Wait, it seems you overestimate your abilities. Do you know how many talented youths I've met, who were outstanding in the second and third leagues? They didn't even get such a privilege." He didn't even turn back, just called out his reply. "No, and I don't want to know. The only thing I care about is whether I can do it or not." Then he turned and bowed to the chairman. "I appreciate you showing me these things. See you later." In the end, he walked away with pride and confidence, leaving behind a stunned, bewildered, and utterly floored Chairman Lee. He could only manage a single word, "Wow." The classroom door slid open. Trang Hian entered, seeing Kim To-chun already inside. Seeing him arrive, his friend smiled. "Where were you? I was starting to think you'd be late." Trang Hian calmly pulled up a chair. "Relax. I'm not that irresponsible." To-chun continued to ramble behind him. "You always make me worry, especially about that incident with instructor Song Chin." Trang Hian simply closed his eyes to relax. They don't eliminate contestants for being late. The show must go on. Kim To-chun sat beside him, pressing on. "Seriously, where were you?" Trang Hian answered casually. "Some old man just wanted to meet me." Inside, his thoughts were different. "I could have accepted his offer, but with my past life's experience, I'll be fine even without those weapons. Plus, winning this show gets me a custom weapon from the Moza workshop. I just need to let my own value increase. If it doesn't work out, I'll just form my own team." Inside a simulation space, a virtual city with towering skyscrapers had been rendered. A modern marvel. Judge Azacho's voice echoed. "I hope what your instructors taught you proves useful. Now, it's time to apply what you've learned. You will all compete in a 3 versus 3 match in this aerial urban combat zone. Winning teams will advance, while the losing teams face elimination. Let's see who will be victorious." Judge Azacho continued. "We have also prepared a special reward for the champions. To raise the stakes, they will receive a mana stone sponsored by the Hunters Association." Trang Hian's eyes lit up. "A mana stone. It boosts both the quantity and potency of mana. Exactly what I'm looking for. I need more mana for ether, and for any new skills I acquire." Trang Hian smirked. "I will get my hands on it, no matter the cost." Judge Lee Min-seo added, "This round marks the start of the true preliminary battles, so everything will be broadcast live. In fact, the program is on air right now, so be mindful." Judge Azacho said, flashing a warm smile. "Your class performance will decide your teams. The person with the highest score gets to pick their members first." Judge Min smiled. "All right. We'll see you again when the match starts. Please proceed to the waiting room to form your teams." A camera flash went off, the lights faded, and a voice suddenly cut in. "Cut there." The crowded room was now empty, save for the 3 judges and countless surrounding cameras. Azacho rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. His performance in the survival game was impressive, but he is far too arrogant. Judge Azacho couldn't stop recalling images of Trang Hian. The boy definitely has talent, but he lacks empathy for others. That will be his biggest hurdle when forming a team. Lee Min-seo turned to her. "Still thinking about Trang Hian, Azacho?" Judge Azacho shot back at Lee Min-seo. "A team round in an aerial urban combat zone? Tell me what you're really planning. With 20 participants left, you typically favor a round that emphasizes individual skill. This is a deliberate choice. These kids aren't ready for teamwork, and you know it." In truth, she was thinking, "I want Trang Hian to be eliminated. No matter how skilled he is with anchors and air blocks, fighting alone just makes him a prime target." The vast arena also requires contestants to cover long distances quickly. That puts Trang Hian at a disadvantage, given his low stats. Lee Min-seo considered Azacho's words. He couldn't help but remark, "Ha, it's been a while since you've been this invested in a contestant." Azacho replied, "I know his talent is great, but a victory isn't what he needs now." After a moment of silence, Judge Min-soo-hee finally spoke up. "I agree with Azacho. That much overconfidence can bring down an inexperienced hunter." Even top-ranked players have lost tournaments because of one careless moment. In contrast to his two colleagues, Judge Lee Min-seo crossed his arms, a confident smile on his face. You know something? I believe that in the most competitive arenas, confidence leads to victory, while arrogance leads to ruin. They're two sides of the same coin. Let's just see how he handles the stage you two have set for him. Meanwhile, in a waiting room, Lai Trang-hyun sat among the other participants. He was stunned by the announcement of his rank. I'm number 1? A staff member confirmed it. That's right. With the highest score, you get to pick 2 teammates first. Hearing this confirmation, a confident smirk spread across Lai Trang-hyun's face. All right then, I'll take Kim Chi-sung and Han Ji-soo. As they appeared, Han Ji-soo calmly observed his surroundings. In stark contrast, Kim Chi-sung was absolutely furious. Lee Trang-hyun greeted them cheerfully. Hey, let's do our best. Chi-sung immediately exploded. Hey, why the hell did you pick me? What kind of game are you trying to play? Trang-hyun observed him, thinking. The arrogant type. He can't accept that I already beat him. Trang-hyun's gaze then shifted to Jisoo. Jisoo will behave. I've already established my dominance over him. He's just a kid. I can handle this. Lai Trang-hyun put on a serious face and addressed them both. I intend to take first place in this round. When Chi-sung scoffed, Trang-hyun pointed gently at him. With a gentle expression, he said, Among everyone here, I only trust your abilities. You are the strongest. I need your help. Seeing this sudden change, both Chi-sung and Jisoo were stunned, but Jisoo's expression was the most telling. He covered his face in utter disbelief. Lai Trang-hyun gritted his teeth. Good grief. The things I'll do for that prize. Chi-sung turned away, clearing his throat loudly. Then he and Jisoo approached. So what, you have a plan? Trang-hyun answered confidently. Of course I do. That's why I picked you two. But you must follow my lead. The three huddled together as he whispered. If you don't, I can guarantee. The three of them whispered intensely. All around them, their potential rivals watched with suspicion. After hearing Trang-hyun's plan, Kim Chi-sung's reaction was explosive. What? He grabbed his head and yelled in despair. Are you messing with me? Lai Trang-hyun sighed. Damn it, it's not like I can tell them I'm from the future. He grabbed Chi-sung's shoulder to steady him. Just follow my instructions and do not make a mistake, got it? Then his expression turned ice-cold and vicious. If you fail, you're just helping our opponents. So don't mess up. Seeing Trang-hyun's sudden change, Han Ji-soo and Kim Chi-sung trembled with fear. Oh, okay. We understand. Back in the simulation space, a voice boomed. Let the 3 versus 3 hunter match begin. The arena is a floating urban war zone. Touch the ground or become incapacitated, and you're eliminated. Contestants who fail are eliminated from the program. Good luck. Lee Trang-hyun materialized on a skyscraper, his gaze fixed on the sky. A wide grin spread across his face. Let's begin. On a windswept rooftop, Lee Trang-hyun sat alone, plotting his next move. This skyscraper is at the 7 o'clock position from the center. He scans the area below. Looks like he's the only one here. After a quick analysis, Trang-hyun tapped his earpiece. What's your status? On the other end, his two teammates immediately responded. Southeast sector of the arena. I'm at the 3 o'clock position, between the edge and the center. With the intel gathered, Lee Trang-hyun stood up. All right, proceed as planned. His footsteps echoed, his voice steely with command as he gave the order. We'll rendezvous later. Head towards the center now, and stay hidden. If you encounter anyone, retreat immediately. The voice on the other end replied sharply. Roger. Trang-hyun gripped his gun and moved out. He leaped from the rooftop onto a suspension bridge. He felt a slight unease. With 3 teams of 3 in this massive arena, chance encounters should be rare. Trang-hyun moved with calculated caution, which means I'll have to draw them out myself. Suddenly, an arrow shot out, speeding right for him. Lee Trang-hyun dodged with a powerful stride. The arrow clattered against the bridge, and his teammate's anxious voice crackled. What was that? Are you under attack? Once clear of danger, Lee Trang-hyun replied calmly, I'm fine. He glanced at the opposite skyscraper, thinking to himself, the archer hasn't regrouped with their team yet. No matter. Lee Trang-hyun's gaze hardened as he assessed the situation. I need to get to the central skyscraper. Without hesitation, Trang-hyun planted his foot firmly on the building's edge. With a single, graceful leap, he landed on the skyscraper's roof. His teammates quickly reported, I've arrived. My position is stable. Lee Trang-hyun scouted the area while listening. Do you have eyes on the outside? Can you see me? His teammates quickly responded. You can't see me, but I have a clear visual on you. Same here. Getting the confirmation he wanted, A sly grin appeared on Li Tranghian's face. Good, time to play. He raised his gun straight to the sky. A volley of shots echoed through the air, a clear signal to every enemy nearby. Satisfied with his work, Li Tranghian lowered his weapon. Now, we wait. A moment later, a massive figure appeared. It was Shin Han, weapon slung over his shoulder, who casually sat down beside Li Tranghian. What are you up to? Li Tranghian shot Shin Han a cold glare. Without hesitating, Shin Han leaped down to the rooftop. You here alone? Haha, perfect. Just what I was hoping for. You're my first opponent, huh? Hold on, I gotta tell Hangi. But a voice immediately crackled through his own earpiece. Cut the chatter. Your comms are open. I heard everything. This isn't a game, but if you think you can take him, go for it. Shinhan scratched his head, embarrassed. Oh, really? I heard it all, too. The voice warned again. I'm heading your way, so don't do anything reckless. Li Tranghian's mind began to race with calculations. If I waste time here, I'll have to face 2 of them, or more. But Shinhan wouldn't let him go, stepping closer with probing questions. Why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I heard you ranked first in close combat, but I'm pretty confident in a one-on-one. I've also done my research on countering mana guns. Li Tranghian just stared, dumbfounded, internally cursing him out. Is this guy a mind reader or something? You think that'll work? He raised his gun, aiming it straight at Shinhan. What makes you so sure I'm alone? Shinhan replied honestly. Because you and your team would have attacked me already. I just know they aren't here, that's all. In the next instant, he charged forward, weapon raised. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask about your fight with Han Gi after this is over. He launched a powerful attack, aimed straight at Trang Hian's gun. A thought crossed his mind. Just as I suspected, he's much stronger than me. Trang Hian immediately leaped backward to create distance. I have to maintain distance. He began weaving a thread of mana in his hand. Without a second's hesitation, Li Tranghian swung up into the air, but Shinhan gave chase instantly. In just a few leaps, he was right behind him. Where do you think you're going? Li Tranghian shot a cold glare over his shoulder. A cold chuckle escaped him. Not bad at tracking. In contrast to Tranghian's calm demeanor, Shinhan's mind was a storm of anxious thoughts as he pursued him. I won't let you get away, I'll prove myself to you. Do you have any idea I can't even measure up to my seniors? But in the mobility test, I surprised everyone. Are you heading for the plaza? Stop running, Tranghian. Fight me properly. I know you've got some special skill. Let's make this a real battle. Up ahead, Tranghian just kept running, utterly exasperated. Geez, he's still spouting nonsense even up here. Suddenly, he gripped his mana thread and yanked it hard. Li Tranghian executed a stunning mid-air spin. Witnessing the maneuver, Shinhan could only stare in stunned silence for a moment. Snapping back to his senses, he turned to face him. At that exact moment, Li Tranghian fired a single shot directly at him. Shinhan swiftly brought up his weapon to block the bullet. Seeing his attack parried, Li Tranghian turned to flee again, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He's one of the top prospects after all. A simple shot won't distract him. His hand tightened on his gun. My ether can't match a real survival game weapon. As he thought, Tranghian moved as fast as he could. This gun isn't strong enough to stop him, not with my low mana reserves. Suddenly, something made him freeze. From high above, Junhan John spotted him. He raised his sword, blocking the path ahead. You've lost. Li Tranghian remained perfectly calm. He tapped his earpiece. Chisung Chisu. Nearby, Han Chisu was hidden, awaiting the signal. A small figure slipped through the glass door's gap. A sharp voice cried out, "Ready!" Just then, Shinhan rushed to their position. Li Tranghian frantically screamed, "Chisung! Chisu!" At that moment, their opponents froze, unable to move. Hanji gritted his teeth in fury. A fiery blast erupted from across the field. Chihan desperately scanned the area. Where? Where are they? In a rage, he unleashed a volley of his swords forward. Li Tranghian instantly spotted the attack, dodging the blades with a tilt of his head. A wicked grin spread across his face as he shouted. Jisoo and Hangi kept up their focused assault. He retorted coldly, "You can't fool me again." But just then, a chilling sound made him freeze. Wait a second. An immense weight suddenly crushed down on everyone. A gravity attack! In that instant, Li Tranghian floated up effortlessly. He executed a spectacular flip in mid-air. Li Tranghian landed with a supremely confident smile. Hanji looked down, his voice laced with worry. Is he making a reckless attack? The violent shaking beneath his and his partner's feet grew even stronger. In a flash, gravity's pull sent them all plummeting downwards. From within the chaos, a pair of hands reached out, creating a powerful surge of aura. The energy formed a vast net, catching Li Tranghian's entire body. Han Gi's eyes widened in pure disbelief. What? Everyone else fell straight to the ground below. Han Gi finally realized the horrifying truth. It was a trap. Just seconds later, the system's announcement blared. Team A's Chi Han is down. Team A's Han Gi is down. Through his earpiece, Kim Chi-shung's voice crackled. Are you okay? Can you withstand the gravity? Li Tranghian steadied himself on a sturdy white line and replied, This crushing pressure isn't great, but I can manage. Good job, Chi-shung. He watched from inside a nearby building, his hand on his comms. I never knew my control could do this. This plan wasn't bad at all. Li Tranghian landed firmly on a rooftop and shot back. Not bad? If we had faced them head-on, it wouldn't have been this easy. He remembered the moment they had swarmed his position. First, he would have to provoke them, and the moment they were all airborne, Jisoo would unleash a surprise gravity attack, leaving them completely defenseless. During the planning stage, Li Tranghian had offered a triumphant grin. Thanks to Chi-sung's control, I won't fall like the others. He then added a reminder, the game isn't over yet, so don't lose focus. Li Tranghian looked up towards the light. The others have likely seen or heard about what happened, so they'll probably be on guard against that same trick. As they were talking, the system broadcasted another update. Team A's Du Hai-chu was eliminated from excessive bleeding. Team B's Lee Ha-yo, Kim Ki-chu, and Cha Yo-tae were also out. Li Tranghian seemed a bit surprised by the news. She took on 3 of them alone? Well, it is Hai-chu, so it's not that surprising. The system's voice rang out once more, announcing the survivors. From Team C, Kim Chi-sung, who was standing calmly inside a building. Team C, Han Chi-soo. At the sound of his name, he rose from his hiding spot. Li Tranghian also stood, looking up. Team C, Li Tranghian, also among the last ones standing. Elsewhere, a frustrated voice began to complain. No, he faced Team B all by himself. 2 of you chased one guy, and then you both got wiped. Du Hai-chu looked at her teammates, exasperated. Is this your first time in combat? I was just completely frozen. I couldn't believe it. Shin Han tried to explain, looking flustered. That's not it, Sunbae. When we found you hiding, Tranghian looked like he was about to lose to Sunbae Junhangi. But his tactics were sharp, targeting both of our weaknesses. So we had no choice but to charge in. Even without a strategy, Sunbae Junhangi is still far stronger than those guys in terms of raw power. Right? He continued loudly, ignoring the glares from his teammates. But that's just my personal opinion. Even if Sunbae Hai-chu had been there with Sunbae Han-ji, the result would have been the same. That's what I'm saying. Sunbae Hai-chu, you didn't see how incredible Sunbae Tranghian was. Beside them, Han-gi nervously scratched his head. Sorry, it was my fault. I should have been more cautious. Even though he had experienced their abilities before, Li Tranghian watched from afar, thinking, I went through that same feeling before my regression. Instead of getting depressed over a failed mission, you should analyze your mistakes and reflect on your performance. Sometimes, being a little shameless helps. A voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Hey. Turning around, Tranghian saw Chi-shung standing there, waiting for him. He was blushing and avoiding eye contact. Sorry for saying those harsh things to you. Li Tranghian was stunned, completely confused by the sudden apology. But before he could respond, Chi-sung had already turned to leave. If you already forgot, then never mind. Li Tranghian watched his retreating figure with a thoughtful gaze. He's the type who would die before ever apologizing. A classic tsundere. Cold outside, but warm inside. In the observation room, Azako was a bit shocked by the outcome. I never expected him to defeat them so easily. Nearby, 2 judges began their discussion. This was a victory of pure strategy. The result was a complete surprise. I told you that kid was special. Azako chimed in while watching the feed. This wasn't meant to be a test of tactics from the start. Even I'm surprised. Her eyes regained their sharp focus. Even knowing the abilities of Han Ji-soo and Kim Chi-shung, coming up with that strategy on the fly is incredible. And the fact he persuaded a former enemy to cooperate is remarkable in itself. She looked at his confident expression and silently concluded that this must be what makes him special. In another location, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed. The announcer's voice boomed, creating a dramatic flare. And now, for the next generation of hunters, the first round of the main competition has concluded. Next up are the rewards for this round's victors, proudly taking first place with 3 points for survival and 2 points for 2 eliminations. Team C, Li Tranghian, Kim Chi-shung, and Han Chi-soo, please come to the stage. His voice echoed as the stage lights began to dim. Each of you will receive 1 mana awakening stone. Li Tranghian bowed respectfully to accept the reward, a quiet joy blooming within him. I've passed the first trial since a sparkling mana stone rested inside an ornate box. He stared at it, overjoyed. With this, I can upgrade a top-tier skill. As the awards were being presented, the announcer continued to hype the crowd. The Mana Awakening Stone will increase your mana pool, making you all the more powerful. Use this chance and forge ahead. Carry the future of Korea's hunters. Conquer the tower as a top-tier hunter. No, become a hunter on the world stage. He paused, his voice dropping low. However, there are some who are not qualified to be hunters. The losing team from the 3-on-3 hunter match will face an elimination mission. Among them, any player the judges deem unqualified will be cut from the program. Li Tranghian listened in silence to the host's words, lost in his own thoughts. Since this was a competition, an elimination mission was inevitable. The 13 losers from the first round were its participants, and among them, a handsome face appeared. Kim Tu-chun. Cutting through Tranghian's thoughts, the host pointed to the screen and continued. I will now explain the elimination mission. This elimination mission is a 2-person flag capture battle, where 2 hunters must work as a coordinated team. Images of high-rise buildings with flags flashed on the screen. The rules are simple. To pass this mission, your pair must capture a point within 1 minute. If you fail to capture a point, there is another way. The screen turned dark, splashed with a dangerous, bright red. The host's voice grew sharp. That way is kill points. You can collect 10 kill points by taking down other hunters to get on the leaderboard. Though it didn't concern him, Li Tranghian watched with intense focus. Because of the odd number of participants, you can invite a teammate from those who already passed. If you team up, the passing contestant will not be eliminated, even with a low score. Finally, to conclude, the host raised his voice. The match begins in 1 day. After hearing the rules, everyone headed to the waiting room. Li Tranghian stood silently in a corner, dazed. I knew it. His eyes shifted toward Ju Hee-chu and Han Gi in the corner. Those two have already partnered up. I'd do the same. Partnering with the strongest is the easiest path. He then looked worriedly toward Kim Tu-chun, who was still scrambling alone. Hasn't he found a partner? Is he going to be eliminated? Suddenly, the guy turned and looked right at him. Who knows what the future holds? But right now, this elimination mission is incredibly risky. A delighted Kim Tu-chun ran straight toward a stunned Li Tranghian. Huh? Just as I thought. Tu-chun rushed over to him. Hey Tranghian, we're classmates. You'll help me, right? There's no one else. But his attitude was not friendly. He refused bluntly. No. A panicked Kim Tu-chun grabbed and shook his arm. Come on, please. Oh right, you taught me how to use a sword. So that makes us master and disciple, doesn't it? Huh? What master would watch their disciple get eliminated and do nothing? This whole situation was giving Tranghian a headache. When did I become your master? If I'm the master, is your academy coach the grandmaster? A sparkly glint from his side was honestly creeping him out. Kim Tu-chun was staring at him with eyes full of desperate hope. Unable to just let him fail, Li Tranghian pushed his hand away but agreed. Fine. He thought, I'll just help this one time since I'm free anyway. His hand touched his pocket, a plan forming. Besides, I need a place to test my new skills after using that Mana Awakening Stone. Li Tranghian started to leave, then turned back. He held up one finger toward Kim Tu-chun. But you have to follow my plan exactly. This is the last time I help you, understand? The guy nodded like an obedient puppy, watching him. Kim Tu-chun happily chased after Tranghian, cheering, I knew I could count on you. Walking ahead, he could only seem defeated. What are you even talking about? A while later, Tranghian was back in his room. He reached into the reward box for the Mana Stone. It glittered within. Li Tranghian eagerly clenched it in his hand. This is it. Should I use it right now? The Mana Stone in Li Tranghian's hand began to glow brightly, and the system displayed a notification with its details. By possessing it, mana is gradually absorbed and increased. By ingesting it, you can upgrade a skill's rank. Li Tranghian stared at it intently. Just as I thought, the effects are the same as before. Without hesitating, he quickly put the Mana Stone in his mouth. Tranghian swallowed, feeling it slide down his throat. His skill attributes began to upgrade accordingly. With the increase of top-tier skill levels, the effectiveness of newly developed keyword skills will be enhanced. In just a moment, Li Tranghian awakened the abilities Language and Reinforcement. At the same time, the Eat skill also awakened. Li Tranghian smirked as he looked at his status window. The ranks of my important skills have gone up. My mana also increased by 1. Each line from the system seemed to illuminate a path to survival for Tranghian. Furthermore, my top-tier keyword skills were enhanced instantly. He was incredibly excited for what would happen next, now that he had this new power. At this level, 80, which was once only for restraint, will now have destructive power just like it did in the survival game. Having sorted through his thoughts, Trang Hian waved the system screen away. Nice. He lay down on the bed, satisfied. I have a plan for tomorrow. Time to sleep. Li Trang Hian rolled over and fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day. As he slept, a dream began to form in his mind. It began with a strange, lingering sound. The story started with a small guild, a guild on the verge of bankruptcy after the First Awakening. Not long after, his own powers manifested. That was when director Lee Hyun-gun made him an offer. He approached him with a proposition. Join my team, and I will cultivate your talent. His sharp tongue was like that of a venomous snake. In return, how about unlocking your top-tier skill? You can't compete with your current skills. Li Trang-hian hesitated deeply. Unlocking it now felt too rushed. The effect is still weak. I want to wait and see. He agonized over the decision all alone. They accepted him to the team, but because he wouldn't unlock his skill, he never got a chance to compete. It was the director's invisible control. The director's dreadful voice always clung to his memory, haunting him. Hey, Trang Hian, do you really think you can go out there and compete? Players are just tools to be used. You think you're special just for being better in practice matches? Those words haunted Trang Hian as he bowed his head in utter despair. And in that final moment, I chose to unlock my peak level. Trang Hian remembered the director's booming laugh as memories flooded back. After unlocking my peak, I soared higher and higher, lifting the championship trophy and carving my name into legend. But a flower forced to bloom early is doomed to wither fast. The crown fell at his feet, shattering into pieces. Li Trang Hian jolted awake from the nightmare. He shot up in a rage, clutching his head in agony over the one memory he wanted to erase. He slowly lowered his feet to the floor, making a vow. The past will not repeat itself. With firm resolve, Trang Hian stood and left the room. The foundation was set for a career more brilliant than anyone's. Visions of past battles flashed through his mind. Of course, winning against the top rookies of his generation wouldn't be easy. He still had so many weaknesses. Li Trang Hian paused just before the door. He had to improve his peak level and finally unlock it. Bright sunlight illuminated his determined face. I will reach a much higher place. Trang Hian's gaze was solid steel. That past had to die. The scene shifts back to the waiting room. Kim So-chun was fixing his gear when a voice came from behind. Are you ready? He turned to see Trang Hian and replied with relief. Me? Of course. From warm-ups to strategy, my mind is completely prepared. Li Trang Hian sat beside him, curious. Strategy? You have a specific one? Kim So-chun gave him a wide, unhesitating grin. Oh, yeah. His face lit up with hope as he pointed right at Trang Hian. I'll do exactly what you say. Li Trang Hian buried his face in his hands. He should have known. Why did I ask this idiot? Backstage drama aside, the MC was already hyping the crowd on stage. Thank you for waiting for the next generation of hunters. We welcome our audience to the elimination mission. Which contestant will be going home first? The crowd roared with excitement. His voice echoed throughout the arena. The elimination mission will now begin. Li Trang Hian stepped out into the blinding lights. They entered the urban area A map, surrounded by occupied territories. Trang Hian materialized in a pillar of light. Collecting himself, he quickly surveyed the area. It was a standard city map. Nearby, Kim So-chun also appeared. He rushed after Trang Hian, demanding a plan. What's the plan? You've definitely got one, right? Trang Hian pointed confidently at the building ahead, laying out his strategy. The target is the center. We need to capture the central hub, not the minor points. As soon as we start, we rush it and take control. Kim So-chun was completely stunned by this revelation, blurting out, For real? He was terrified by Trang Hian's bold plan. Our opponents are Jun Han-gi and Ju Hui-chu. They're a team. They'll stop anyone from taking that area. Are we really walking into the tiger's den? Li Trang Hian ignored him, turning to leave with a wave. If you can't do it, just give up now. Kim So-chun could only scramble after him. No, I just mean let's reconsider. Trang Hian stopped, looking up with renewed purpose. All right then. The waiting time is almost over. The second it ends, we have to move fast. Watching the countdown, his urgency grew sharper. Get ready. 10 seconds left. Run. In an instant, Li Trang Hian fired a hook upwards, grabbing the mana rope and swinging into the air. Kim So-chun was caught off guard, yelling after him, Hey, wait for me! But Li Trang Hian didn't listen, rocketing forward. He was absolutely certain in his heart. No one here could master air cubes and air anchors like he could. His face held a look of pure confidence. First, he'd approach the capture point and ambush them. In another part of the map, Jun Han-gi and Ju Hui-chu were on the move. He kept glancing around nervously, while she forged ahead, silently worrying. Li Trang-hien. His sly, smiling face flashed in Hui-chu's mind. If that bastard wasn't here, she wouldn't have faced 3 others alone, and they wouldn't be in this stupid mission. Han-gi sensed Hui-chu's dark mood from behind and asked, "What are you thinking about, Hui-chu?" She clutched her head, seething with resentment. "What else? The fact you were beaten by Trang-hien." The air instantly turned ice cold. Ignoring Han-gi's shame, Hui-chu whirled around and pointed at him. "Stop sulking. Focus on your job. There's no room for mistakes this time." Jun Han-gi hurried to keep pace with her. "I know, but he's not as simple as you think." Hui-chu turned away, annoyed. "Everyone knows that. I've thought of everything." She recalled the last battle. If she hadn't held back certain skills, she could have survived after taking down 3 of them. Her gaze hardened. "This time, I'll use every skill I have to win. I won't be eliminated by a careless mistake." Her resolve now firm, Ju Hui-chu looked back to remind Han-gi. "He seems to be a mid-range fighter. From now on, use close-range attacks for one-hit kills, just like our basic strategy." Jun Han-gi froze, looking displeased, but he accepted reality with a dejected sigh. The two continued toward the central building ahead, the very place Trang-hien was also heading. Li Trang-hien spun the gun in his hand. "Are they here yet?" he muttered impatiently. Trang-hien was perched by a windowsill, monitoring the situation. Kim So-chun rushed up, complaining, "Well, you were moving way too fast." Trang-hien threw open a nearby door, briefing him. "I found a good spot. Let's block them. Once you arrive, we move straight to the capture point." So-chun worried. "The other teams will spot us. Will it be okay?" Seeing 2 figures walking below, Trang-hien suddenly spoke. "I have an idea." A sly grin spread across his face. "Oh well, it's too late anyway. Let's just walk there. When using air cubes and air anchors, make your movements big to draw the other team's attention." His finger was already on the trigger, ready to fire. A bullet tore from Zhuangshuan's rifle, aimed at the target, moving cautiously below. The shot hit its mark flawlessly. His teammate had no time to react. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Team F's Li Han-chin, eliminated. Zhuangshuan himself was stunned. He glanced at the gun in his hands. A headshot of this caliber was just like the S-rank skill he got in the survival game's hidden dungeon. A satisfied, confident smile crept onto his lips. Like Ethan? No, he was even better than his past self. "You've surpassed Ethan." Han-chin's remaining teammate was terrified. He scrambled to escape, but a murderous glint flashed in Zhuangshuan's eyes. He raised his rifle once more, preparing the next shot. Team F was completely wiped out. On the comms, Kim So-chun sounded anxious. "I just heard a loud noise up ahead. Did you hear that? Is someone fighting there? Are we even going the same way?" Zhuangshuan put on his headset and replied, "Those were my gunshots." This did not reassure him. In fact, he became even more frantic. "Huh? You were just in a fight?" Zhuangshuan ignored his useless chatter and turned to go inside. "Take a right from your current path. 9 o'clock. Past 3 turns. I'm on the 2nd floor of the green glass building. Get here now." After he spoke, his expression turned utterly fearsome. Whose kill points to farm next? In the monitoring room, Azuchu slammed her fist on the table in a rage. She had completely lost her composure. Impossible. Li Minxiong, watching beside her, grew intrigued. "What did I tell you? I heard he has a real gift with firearms, right?" She was still incredibly annoyed. "Perhaps, but in my opinion." Her lips parted as she voiced her doubt. "It's more likely a newly developed skill." Minor disagreed, turning to challenge her. "He's handled guns perfectly from day one." Azuku looked down in thought before sharing her own idea. If that's true, why did he need the survival game's hidden dungeon? Azuchu was firm in her logic. Even during training, his shots were only for suppression. He's never displayed this level of seriousness. The two continued their intense debate. So a peak-level skill can be enhanced under specific conditions. Only Suhi noticed the movement behind them, shouting, "Ah, Chairman!" Immediately, Azuchu turned to greet him. "Sir, what brings you here?" Leon Thosh strolled toward them. "Please, stay seated." "I came because..." He paused for dramatic effect, an excited smile on his face. "I heard there was an interesting character, so I came to see." Li Minxiong sighed in relief. "The association chairman himself? You want him too, sir?" The chairman leaned in close, startling him. "No, not at all. I've already been rejected once." He's very confident. The old man's face wrinkled with a hint of regret. "If I'd known then what I know now, I'd have made a higher offer." Back in the mission, Zhuang Xuan continued to push forward. In the monitoring room, they kept discussing him. Do you regret it, sir? No, I don't dwell on things that are past. I only find ways to move forward. Leon Thatch gave a sly smile. I just hope his future plans will include me. Everyone froze at his words, their eyes wide with disbelief. Then, Leon Thatch straightened up, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Haha, a bit forward, am I? But I am serious. Li Minxiong bowed his head helplessly. I'll try to take that in a positive light. His expression grew severe, his eyebrows knitting together. Watching the chairman's retreating figure, he felt deeply worried. What is that cunning old fox planning? Back in the mission zone, Kim So-chun looked around. I'm here. Where are you? From a high-rise building, Zhuang Xuan's voice came over the line. Room 1701 on the second floor. When Kim So-chun got there, Zhuang Xuan was still observing from the windowsill. So-chun gently closed the door and asked, You've been here this whole time? Getting no reply, Kim So-chun just moved closer. Zhuang Xuan looked up. He wasn't worried like I thought. He has everything under control. There's no one here. Kim So-chun gave a helpless smile beside him. His heart was pounding. There must be tons of people waiting outside. Moving now would be too risky. He decided to break the suffocating silence. He turned to his partner. So, what's the plan? Not gonna tell me? Zhuang Xuan replied with ice in his voice. Forget the others. Seeing his partner's anxiety, he asked quietly, Junhongi or Juhichi? Who's easier? Kim. So-chun didn't understand his intention. He just stared back blankly. Then, a horrifying realization hit him, and he yelled, Don't tell me you want me to stall them. His fears were right on the money. Zhuang Xuan turned with a smile, holding up one finger as a deal. Don't worry, just for a moment. Still not convinced, So-chun yelled back. What about you? He grinned playfully, his gaze unwavering. While you hold them off, I'll go capture the point. Hearing the strategy, all the color drained from Kim So-chun's face. He collapsed as if struck by lightning, falling in despair. Not letting him act any longer, Zhuang Xuan stood up to leave. Let's go. Kim So-chun still couldn't believe this was real. He tried to protest. What? No way, are you serious? Zhuang Xuan just glanced back with a reassuring smile. In the end, he had no choice but to follow. Not wanting to be left behind, Zhuang Xuan turned to give the signal, only to find Kim So-chun sulking with his head hung low. My God, this is like walking to our deaths. One after the other, they entered the central building. So-chun was so defeated, he'd lost all his initial confidence. Zhuang Xuan's hand lightly touched the doorknob. He confidently threw the door wide open. Awaiting them was the objective point. The room was completely empty as the two of them slowly moved forward. They approached the control panel. As they stepped near, a system alert flashed. Point captured. Zhuang Xuan, Kim So-chun. The duo Zhuang Xuan and Kim So-chun have captured the point. The system's cold, mechanical voice broadcast across the entire map. If another player enters the point, or if you leave, the capture time will be reset. Hearing this, Juhichi's expression turned incredibly sour. Junhongi, next to him, remained calm and listened. Time remaining until capture is complete. 1 minute. A brilliant smile secretly formed on Zhuang Xuan's face. He was ecstatic for what was coming. The real battle starts now. Juhichi and Junhongi. Looking at the system board, Team Zhuang Xuan and Kim So-chun held the point. Juhichi ground his teeth. What is he planning? Isn't hiding and sniping from the shadows enough? Now he's taking the capture point too. Hangi wondered. Could this area have a secret dungeon? Haichu glanced back. Impossible. She explained. This survival zone isn't a dungeon tower. It's just a normal urban area with no secret zones. Haichu asked Hangi, What's your combat instinct tell you? Entering that capture point now feels like a suicide mission. Hangi considered it. In a straight fight, we'd overwhelm him, but I have a bad feeling. His focus on mobility is exceptional. But Haichu recalled, we lost him because of that mobility trick. Otherwise, our trap would have worked. Her mind raced with possibilities. But entering the capture point means giving up his mobility, Haichu thought. Unless capturing it isn't his real goal. He could be drawing attention, planning to escape midway. Suddenly, it clicked. Haichu turned. Hangi, listen closely. I understand Li Tranghian's goal now, she analyzed. He's not a brawler. Fighting indoors would neutralize his incredible mobility. In other words, Haichu paused, then continued. He'll use the chaos when everyone else starts fighting over the point. Hangi asked. So what's our move? Haichu broke into a run. The capture point was never our true objective anyway. We just need to shatter his plan to exploit the chaos. A smirk crossed her face. If this works, victory is ours. Haichu and Hangi flinched at the system alert. It read, Team A's Kim Jong-chun, Team C's Lee Hung-tae, and Team B's Han-so, all eliminated. Hi, Chu thought in shock. What? Everyone who went inside was wiped out? She was confused. To use the chaos, he had to escape them, not eliminate them. It should have been a chaotic chase. Hong-yi suddenly pointed ahead in shock. Hi, Chu, look over there. An alert flashed, 20 seconds remaining. Hai Chu gritted her teeth. What are you planning, Lee Trang-hien? Meanwhile, Trang-hien scanned his surroundings. Tu Chun thought wearily, can I really hold them all off? He glanced at Trang-hien. When anyone entered, Trang-hien would fire. And if they dodge, I'll ambush them. Tu Chun sighed. Is this really going to work? Suddenly, the door was kicked open and a figure charged in. Come out and fight me fairly. Instantly, Trang-hien pulled the trigger. A bullet pierced the man's head. Tu Chun could only stare, speechless. The system announced, Team A's Kim Jang-chun has been eliminated. Suddenly, a spear shot towards Trang-hien, but he dodged just in time. Trang-hien raised both pistols, firing relentlessly at the wall. He thought in frustration, damn, I can't see through walls. A player with a club emerged from behind the wall. A smirk formed on Trang-hien's lips. Perfect, he thought. This is why Kim Tu Chun is here. Tu Chun leaped out, swinging his club before the enemy could react. Trang-hien glanced back as a woman with a knife charged right at him. A red glint flashed in his eyes. A system window appeared. Hypersense. His vision locked onto both targets. Perfect angle, Trang-hien thought. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Instantly, both of them collapsed. A system alert followed. Team C's Lee Hung-tae and Team B's Han-so eliminated. Trang-hien checked the timer. How much time was left? System display. 32 seconds. Still half the time remaining, he thought. A thought crossed Trang-hien's mind. At this rate, we'll win on points. But that's not what I want. The goal is total annihilation. As Hai Chu and Hong-yi arrived, her eyes went wide with shock. Two figures emerged from the dust. Jun Hong-yi, she commanded. Hong-yi drew his sword. Understood. Sensing movement, Trang-hien raised his gun. The laser sight locked onto a nearby pillar. He fired, forcing Hai Chu to raise her weapon in defense. The bullet slammed into the pillar, shattering it. Tu Chun was stunned. Huh? A smirk touched Trang-hien's lips as the pillar began to crumble. Screams erupted. The building is collapsing. Hai Chu thought frantically. The capture point is coming down. What now? An alert appeared. 17 seconds remaining, she commanded. The clock is still ticking. We're out of time. Let's move, Jun Hong-yi. Just then, a hail of bullets rained down on them. Hai Chu whipped her head around at the alert. Team B's Linaza and Lee Hun-chu, and Team D's Sun Trung, eliminated. It's over, she thought numbly. How is this happening? Where did that shot come from? A gun barrel emerged from the thick dust. Another alert. Team D's Lee Han-yu has been eliminated. Hai Chu scanned the wreckage warily. In all this chaos, where is Lee Trang-hien? The entire capture point was now nothing but rubble. Trang-hien channeled mana into his gun. He thought, even for me, this many opponents is impossible. His eyes flashed. Hypersense, activate. The skill revealed an enemy rushing him. He leaped into the air and took aim. A smirk appeared on his face. Just like last time, the team was in crisis, about to drop to 9th place. Someone had to make a move. That's when his bullet pierced through the pillars. Screams rang out as 4 LTD members fell into Zid's trap. The survivors scattered, while Zid's team remained at full strength. The last 2 LTD members were hunted down one by one. Only Lee Trang-hien remained. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. I have to win. I won't let us fall to 9th place. He raised his gun, and a single shot shattered the pillar. He collapsed the entire building that day. Cries of confusion erupted. What is he doing? Is it a suicide mission? No, Trang-hien thought as he pulled the trigger. He's not giving up. His shot stunned the announcer. Quite the opposite. Inside a collapsing building, with visibility at 0, he made his move. Lee Trang-hien's aim was still flawless. He fired decisively. The announcer screamed, not one kill, a triple kill in a single shot. Trang-hien's form appeared through the dust. A truly incredible sight. Now it was a 1 versus 1 situation. Could he reach 7 kills? An unprecedented record. Trang-hien pulled the trigger, but realized in horror. TD falls to 9th place, 2-0. Ritz still reigns supreme. In the waiting room, Zhuang Xian sits lost in thought. One step, just a single misstep. His expression hardens. That one move decided everything. Back in the present, Zhuang Xian points his barrel at Shizu's head. So this is it. Shizu curses silently. A smirk crosses Zhuang Xian's face. He has plenty of mana now. The system announces, Junhan, Giyu, and Shizu's team. Eliminated. The judges watch in astonishment. Jia Zhou is floored. A complete annihilation? She thought it was just a capture point mission. Not this. He wiped out every other player. Jia Zhou sighs. I have to admit it, that kid is at least a pro. Mincio crosses his arms, looking pleased. One judge speaks up. Come on, juniors. Didn't I tell you he was a gunslinger? Just look at him. That's not the work of a novice. I knew it from round 1. I saw the potential in that kid. Suhui concedes. Yes, senior, I see he can use a gun. But how did he land a shot through all that smoke and dust? Someone asks her. To pull off a shot at his age, what kind of awakened skills are necessary? Min Seo explains. Precision is just as vital as mana. Perhaps Zhuangxian has some kind of accuracy skill. He gestures to Zhuangxian's on-screen profile. No. It's the sheer confidence to land a shot, no matter the situation. Meanwhile, Zhuangxian sits with Tuo Jun and the other contestants. He glances at his phone. The forums are exploding. Reading the comments, Zhuangxian can't help but feel a little smug. I'd be hyped too if I were watching. It was a clean sweep after all, but he lowers his phone. That's just the audience's take. It wasn't that simple. He recalls the moment. Having used that strategy before gave him a huge edge. If it had been a head-on clash, we couldn't have wiped them all out. Not even half. He grins at the new skill alerts. This achievement was a huge gain. My peak-level skill even ranked up. Suddenly, Tuo Jun nudges him. Hey, you've been holding back on us. Those plays were insane. Can I just hold your gun for a sec? Zhuangxian just sighs. Tuo Jun presses on. Come on, man. You have that much mana. Good enough to solo carry with a gun? You should have told me sooner. Besides, how did you aim through all that dust anyway? Zhuangxian replies flatly. Instinct. Tuo Jun whines. Hey, is that any way to treat your one and only friend? I never took you for the type. Zhuangxian asks coolly. So what type am I now? Tuo Jun grins. A total cheapskate. Internally, Zhuangxian pauses. Wait, did he say only friend? He pictures Tuo Jun's face in his mind. Thinking back, since his regression, he really didn't have anyone else he'd call a friend. Zhuangxian sighs. Is my social life really that pathetic? On stage, 3 figures emerge from the shadows. Jia Zhou's voice rings out. Not just anyone can become a hunter. In this world, talent is everything. It's a brutal reality. She continues. The next generation program is looking for talent that can lead the world. This tournament makes that reality even harsher. The crowd listens intently. You have all survived and earned the right to proceed. Congratulations. A slight pause. Should we set off fireworks? No. You're only at the starting line. Welcome to the Hunters Tournament. Minceo's statement is short and powerful. We select only the best. This is the next generation of hunters. It hasn't been long, but the judges have already selected candidates with the potential to be the best. Below, Zhuangxian and Tuo Jun listen as Minceo goes on. Therefore, this next evaluation will be the final trial. His words hang in the air, a standard 7 versus 7 hunter match. Tuo Jun tenses. Hearing the teams will be formed today. The match begins in 1 week. The MVP of the winning team becomes champion, and the runner-up will be their most valuable player. Minci adds, and for this final match, we will have a special guest. Please give them a warm welcome. Zhuangxian is taken aback. A special guest? After the announcement concludes, Tuo Jun and Zhuangxian head out. Suddenly, a voice calls, Zhuangxian. A man in a sharp suit approaches them. My name is Li He. I'm with the LH Club, recruiting new talent. Could I have a moment? He's cut off by someone else. Hey, don't you see I was here first? The man introduces himself, Zhuangxian. I'm Li Zhonggu, recruiting for the Wave Club. Zhuangxian considers it. Scouting offers, finding a team that meets my conditions would be ideal. He says aloud. Let's talk inside. Taking a seat, Zhuangxian's tone turns serious. All right then, so. A small smirk plays on his lips. Since so many of you are here, Zhuangxian states, let's start with your offers. Then we can talk. A new man speaks up. I'm Shin-Uchan, a coach from the SMB Private Academy. I've been following your matches, and your incredible talent caught my eye. Surely you've heard of us. We can debut you in League 2, League 1, or even internationally, through our school's exchange programs. Zhuangxian listens without a word. Join us, and we'll set up an exchange program for you, and get you a personal coach overseas. He cuts the man off, clearly annoying him. I'm sorry, but there are others waiting. Can you just get to your best offer? Uchian says cautiously, We'll offer a 100 million won signing bonus and a 200 million won annual salary. How about it? He's stunned as another man calls out a higher bid. 300 million won signing bonus, up front. Salary not included. We can't disclose the exact salary, but I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Zhuangxian thinks it over, a 300 million won bonus. That's a solid offer. He remembers his goal, but what I really want is the right to pick my own team. Looking at them, he thinks his best move is to join no one. Just then, He Yi shoots to his feet. We're offering a 300 million won signing bonus, and the salary is negotiable. Plus, we are willing to meet any additional conditions you propose. Trang Hian's eyes lit up. How about this? I want to build a team with members I choose myself. Can anyone do that? The room fell silent, the men at a loss for words. Well, that is. Trang Hian smirked to himself. Just as I thought. The men rose to leave. Let's end it here for today. Here's my card. Please call if you reconsider. I'll consult the director and contact you if we can improve the offer. Trang Hian closed his eyes, contemplating. For a rookie, the offers were impressive, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Donggu still seated. Trang Hian wondered, is there something else you wish to discuss? The man presented a business card. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Donggu, a scout for Team Butter. We can meet the condition you just mentioned. Trang Hian took the card, his gaze sharpening. Butter? If they were in the first or second league, he would have heard their name. Otherwise, they had to be some mediocre team in the third league. Donggu spoke. We don't have a huge budget, so we can't offer a large signing bonus like the others, but I can guarantee this. We can build a team centered entirely on you. Trang Hian pressed him. Is that possible? What about your current players? Donggu was honest. Most of our players' contracts expire next season. I'm not sure if they will choose to renew. He went on. Because of that, we're ready to consider your opinion when we recruit new members. Trang Hian processed this. I see. They had no budget but offered him a degree of control. He questioned, You'll consider my opinion? That sounds vague. It's not exactly a promise, is it? Also, I'd only be able to pick rookie players, right? That means the whole team will be newcomers. Donggu grew anxious. Perhaps you could speak directly with our director. He seems to admire you a great deal. He insisted that I recruit you at all costs. Trang Hian was lost in thought. Donggu stood straight. We would be very grateful if you consider our offer. If possible, please at least meet our director in person. Trang Hian replied. Of course, I will think about it. After he left, Trang Hian was alone in the large room. Gazing at the cards on the table, his mind raced with possibilities. He could choose a third league team, a reputable one with a huge signing bonus and one or two hand-picked teammates, or Team Butter, a bottom-tier squad that would let him build a new team, a team of rookies. He mused. Ultimately, it all depends on how well I perform. A voice from outside called, and he moved to open the door. How did it go? Tu Chun rushed over excitedly. Did you get any offers? Trang Hian asked. Have you been waiting? Tu Chun admitted. Yeah, I'm at the Seoul Private Academy anyway, so I just waited outside. He followed behind Trang Hian. So, did you pick a team? What was the offer like? He answered. Well, Trang Hian closed his eyes. 300 million won signing bonus, salary not included. That's about the average. Tu Chun was so shocked he yelled for his mother. Trang Hian figured it was far more than Tu Chun received at the academy. But the academy was a place for nurturing talent, while his benefits were for competing in the third league. Tu Chun wondered. So which team are you picking? Trang Hian said slowly, I'm not sure yet. The words stunned Tu Chun. What? That's an incredible offer, he replied. I told them I want to pick my own teammates. Tu Chun questioned him. Seriously? You're a standout, but still a rookie. That's asking for too much. Trang Hian was unconcerned. Yeah, I admit the request is a bit difficult. Trang Hian's mind was at war. Am I being too sure of myself? For his current position, he thought, but what if I prove my skills even more? Then the teams will have to accept my demands. Trang Hian conceded, perhaps you're right. Tu Chun looked hopeful. So you'll reconsider, right? Trang Hian's voice went cold. Of course not, he said. If my demands are too high for my current position, then I just need to reach a higher one. Han Gi shut the door. He let out a long, exhausted sigh. Han Gi remembered the words. Mr. Han Gi, what are your thoughts? I guarantee no other team will make you such a generous offer. Han Gi panicked. Wait, I am still a member of the Seoul Private Academy. The man pushed on. Besides the signing bonus, we will also cover your contract termination fee. Please just give us a chance. He sighed. They refused to listen to me. Just then, Han Gi heard a sound. He glanced at his phone and saw a text from Hai Chu. See? You never should have given them a chance to speak with you. Han Gi thought helplessly. Perfect timing. He stared down the long, empty hall, his heart heavy. I wonder where he will go. Han Gi thought of Trang Hien, the undisputed #1 marksman of the Korean Hunter League. Han Gi remembered every moment of Trang Hien's performance at the tournament. Unbelievable. He can pull off those moves under such intense pressure. He considered, after he completes the competition, and we meet again on the field in the 3rd league or even higher, it will be interesting. Han Gi strengthened his resolve. I will wait for that day. At the maintenance shop, Tu Chun looked around, confused. A maintenance shop? Why are we here? Do you need something fixed? Trang Hien turned with a puzzled expression. Huh? He explained. We're preparing for a match. Naturally, we need to prepare some mana equipment. Tu Chun looked around. Huh? We already have air anchors and air blocks. Trang Hien sighed. That. Do you even watch professional matches? He thought. Mana equipment comes in many shapes and sizes. Choosing the right gear for the opponent is a critical skill. A staff member smiled. Hello, is this your first time here? She asked. How can I help you? Equipment maintenance, weapon repair, or... She gestured inside. Since it's your first visit, perhaps you want to purchase some new equipment? Tu Chun gasped in amazement. Whoa, the employee explained. Would you like me to guide you on choosing mana equipment? Trang Hien agreed. Ah, yes. He pointed at Tu Chun. This idiot here knows nothing about mana gear. The employee began. I'm sure you both know about air anchors and air blocks. But besides those, there are many other types of mana equipment. She continued. Mana equipment can be divided into 4 general types. Equipment used for offense, gear for defense, and equipment for mobility, like air anchors. Tu Chun was confused. That's only 3 types. The employee explained. The last one isn't really a category. It's more of a general collection for items that don't fit the other 3, known as specialized mana equipment, she said. Their performance varies widely, and they are often custom designed, which makes them hard to explain in detail. Tu Chun asked, Oh? So, are we here to pick out some specialized gear? Trang Hien replied calmly. Of course not. Weren't you listening to the explanation? Specialized mana devices are custom designed. They aren't available off the shelf. We should obviously pick the most common items. A staff member agreed. That's correct. Specialized mana gear is usually prepared for special tactics or to counter specific opponents during a match. On the other hand, basic mana devices like the air anchor can be used by anyone. She held up a mana shield. This is a mana shield, a type of mana device. When activated, it deploys a mana barrier around the user. Tu Chun wondered, with this, I won't take any damage, right? That's incorrect. You don't see them used much in matches, do you? The staff member explained why. Exactly. Once it shatters, it needs time to recover. This is an item for emergencies, Trang Hien questioned. You really know nothing about mana devices, do you? Tu Chun shouted. Well, I've never had a chance to use one before, he pointed. First off, this is used mostly by long-range fighters. Close-range combatants have their own defenses, but long and mid-range fighters often don't. They need these to survive and create openings to counterattack, Trang Hien explained. You must understand the principles, which device suits which opponent, or those with special traits, and how to maximize their effectiveness. How do they synergize like gears in a machine? A mana bomb plane was tossed. Trang Hien threw it, causing it to explode upon hitting the ground. He explained, This is an explosive mana device, the mana bomb plane. What's it good for? Tu Chun examined it. It looks like it was made to be attached to something. Maybe a long-range fighter could attach it to an arrow or something, and detonate it like a missile. Trang Hien shot that idea down. No, at least, I can't fire it from my gun. How could I attach something this big to a bullet? Tu Chun finally realized. Oh, right. But then, Trang Hien had a thought. Wait a second. It's impossible with a normal bullet. But I shoot with ether. It can take any form. In that case, it might be possible. Tu Chun excitedly held up another mana device. What about this one? Did you say it can teleport? Is it for a ranged fighter to maintain distance? Nope. The system displayed, air throw mana device. Trang Hien took it. Ah, this one's good. But then he suddenly moved behind him, much to Tu Chun's surprise. Trang Hien aimed his gun right at the back of his neck. He stated clearly, this one is better. You can use them for mobility in close combat, without needing a mana shield. Tu Chun was amazed. Whoa, they have everything here. Can we just take it all? Trang Hien twirled his gun. There are limits on mana usage and the number of items you can bring into a match. So, no. That's why we can only take 1 or 2 items. Tu Chun asked. So, what are you getting? Trang Hian replied. The air throw is enough for me. Now you choose. Tu Chun began to ponder. Right. I have a few ideas, but it's so hard to choose. I'm not a long-range user, so I don't need a mana shield. Maybe the mana bomb plane. But the air throw feels a bit weird. Trang Hian watched helplessly as Tu Chun agonized over every choice before him. Suddenly, he noticed something. Trang Hian asked, what about this one? At first, Tu Chun didn't get it, but then he panicked. That thing. Meanwhile, at the main stage, on the tournament display, Hunter Jia Chao spoke up. Thank you to our audience for waiting. The final match will be held in 6 days from now, she announced. We will now announce the team members and the map for the final round. Jia Chao introduced. The finals will take place in a rugged forest, with vast and diverse topographical features. It will be held in the battlefield of the gods. Trang Hian looked up at the screen and thought, this is going to be fun, a dungeon inspired by the tower. He recalled fighting here a few times, so he already knew its layout. Su Hai pointed. Next, based on the results, we will introduce the members who have been split into 2 teams. First up, the blue team. The screen showed the names Juhi, Chu Han Chin, and Han Chisu. Su Hai continued. And next, the red team, featuring Li Trang Hian, Jun Han Hai, Kim Tu Chun, and Kim Chim Sung. Jia Chao announced. Now that the teams are set, we look forward to seeing some amazing teamwork. Trang Hian thought helplessly. Teamwork with a squad that was just formed a week ago. The announcer continued. And next up, we have a surprise announcement. Suhi declared. This match will have a special rule. Participating as the monster will be a first-generation hunter, the chairman of the Hunters Association, Likyut Ko. The entire stadium erupted as his name was announced. Trang Hian was stunned. Spotlights converged on a single point on the stage. Likyut Ko walked out with a commanding presence. He announced, I have high expectations for the next generation of hunters. So, this old man has decided to participate, to give you all some experience as a small gift. Don't be too nervous, and give it your all in the finals. The audience panicked when they heard Likyut Ko's words. See you next week. Han Sion, the stage is set for you. Trang Hian calmly listened to his declaration. I hope you will be the one who shines the brightest. But as Likyut Ko was heading backstage, a voice called out, Wait. He turned toward the sound of the voice. Likyut Ko asked, What is it? It was Trang Hian. He held out a business card. I'm returning this to you. Likyut Ko wondered. For me? Trang Hian said calmly. Mr. Lee Jong-gu told me I should meet the team owner. He remembered Team Po, a team that was dead last in the 3rd league for years. Even before my regression, I couldn't recall this team. But thinking carefully, I do know them. A newspaper headline flashed in his mind. The owner of Team Po is Chairman Likyut Ko. Much later, it was revealed that Likyut Ko himself founded the team, and it became a huge topic of discussion. Likyut Ko let out a hearty laugh, haha. But suddenly, his eyes turned cold, making Trang Hian flinch. He interrogated him. The owner on paper is Hunter Lee Jong-gu. How did you know? Trang Hian remained calm. Because I can see everything. He thought. That phrase has multiple meanings. Seeing the shocked look on Likyut Ko's face, Trang Hian's mind raced. My ability can see right through you. It shows me your detailed personal information, so it's not wrong for me to say that. So, what will you do now? Hearing this, Likyut Ko simply smiled. He said with delight, Excellent. So that's your skill. Lee Ku-teker then began. Allow me to formally introduce myself, though I'm not appearing before you with a kind face. He went on. I am Lee Ku-teker, true owner of Team Per and chairman of the Hunters Association. I thought my recruitment attempts with Lee Jong-gu had failed. But you've had a change of heart? Hearing this, Lee Jong-hyun smirked internally. He made his demand without hesitation. In return, I want the team. In his office, Lee Ku-teker was tapping his fingers in thought. Lee Jong-gu, who was also present, asked, Did you give him the card I sent? Lee Ku-teker replied, I did. Lee Jong-gu then said worriedly, But that condition. Isn't it a bit much, Chairman? It's uncertain if Lee Jang-hyun's current value is really that high. Hearing Lee Jong-gu, he mused that he never expected a demand for full control of the team's operations and business rights, not even from Korea's top sniper. That condition is too extreme. Thinking on Lee Jang-hyun's performance, he added, He performed well, but that was at an amateur level. Lee Ku-teker then stood up. You're right. That's why he made a new proposal. Hearing this, Lee Jong-gu asked, A new proposal? Lee Ku-teker turned to the cityscape and said, He's betting he can beat me in the finals. Not just win, but defeat me personally. Li Jianggu was stunned. It's insane. Li Ku-teker continued. Of course I won't go all out, but if he manages it, perhaps that price isn't so steep after all. Hearing this, Li Jianggu was finally relieved. If that's the case, then I understand. As Li Ku-teker poured tea, he recalled his talk with Li Jianghyun. The best part? When I agreed to his terms, do you know what he said? Li Ku-teker remembered Li Jianghyun's words. Agreed? He asked. If that happens, it's not you recruiting me, but me scouting you. Li Jianggu was floored. What? He really said that? Seeing his reaction, Li Ku-teker roared with laughter. Hilarious, isn't it? He added. If he actually does it, he'll be right. But does he think it's that easy? Let's see what he's got planned. The scene then cuts to a meeting room. Li Jianghyun stood before the team members and spoke. So, are there any objections to me being the captain? Seeing Junhangi's silence, he thought, I figured Junhangi would want to be captain. The guy's sparkling gaze was unsettling. That earnest look. The pressure is killing me. Shaking it off, he started the meeting. All right, let's begin our strategy session. Okay. Drawing with an artist's precision, Li Jianghyun presented his idea. Everyone here agrees Junhangi and I are the strongest, correct? Therefore, I propose a strategy centered around us. He continued sketching, naming it the neutral exchange. Li Jianghyun capped his pen and continued. First off, the standard strategy on the battlefield of the gods is to farm and then engage in team fights, just like our opponents. We'll build our tactics on that. However, he pointed at the name. Because Chairman Li Ku-teker is on the field, a few of us, including me, will use a more unconventional tactic. Li Jianghyun then began to detail the main strategy. As soon as we start, everyone except me, Junhangi, and Kim Da-chun will farm by collecting 10 items or hunting monsters. The three of us will push straight into neutral monster territory. Our first goal is to find Chairman Li Ku-teker. Junhangi was stunned. Chairman Li Ku-teker? Li Jianghyun replied coolly. Yep, I'm going to take down Chairman Li Ku-teker. Believing the strategy was impossible, Kim Chi-sung spoke up. You want to fight the chairman? Are you insane? What can three of you do to him, even if he's not using his full power? He continued with scorn. I know you dominated the elimination mission and did well on the survival one. Li Jianghyun calmly listened to Kim Chi-sung's scornful words. But just because of that, you think you're one of Korea's best hunters? He continued bluntly. Don't try to show off in front of actual professionals. Hearing this, Li Jianghyun thought, looks like I made quite a few enemies in that mission. There's no time, so I'll ignore him and move on. Junhangi then spoke up in Li Jianghyun's defense. We all know how strong Chairman Li Ku-teker is. You think Jianghyun doesn't? He led us through the elimination mission and more. He must have a plan. Li Jianghyun felt even more weirded out by this defense. This guy. We've been at each other's throats this whole time, and now he's taking my side? Li Jianghyun continued. Of course, I don't plan to fight Chairman Li Ku-teker head-on. He slammed the board. Listen, this isn't some baseless plan. His eyes burned with confidence. At the broadcast studio, the judges were gathered to announce the rules and mechanics of the game. Welcome viewers, I am Judge Cho Aza. I will now give a brief explanation of the upcoming finals. The screen showed two figures, followed by the game's format. The Hunter League matches are 7 versus 7, depending on the map. Next, the game phases were shown. There's a farming phase for killing monsters, leveling up, and collecting items. The subsequent phases were then displayed on the screen. Next is the objective phase, where you capture neutral monsters or points, and then comes the final phase. Finally, the team fight phase, where the 7 versus 7 battle occurs. Judge Cho Aza then continued, explaining the game's dynamic nature. Because objectives vary by map, each match will unfold in a multitude of ways. Lee Min-seo added to her words. And for this final, we have a wild card. The current association chairman, Lee Cook, will also be participating. Min Soo-hui immediately asked, we know the roles of the participants, but what role will Chairman Lee Cook be playing? An image of Lee Cook appeared on screen. Lee Min-seo explained, interestingly, this time he has chosen the role of a neutral monster, so he's essentially playing the part of a monster. Min Soo-hee then asked, but compared to the rookies, the chairman is a professional, a first-generation hunter. Can they truly even compete with him? Azako replied, that's precisely the reason. Chairman Li Ku-teker will have some restrictions imposed. First, all of his stats will be reduced by about 2 points. Min Soo-hee found this interesting, adding, even a 10% difference is significant at the professional level, so even if his stats are higher, he won't completely overwhelm the participants. Hearing this, Lee Min-seo nodded. Azako added, Plus, there are 14 participants against only Chairman Lee Koo-tecker. I'm eager to see how this unfolds. Finally, Lee Min-se delivered his commentary. Yes, countless viewers are hyped for this week's finals. We've prepared an epic showdown between the top rookies and the legendary veteran hunter, Lee Koo-tecker. This promises to be an absolutely thrilling match. With those final words, the live broadcast finally came to a close. Great work, everyone. As Lee Min-seo gathered his papers, a voice called out, "Senior." It was Azacho, who asked, "What are your thoughts on the finals?" "Senior Lee Min-seo, you always support Lee Trang-hyun like you're his biggest fan, right? You think he'll win this time too?" "I'm not in the mood to argue today." Against her expectations, he replied, "No, I don't think he'll win." Lee Min-seo elaborated, "What do you think it signifies that Chairman Lee chose the neutral monster territory?" Hearing this, Azacho began to ponder. "I suppose he wants to face each opponent and personally evaluate each victor himself." Lee Min-seo didn't deny her words. "Yes, precisely, but that leaves no room for Lee Trang-hyun to shine." Hearing this, she asked, "Why not?" He explained Lee Trang-hyun's strengths and weaknesses to her. Lee Trang-hyun's strengths are his mobility and long-range attacks, but those are useless against the chairman. He then explained Lee Koo-tecker's advantages. Chairman Lee Koo-tecker's forte is his overwhelming close-quarters combat and his terrifying pursuit skills. A long-range fighter stands no chance unless they can take him down in a single shot. Despite Lee Min-seo's answer, Azacho was still doubtful, but Chairman Lee Koo-tecker placed limitations on himself to curb his power. The stat difference won't be that massive. Isn't it worth taking the gamble? Lee Min-seo replied, "The chairman being handicapped isn't the main issue. Even so, he won't hold back against them." Azacho rested her chin on her hand, considering his words. "In the Hunter League, nothing is impossible. You never know what could happen." Min Soo-hee then chimed in. "I completely agree with you, Senior, but I believe the odds of victory in this match are still slim." The broadcast screen then displayed the map for the upcoming battle. This arena is the battleground of the gods. As the program went live, the countdown began. 9 seconds remaining. The broadcast began, and the familiar competition intro played. Instantly, the live chat exploded with fiery comments. A wave of comments flooded in, some annoyed by Chairman Lee Koo-tecker's participation, while others were hyped for his legendary performance. At the stadium, the roar of the crowd electrified the air, raising the stakes for the coming battle. From a corner, Azacho, Lee Min-seo, and Min Soo-hee watched as judges. Lee Trang-hyun had also appeared in the arena. He scanned his surroundings and thought, "Perfect. The arena is exactly as I remember it. The plan can proceed." Lee Min-seo then stepped into the center of the arena and began the opening announcement. "The time has come for the final match of the competition. The arena is the battleground of the gods, and the rules will follow the standard 7 vs 7 Hunter League format. The match will continue until one team is completely eliminated," Lee shouted, concluding the opening. "Now, let the finals begin." The stadium erupted in a deafening roar. Dungeons, known as towers, emerged across the globe. This ignited conflicts between hunters from different nations, laying the foundation for the Hunter League. The towers held powerful artifacts, making conflict inevitable. Hunters were forced to battle one another to claim treasures on monster-infested grounds. This was the very origin of the Hunter League. It's why most tournament arenas are exact replicas of real-world towers. Naturally, this means first-generation hunters possess a familiarity with these arenas that the newer hunters simply lack. Back with Lee Trang-hyun, he had already been transported into the arena. He immediately began assessing his surroundings. Just then, Jun Hongyi approached to speak with him. "We're moving forward with the plan." Lee Trang-hyun replied, "Right." He turned to his teammates. "Hongyi, to Chun, let's move out." With unwavering eyes, he set their plan into motion. There was no turning back now. In the broadcast booth, the match was underway as the commentators began. "All right, let's check on the players." The live feed switched to show Ju Hai-chu's team. Team B, led by Ju Hai-chu, is clearing out monsters. It appears their strategy is to hunt monsters and level up before confronting Chairman Lee. The commentators were highly praising Team Hai-chu's tactics. Exactly. It's the most basic yet effective strategy. Even with Chairman Lee's stats reduced by 2 points, he still holds a considerable advantage over our contestants. The live feed then switched over to Trang-hyun's Team A. Oh, and Team A is doing the exact opposite. They're employing a completely different strategy. Only 4 members are hunting. The screen shifted again, showing Lee Trang-hyun's group. Ah, and there are the other 3 players. The 3 are heading straight for Lee Koo-tecker as planned. Seeing this unfold, the commentators were initially confused by the move. Lee Trang-hyun, Jun Hongyi, and Kim To-chun have completely deviated from the standard route. Li Minxio seemed to realize Lai Tranghian's plan. They're heading for the chairman. Azacho turned to him. What do you think their next move is? He answered immediately. It's clear they're aiming directly for Chairman Li. Hearing this, Azako was skeptical. Considering their current stats, and with only 3 members, isn't defeating Chairman Li practically impossible? Li Minxio replied, I agree, but let's wait and see what they have planned. Meanwhile, Tranghian's group moved unimpeded, finally reaching Li Kuteker's location, the neutral monster zone. There stood Li Kuteker, looking imposing under the 40-degree sun, armed with a gleaming spear and shield. Suddenly, his senses picked up on something. Huh? He scanned the area. So, they finally arrived? The sound of footsteps began to echo around Chairman Li. A sly grin spread across his face. How interesting. What little scheme have you cooked up? Did you think I wouldn't notice? But no one attacked. Humph. Are they hiding? Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, and he raised his shield to block it. Then, a storm of bullets rained down upon him. Seeing this, Chairman Li smirked. I don't think so. He swatted the projectiles away. He laughed, roaring. Is that all you've got? The gunfire intensified. The chairman was forced to defend with his shield. While he was pinned down by Tranghian, Tu Chun snuck up from behind for a surprise attack. She leaped, lunging toward Li Qute, but he blocked her attack effortlessly, too slow. After parrying her, he began to taunt them. I had high hopes for you, Tranghian. If this is all you can manage, I'm quite disappointed. I expected a real surprise, not these boring little tricks. Just then, a powerful gust of wind blew past. Li Qute noticed it too. A massive shadow loomed before the chairman. His eyes widened. It was a towering, colossal giant. This was the battlefield of gods, home to the giants who once fought within this very tower. For some reason, they were all petrified, but the giants were still alive inside the stone. The Hunter Tournament finals are held in a real tower, so I know this arena well, and I know how to awaken the giants. Back when the 3 were running, Tu Chun heard Tranghian's plan. A look of panic crossed her face. You're gonna wake those statues up? Junhan Gi spoke up. Did you figure something out? Like back in the survival game? Tranghian simply replied, I can feel it. This only confused him more. Feel what? Tranghian turned and pointed toward the army of giants. The cracks, he said. If we precisely strike the fissures on those statues, they'll shatter, and the giants within will awaken, like hatching from a shell. Tu Chun was skeptical. For real? Or is that just a guess? But unlike her, Hangi trusted him completely. Of course not. It must be one of his skills, right, Tranghian? He gave him a strange look. Yeah, something like that. Tu Chun was finally convinced. So? Will those giants actually help us? Tranghian shook his head. No. They've been petrified so long, they're mindless. They'll attack anything that moves. Doubt crept back into Tu Chun's mind. You don't sound very confident. And isn't Chairman Li a neutral monster? I get it. But what if they don't go after the chairman? He answered calmly. If I'm right, that won't happen. Tu Chun pressed on. Okay, say you're right. We'll still be in danger. Tranghian's next words shocked her. That's why we brought the gear. Back in the present, Chairman Li faced the massive shadow. So you were right. This might work. The giant's eyes glowed as it began to move. Li Qute finally understood. They weren't aiming for me at all. It was a feint. The resurrected giant stirred to life. Their target was the cracks. But even if they knew how to wake it, they could have only learned that after entering this map. The giant's movements shifted the very atmosphere. Those brats charged in fully prepared, waking the statue. But how? The Colossus was now fully awake. It let out a deafening roar, swinging its massive weapon at Chairman Li. With incredible speed, he dodged the blow. He thought back to Tu Chun's attack. Dodging is easy enough, but the real problem. My attackers have vanished. Where could they be? Then, a startling realization hit him. It can't be. The item he was thinking of was an invisibility cloak. An invisibility cloak. They can hide, but it's not practical and can be detected. The giant swung its hammer down, and the chairman blocked it easily. From a distance, Tranghian smirked from behind a rock, rifle in hand. While Li Qute was busy, he took his shot. As the bullet flew towards him, he realized their plan. So they won't give me time to find them. But his face wasn't panicked. It was strangely calm. He began to channel a skill. He unleashed a heaven-shaking roar, and the very air around him warped. Tranghian's bullet was repelled. Raising his spear high, he shouted, "You've pushed me this far. It's been a while. I'm truly impressed." His spear gleamed, reflecting the sun. The The giant was stunned. He brandished his weapon at it and said, "All right, you win this round." However, he wasn't about to admit true defeat just yet. "But isn't it too early to say you've truly beaten me?" Li Qiute's taunts continued. "Now, we're on equal footing. Let's have a real fight." In the stadium, the crowd erupted, thrilled by the chairman's power and Trong Hien's strategy. Li Minso was left speechless. Beside him, Azekol commented excitedly. It looked like Trong Hien was firing randomly, but he found the trick to reviving the statue. Chairman Li Qiute dodged the bullets, but they were attacking the statue, making his situation more difficult. Hidden by her cloak, Tu Chun thought. He's shooting the statue's cracks to pressure the chairman while we hide with invisibility cloaks. He's directing all the statue's rage at the chairman. Meanwhile, Li Minso was beaming with pride. That kid actually pulled it off. He watched the screen, filled with pride. Back on the field, Trong Hien was focusing power into his rifle. He's a first-gen hunter, but that's not enough. Chairman Li was now overwhelming the giant. Seizing the opportunity, Trong Hien made his move. He fired a devastating shot, aimed straight for the giant's head. But just then, Li Qiute shot forward, blocking the bullet. With incredible agility, he leaped up to intercept the shot aimed at the giant. He landed lightly on its head. Before he could think, the giant attacked again. Dodging, Li Qiute yelled, "It only needs to learn once, but a second time, there won't be any more tricks," Trong Hien thought, hearing his boast. "Is that right?" Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. Trong Hien activated his super sight, observing Chairman Li's movements. He noticed the shield, and the tiny red light glowing on it. Without a moment's hesitation, Trong Hien fired again. The bullet screamed towards Li Qiute's shield, only to be deflected once more. Seeing this, he taunted, "I told you it was useless." But the deflected bullet was still soaring when a second shot suddenly struck it mid-air. The two projectiles split, veering off in new directions. The sound of the impact made Li Qiute look up, but it was too late. One of the bullets had already slammed into a nearby giant. He stared in shock. A ricochet shot. Now, two giants were awake. Chairman Li grew anxious. This has gone completely wrong. From a distance, Trong Hien watched Li Qiute's struggle, thinking, even a first-generation hunter like him can't handle both of them. Looks like they're trying to overwhelm him. He contacted the other two members, Tu Chun and Han Gi. "You two, do you read me?" Tu Chun and Han Gi were hiding in the bushes, awaiting Trong Hien's command. "Qian Shung is bringing the others. You know the plan, right?" They glanced at each other and nodded. "Yeah." Meanwhile, Kim Qian Shung and his three teammates hid behind a boulder. Before them lay a field of defeated monsters. He thought to himself, "Whew, I've grown so strong, what's next?" He recalled Trong Hien's words when assigning his mission. "Out of the four of you, you're number one, the one I trust the most." Kim Qian Shung was beaming with pride, but kept his composure. "If you put it that way, I guess I have no choice but to help." He then recalled Trong Hien's instructions. "He gave us 3 directives. Gather all the minions and resources you can, and preserve our numbers. Be careful not to enter Juhi Chu's territory. If you encounter them, just run." Looking at the map, he thought, he even planned an escape route for us. Right then, Juhi Chu's Team B arrived on the scene. Someone shouted, "They're close, find them." Seeing Team B, Kim Qian Shung thought. His guess was spot on. Juhi Chu appeared, a massive hammer slung over her back. "We won't lose this time." Meanwhile, Kim Qian Shung whispered the signal to retreat, but Juhi Chu had already spotted them. She screamed, pointing, "Over there, get them!" Kim Qian Shung was already on the move. The plan was to lure the blue team away during the escape, but he saw the crazed look in Juhi Chu's eyes from afar. "Can I really pull this off?" he wondered. Just then, Trong Hien's order came through. "Keep running to the rendezvous point." "Roger that." After a short chase, Juhi Chu's team suddenly halted. She stared in shock at the sight before them. A giant. A sense of dread crept over her. A neutral monster zone. Stones crumbled from its body as the second giant fully awakened. It unleashed a heavens-shaking roar. Suddenly, it swung its massive axe sideways, nearly cleaving Juhi Chu in two. She dodged just in the nick of time. Watching the chaos unfold, Kim Qian Shung was stunned. "What the hell is going on? You said you were going after Chairman Li. What kind of mess have you made?" Right before his eyes, Chairman Li was now battling 2 giants. Trong Hien's voice came over the comms. "How long can you keep this chaos going?" He replied, "Not long." Trong Hien answered calmly, 3 minutes is all we need." Puzzled, Kim Qian Shung asked, "What can you possibly do in 3 minutes?" "You'll see," he replied. Then, he contacted the other 2 for the next phase of the plan. Tu Chun, Han Gi. This is our best chance while we're still concealed. Understood? The reply was instant. Roger. He continued. On my signal, we're taking down Juhi Chu's team first. The countdown began. 3. Tu-chun looked tense. The count continued. 2. In contrast, Han-gi appeared perfectly calm. 1. The two threw off their cloaks and charged Juhi Chu's squad. Caught by the surprise attack, her team was stunned. In an instant, one member was down. As chaos erupted, a flicker of fear crossed Juhi Chu's face. She barked orders to her team. Avoid the giant at all costs, and stick to the red team through the confusion. Juhi Chu slammed her palm on the ground, activating her magic. A sanctuary of light instantly formed, enveloping her and her teammates. Sanctuary. A healing zone. Seeing this, Trang Hian immediately opened fire. I can't let her cast that. A bullet streaked towards Juhi Chu, but it was blocked by a sacred light emanating from her ring. Having deflected the shot, she smirked. Did you really think I'd show up without a defense against your rifle? Trang Hian thought to himself. I underestimated her. Looks like there's no other way. In his hand, he held a device shaped like a donut. Time for a different approach. It was a mana bomb drone, a device that weaponized and detonated mana. A pack of 8. Trang Hian got to work, separating the drones. He executed each step perfectly. A new bullet formed in his hand. He placed it into the ET and reshaped it. Then, Trang Hian loaded it into his rifle. It feels a little heavy. Trang Hian took aim at Juhi Chu and fired. A powerful stream of blue energy erupted from the barrel. A devastating blast. It tore through her defensive barrier and slammed directly into her. The impact sent her flying backwards, and she cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! After firing the shot, smoke billowed from his rifle's burning barrel. His teammate's excited voice crackled over the comms. What in the world did you just fire? That was you, right? Wow, that was insane. Did you just shoot an entire mana bomb drone? Seeing the results, Trang Hian smiled. It seems to have worked. Blood from Juhi Chu's wound poured onto the ground. Looking at the deep gash, she thought, damn it, this wound should be healing faster inside my sanctuary. But suddenly, a sword flashed towards her. We're not just fighting one opponent, it was Han-gi and Tu-chun. Meanwhile, Trang Hian was already reloading. There are 2 ways to level up in the Hunter tournament. First, kill the monsters or minions that spawn in the map's dungeons. And the second is to eliminate your rivals. Juhi Chu was trying desperately to fight back when a powerful blow suddenly struck, taking her down for good. A shot from Trang Hian. Juhi Chu's team was finished. Chairman Lee, meanwhile, had turned a losing game around. In the end, he was victorious. Looks like the other side is done too. A wide grin spread across Lee's face, as if he was truly enjoying the fight. How refreshing. It's been a while since I've had a real match. He searched for Jang Hyan while speaking. Back to the topic. Should we talk more? From under his cloak, Jang Hyan spoke. Is there anything for us to talk about here? Hearing this, the chairman became more excited. Don't be like that. I'm quite impressed. Shall we talk tactics? The Hunter tournament has become a brutal war. A deep crimson aura swirled around Lee Kutaik. He continued, but in the beginning, tactics were the key to conquering the towers. Ha. He suddenly detected something. He violently threw the spear in his hand toward Jang Hyun's hiding place. Jang Hyun successfully dodged the attack. He thought, did he pinpoint my location from my voice? Jang Hyun then used a skill to ascend even higher. It seems the chairman doesn't have much strength left. Looking down at Lee Kutek, Jang Hyun was filled with confidence. We can overwhelm him. Down below, Tu-chun and Han-gi charged forward to attack. Tu-chun began to swing his sword with immense power. However, to Chairman Lee Kutek, it was merely child's play. He dodged the attack completely and with ease. Lee Kutek then counterattacked, striking hard at Tu-chun's right shoulder. However, with Jang Hyun's covering fire, Lee Kutek could only defend with his shield. Han-gi was shocked. Impossible. Unlike him, Jang Hyun was much calmer. He thought to himself, this must be the difference between a top hunter and a third-league newcomer. Lee Kutek seized the opportunity to attack Tu-chun again. Jang Hyun had no choice but to let Tu-chun be eliminated. We tried our best to keep you in. With Tu-chun now eliminated, only 2 remained against Lee Kutak. Is it just me and Han-gi now? Lee Kutak smiled and said, are you surprised? In response, Jang Hyun smirked and spoke, no, this is all part of the plan. Hearing this, the chairman laughed with amusement. Ha, then you must have a way to handle this, right? He replied, of course. Jang Hyun then made his next move. He shouted, Jun Han-gi. Han-gi activated his skill, controlling his swords to fly towards Lee Kutek. But that trick was old news. so he easily blocked them with his shield. Then he leaped high, charging at the two of them. Li Kutek showed no mercy, attacking Hanji directly. He was immediately eliminated. Li Kutek spoke. "All right, now you're the only one left." Seeing this, Jang Hian began to feel a sense of dread. The arena fell silent. The tension was so thick you could only hear the wind blow. The two of them stood facing each other. Jang Hian aimed his gun straight at Li Kutek, ready to serve him a delicious lead bullet. Of course, facing a kid like Jang Hian, Chairman Kutak wasn't scared. He flashed a confident smile and took a ready defensive stance. Jang Hian analyzed quickly. The chairman is a melee hunter and, above all, a tank. Jang Hian looked clearly worried about his opponent. The perfect counter to a ranged fighter. I'm at a major disadvantage. Wasting no time, Chairman Kutak instantly leaped up, flying high enough to aim at his prey. With his sword raised, Kutak radiated a dangerous crimson killing intent, menacing Jang Hian. Victory will be mine. The chairman was too fast, too dangerous, and instantly skewered Jang Hian. And Jang Hian's defense was so careless, how could he block such a lethal blow? The wound struck his right shoulder, causing Jang Hian to grunt. But nothing could deter him. He began to smirk, preparing to spring a trap on Kutek. Pulling out a mana bomb drone, Jang Hian confidently threatened the chairman. "Are you sure about that?" He was using that same old trick. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the arena, shaking the whole area. This time, the chairman was surely done for. In the stands, hundreds of spectators held their breath, on the edge of their seats, watching the match intently on the LED screens. Judge Azrael's jaw dropped, speechless at the insane scene. After the explosion, the smoke cleared, revealing the aftermath. So epic. Jang Hian had successfully sacrificed himself to take down the chairman. The blast was so powerful it cracked the ground, and both of them now lay motionless on the field. Witnessing this shocking scene, Judge Lee Min-seo shot up from his seat. The winner and loser had been decided. At that moment, the LED screen flashed the words, "Red Team wins." The entire hall erupted in joy. Everyone stood up, cheering and dancing happily, awestruck by Jang Hian's bold play. Judge Min-seo could only show a confident smile. He truly wanted to claim victory. Recalling the scene, Min-seo analyzed his strategy. He used the mana bomb drone to force a draw. Min-seo was at a loss for words at the bold move by Jang Hian, the bomber. Perhaps that kid is the real monster. After successfully bombing the chairman and countless other things, Jang Hian dragged his exhausted body, holding the railing as he walked into the stands, letting out a long sigh as he recalled his legendary bombing moment. Jang Hian reflected, "Damn it, if I had dodged the injury and thrown the bomb, I could have won." Behind him were his two teammates, Kim Tu-chun and Junhan Gi. Kim Tu-chun cheerfully ran up and put an arm around Jang Hian. "What are you thinking about? Shouldn't you be happy?" Jang Hian, cool as ever, put his hands in his pockets and replied coldly, "How can I be happy? I tied with the chairman." Junhan Gi felt something was off and quickly spoke up. "Didn't you hear?" Jang Hian and Kim Tu-chun turned to look at him. Jang Hian replied, "Hear what?" Seeing his team's ace looking a bit clueless, unaware of the situation, Junhan Gi gave a gentle, CEO-like smile. "It's nothing." Jang Hian looked at Kim Tu-chun, confused. The golden hour had arrived, and the team stood on the podium. Before hundreds of spectators, their glorious moment of honor was about to begin. The judges and the chairman also stepped onto the stage to prepare for the award ceremony. Chairman Li Kutek looked incredibly sharp. He wore a well-fitted suit that hugged his muscular body, with his hair slicked back. The girls could only swoon and shout, "So handsome, so handsome." He turned to look, giving a slight smile to Jang Hian, who was completely unaware. His face was as innocent as a lost deer looking at the chairman. Meanwhile, Judge Azrael began her opening speech for the award ceremony. "Do you all know how many awakened there are each year? About 100,000 people, regardless of age, and every one of them has dreamed at least once, 'I want to become a hunter,'" she continued. "But being a hunter is a difficult job, even if they are not first-generation hunters who directly attack the towers, even if they are just athletes in the Hunter League. A hunter must be brave, wise, and lucky." The scene was truly magnificent. Judge Azrael declared loudly before the prestigious Golden Cup, a symbol honoring the power of its wielder. Only those who possess all these qualities can become a true hunter. Azrael approached the golden trophy. Her hand touched the cup, ready to announce the next champion of the Next Generation Hunter Tournament. Another warrior had proven himself a true hunter. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath for her words as a golden spotlight centered on the stage, and his name was announced. Lai Trang-hyun, the owner of the trophy, had been decided. A wave of congratulations was sent to Trang Hian. You are the greatest warrior of the next generation hunters. Every eye in the hall was fixed on him now, the crowd roaring in celebration for Lai Trang Hian. Trang Hian stepped forward to receive the trophy, but a strange feeling washed over him. Amidst the roaring crowd, a woman named Azacho beamed. She held the trophy, preparing to present it to him. As his hands closed around it, the moment felt unreal. I've held so many trophies before. His face was radiant, his smile wide as confetti rained down. Lai Trang Hian raised the trophy high, basking in this brilliant, glorious moment. But this feeling, it's been so long. He lost himself in the wave of happiness. And so, the next generation hunter ceremony concluded. After his victory, his mother was overflowing with pride. She had watched the tournament with their relatives, and everyone was left in awe. Our boy is really something else. He smiled to himself. His mother, once so skeptical, had completely changed her tune. His father, a bit embarrassed, just blushed and looked away. But his mother spoke for him. Your dad was the most excited of all. He just won't admit it. Every time you do something amazing, he screams, "That's my son," and brags to all his friends. It's intense, she continued. They might not know much about hunters, but they definitely know who you are. A bitter memory surfaced for Lai Trang Hian. In my past life, I was stuck competing in low-ranked leagues, forcing my parents to worry constantly. But things are completely different this time. A huge weight lifted off Lai Trang Hian's shoulders, but a lingering concern still troubled him. There was one final matter to settle. On the table rested a pair of aged hands, likely the chairman's. The man placed 2 cups of tea on the table. Lai Trang Hian politely took one, settling onto the white sofa, ready to negotiate. Chairman Lai Kutiko spoke first. So, the big issue on your mind is your team? The chairman, looking sharp, smiled with his arms crossed, probing his intentions. What is the reason you've come to see me? Trang Hian raised an eyebrow. This chairman was a cunning old fox, but he remained calm against his powerful aura. He continued the conversation. I won the tournament, so I'm here for Team Butter. Chairman Tico replied coolly. Is that so? A sly grin appeared as he stroked his beard. Don't you think that victory wasn't entirely fair? You used the giant, and we both know how that match went, right? The chairman's words were a clear taunt. Trang Hian shot up from his seat. I understand, then I'll be leaving. Seeing this, the chairman panicked and stopped him. Wait, hold on. His reaction was sharp and forceful. The chairman quickly grabbed Trang Hian's left arm, holding him in a firm grip. The tension was palpable. The chairman quickly regained his composure, smiling confidently. Ha ha, calm down, young man. I was only joking. No need to be so tense. We're on the same side now, after all. Seeing an opening, Lai Trang Hian sat back down, arms crossed. And what does that mean? The chairman's face grew serious. I'll give you Team Butter. I was genuinely impressed by your performance during our match. Hearing this, Trang Hian was still skeptical. The chairman's expression didn't exactly inspire trust. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand. Trang Hian smiled in agreement. I look forward to working with you. The chairman looked bewildered, caught off guard by the sudden shift from Trang Hian. All right, a deal is a deal. The chairman extended his own hand toward him. They shook, sealing their agreement. As do I. After the negotiations, Trang Hian returned to his daily life. Now, in casual clothes, he stood before the station. Today, he was heading to the Moza workshop, a world-renowned enterprise for high-end hunter weapons, also offering comprehensive hunter evaluations. Trang Hian thought about his next move. I'm here today to order my prize weapon. To his dismay, it seemed he'd be accompanied by Kim Tu-chun. Trang Hian frowned slightly. And why are you here? Tu-chun grinned. I have a 3rd division match coming up. I figured I should get a custom weapon too. Lai Trang Hian replied politely. That's a good idea. Then, by chance or design, Judge Lee Min-seo also showed up. He waved to his 2 favorite contestants. You're here early? And just like that, the unplanned group was complete. They all headed to the Moza workshop. Trang Hian sighed internally. And for some reason, Lee Min-seo is going to be my guide through this whole process. Tu-chun and Min-seo chatted as they walked. Judge Lee, he asked, what's the difference between a custom and standard weapon? Min-seo replied warmly. You can just call me Min-se. I'm not your judge anymore. He then explained, there's a massive difference between them. A custom weapon becomes an extension of yourself. It's also a representation of your unique fighting style. The group suddenly stopped, and Lai Trang Hian looked up. Before them stood the colossal skyscraper of the Moza workshop. Trang Hian felt a wave of nostalgia. It's been a long time. They entered the main lobby. The receptionist noticed their approach and turned. She saw 3 men entering: Lai Trang, Hien, Lee Min-se, and Kim Ta-chun. A professional smile immediately graced her face. "Welcome. You must be the one with the reservation, Hunter Lee Min-seo?" Lee Min-seo smiled back warmly. "Yes, that's us. May we go in?" The receptionist pointed to a directory. "Please head straight to workshop B3. Lai Trang Hien scanned the area, noting Moza was divided into sectors A through D. The weapon quality was also ranked alphabetically. He nodded to himself in approval. B rank isn't bad at all. The air hummed with machinery as everyone worked intently. Every detail was meticulously monitored. The constant clacking of keyboards created an odd, rhythmic hum. As for Kim Ta-chun, he couldn't help but marvel at the diligent workers. Lee Min-seo glanced back at the two. "First time either of you has been in a workshop, I take it?" Kim Ta-chun eagerly replied. "Yes, it's my first time seeing this up close. This is so cool. How much do the weapons here cost?" "Custom ones are pricier, right?" Lee Min-seo chuckled, amused by his excitement. "Haha, you'll find out soon enough. But first, let me explain a few important things." He led them into a room filled with countless weapons: blades, swords, hammers, scythes, and more. Lee Min-seo began. Weapon crafting always begins with a single prototype. It's like a base model before adding personal touches. Take my 7 blades, for example. Lee Min-seok gripped the hilt tightly. He eyed the gleaming sword in his hand and continued. "A standard sword is just a basic template, right? For a custom weapon, you add options based on your skills and combat style." Both Lee Trang-hyun and Kim To-chun were amazed by this reveal. Kim To-chun's eyes sparkled brighter than a galaxy. Lee Min-seok grabbed some paper. "For myself, I'd add 6 extra blades to the original sword. Let's sketch a rough draft like this." Lee Min-seok drew the sword with the surrounding blades. Behind him, Kim To-chun watched in absolute awe. Hearing this, Lee Trang-hyun remained silent and expressionless. "It ends with 7 total blades. The tips must be curved to tear flesh on impact." Lee Min-seok even added detailed notes next to the sketch. He then handed the drawing to the girl. "Please follow this design." The sound of machinery whirred and beeped. A completed sword materialized, gleaming with 6 blades just like the design. Kim To-chun stared at the final product. He couldn't hide his excitement. "Wow, you can create something like this from a sketch?" Lee Min-seok held the weapon born from his own idea. Looking proud and satisfied, he said, "Of course, the drawing is just a concept of what I want. They interpret it and bring it to life." Lee Min-seok raised a single finger. "The key is knowing the weapon you want, what suits you best, and how you'll wield it. Have you ever thought about it?" Kim To-chun put a hand to his chin and began to think. While he was pondering, Lee Trang-hyun already knew his answer. He'd used the same weapon from his past life. Watching Kim To-chun think so seriously made him curious. I wonder what kind of idea he'll have. Suddenly, Kim To-chun's eyes flashed with inspiration. He reached out and grabbed a shining sword with an elegant design. Lee Trang-hyun was a bit startled by this move. That's a weapon meant for head-on attacks. Wait. He watched Kim To-chun sketch intensely on the paper. He glanced at the note, slightly confused. Acceleration magic? Then he recoiled in shock, thinking, he's requesting an acceleration enchantment? While Lee Trang-hyun was still stunned, Kim To-chun added a final note. With each acceleration, it will sparkle. Seeing this, Lee Min-seok couldn't help but laugh. Haha, a little flair during a performance is pretty important, right? There are plenty of players like that in the higher leagues. Lee Min-seok then turned to Lee Trang-hyun, who was silent with his arms crossed. Do you have a specific weapon in mind, Trang-hyun? Lee Trang-hyun looked at the prototypes on the shelf, replying, He thought to himself, no one in Korea really uses guns now, so there are no prototypes here. The options screen appeared. Magic Weapon Transformation Tech AS+, super label that reveals a target's true nature, and an unlocked C-rank peak. He considered the options. Anyway, with the Magic Weapon Transformation Tech here, I can create whatever I need. Lee Trang-hyun reached for the shelf, so a base model isn't really necessary. He pulled out a long rectangular bar and held it up. I can use this however I want, can't I? Kim To-chun watched, curious to see his plan. Lee Min-seok just crossed his arms and looked at Lee Trang-hyun. Of course. That's the privilege of the winner. The metal bar in his hand glowed as a system window appeared. A notification for Magic Weapon Transformation Technology. You can now transform the weapon into any shape you desire. The bar in Lee Trang-hyun's hand instantly became a gun. Lee Trang-hyun carefully inspected the black gun in his hand. Both Kim To-chun and the female staff member stared, their jaws agape. Lee Min-seok also smiled, satisfied. All of them stared at Lee Trang-hyun and the gun in his hand. He couldn't help but admire it. Amazing. He created a weapon so easily. Hearing the praise, Li Trangyan suddenly blushed, feeling shy. I've seen reactions like this before, but it's still embarrassing. All over the world, wherever a hunter tournament is held, there's a Moza workshop branch. Because of this, competition between branches is unavoidable. That competition boils down to two things: who creates better quality weapons, and who is the one using those weapons. A girl sat in a chair, her fingers tapping nervously on the armrest. Actually, in this case, the Moza workshop's Korean branch. Her face grew tense. Their performance has not been very good. Comments mocking their low-quality weapons and their unremarkable hunters flooded all of social media. They completely failed in the international tournament. Instead of being promoted, they were criticized for creating weapons fit only for mediocre players. She recalled the image of Li Tranghyun and the black gun sitting right next to him. But this boy, with him, there might be a glimmer of hope. She remembered the medal's transformation. Certain, he didn't just win the contest. He also revealed the potential for a new type of weapon. Her brow furrowed as she made her choice. I can't let him get away. Thank you for your time. Trangyan. With a serious face, she introduced herself. I am Park Juna, head of the Moza Workshop's Seoul branch. Let's get straight to business. Park Juna pointed to the rectangular bar he had picked. Are you satisfied with this weapon? I mean, something from the B-tier section. Li Trangyan looked up at her, eyes wide. I was told the organizers only provide those weapons. Are there other choices? Park Juna turned to grab a box beside her. What if it wasn't a weapon, but a mana ingot? Our branch possesses something quite special. She opened the box, revealing a brilliantly shining blue ingot. Li Trangyan's eyes widened in shock. Whoa. Park Juna looked at Li Trangyan and said, I have a proposal for you, Trangyan. He responded cautiously. What is it? Park Juna immediately flashed a bright smile, gesturing to the box with the glowing ingot. I will provide you with something like a weapon lease. So you can use this ingot to create your own weapon. In return, you just need to craft and use a weapon made from it. And if you become famous after using it, then all the better. Li Trangyan listened silently to Park Juna's offer. Occasionally, you'll cooperate with us by using the mana ingot. And creating weapons with that skill is simple, isn't it? After Park Juna finished speaking, Li Tranghyun finally opened his mouth to reply. The terms are quite tempting. But Li Tranghyun steepled his fingers, a smirk on his lips. Would it be a problem if people knew I was the weapon's creator? Hearing this, Park Juna calmly sipped her tea, her expression thoughtful as she considered his words. He's figured out my plan. Her eyes lit up. If Tranghyun forges a weapon with this ingot, the public will believe our branch can refine top-tier mana ingots. Park Juna imagined it, a sword emitting a brilliant blue aura. She thought, then I'll have him forge more weapons to create a collection from A+ ingots. With her plan set, Park Juna finally spoke. My apologies, I forgot to mention. You'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Tranghyun simply replied, Oh, is that so? In that case, perhaps I should take my skills directly to the Mozart Workshop's main branch. Hearing this, Park Juna grit her teeth, her expression twisting as she asked, What do you want? Seeing her reaction, Li Tranghyun thought with satisfaction. Got her, he said. A sponsorship. Park Juna was confused. Sponsorship? Aren't we already sponsoring you by providing the weapon? But fine, our branch can arrange a personal sponsorship for you. Hearing that, Tranghyun shook his head. No, not for me. He clarified. I mean for the team I'm about to join. Team P. I want you to become Team P's sponsor. Park Juna's face soured as she questioned internally. Team P? She pictured a team of failures in her mind. He wants us to sponsor a third-rate team that always finishes last. Then Park Juna asked aloud, May I ask why Team P? If you joined a different team, we might consider a sponsorship. Li Tranghyun just laughed and replied, No, that won't happen. I've already signed with them. At his words, Park Juna's eyes widened in shock. Composing herself, she said, Sponsoring Team P won't do much to promote our brand image. Hearing this, he replied, Correct. But I believe that's what makes this a tough spot for you. He added, I am offering my weapon forging skill exclusively to your branch, am I not? Hearing this, Park Juna fell silent for a moment. After a pause, she spoke. Fine. We'll send a representative to Team P. We can discuss the sponsorship details then. Tranghyun heard this and said, Good. The two stood and shook hands on the deal. Later, Tranghyun arrived at a new location, a massive stadium filled with bright lights. This is the crowd size for a third-tier league, he thought as he walked down. Tranghyun looked up at the matchboard. Team P versus SRB. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Last place versus ninth. This is doable. He took a seat in the stands, thinking to himself, no matter how much they've struggled, they can still make a comeback. P has a good chance against SP. They should win this. Suddenly, the flashbulbs went off. Trang Hian was lost in thought again. Unlike the first league, second and third league matches are held in virtual reality. The top league fights in actual dungeons, so the risk of injury is a serious concern. His eyes narrowed slightly, but the second and third leagues are different. On the big screen, players were running away in fear. Trang Hian wondered. Then what are they so afraid of? Strange noises and frantic screams echoed from the large screen. Seeing this, Trang Hian muttered, "Seriously?" Disbelief was clear on his face. They call this a match? I came here to see if Team P had any hidden talent, he thought. Voices rose from the audience. Team P is losing and forced to retreat. Fight back. Oh man, they can't do it. It's over. What a tragic end for Team P. At this rate, they might end the season without a single win. Hearing this, Trang Hian was stunned. What? He turned, looking at the stands in disbelief. Not a single win? The scoreboard appeared, showing 0 points for Team P. Trang Hian thought to himself, did I make a mistake choosing this team? Would it have been smarter to pick a team with good prospects and then aim for the first league later? Trang Hian tried to think positively. He lowered his head in disappointment. No, he thought, I won't back down. He walked out of the stadium, step by step. I'll find a way. He headed for the exit, thinking, first, I'll get rid of all the players I can. I just hope there's at least one good player on the team. Suddenly, something appeared before Trang Hian. You've got to be kidding me. In front of him was a house. He stared at it, wondering, the team's housing is just a normal house? He remembered something from before, while lying in bed. Come to think of it, my first team didn't have proper funding either, so we had to sleep in a regular house. Maybe it's not so bad. They gave me the passcode earlier. With that thought, he reached for the door. His long fingers slowly entered the code. The moment it opened, a loud voice yelled, "You bastard! If you hadn't lost your temper back there, we wouldn't have lost so miserably." Trang Hian shot back furiously. And what about you? All you did was run until you were taken down. Real helpful. Lai Donggu stepped between them, trying to mediate. Calm down, guys. We can talk this out. Trang Hian watched from the doorway, thinking to himself. For a team that performed so badly, tension between members isn't surprising. Trang Hian spoke up again. I am talking. When do I get my physical training, coach? Suddenly, Lai Donggu noticed him and was surprised. Oh, he pulled Trang Hian inside to introduce him. Everyone, we have a new member. His name is Trang Hian, and he's this year's winner of Next Gen Hunter. Dan Chun stared in utter surprise. Trang Hian turned, his expression souring instantly. Trang Hian suddenly spoke up. I watched the match. You were all masters of being completely useless, he said. Enraged, Trang Hian stormed towards him, shouting, Who is this punk? Who do you think you are, talking to pros like that? You better take that back. Hearing this, Trang Hian touched a hand to his chest and said, Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Then how about a match? If I lose, I'll quit, but if I win, you're out, Trang Hian said. Trang Hian didn't respond. He pushed further. Are you scared? They all moved to the training room. While warming up, Trang Hian thought to himself, a rookie dares to provoke them. It seems the three of you fell for my trap. He glanced at them, a plan forming in his mind. If you ignore an insult like this, you have no competitive spirit. He then spoke up. Oh, by the way, I did say I wanted to crush you, so you won't be turning off the pain sensors, right? I hope you set it to maximum. Hearing this, a furious Trang Hian replied, Ha! You better give it your all if you don't want to get destroyed. Hearing that, Trang Hian thought, now that I think about it, isn't this the guy who charged in alone and got wrecked before? A system window appeared. Trang Hian possessed Destructive Strike, a forward charge that creates a powerful shockwave. Trang Hian looked over Trang Hian's stats. Trang Hian thought, his stats are lower than the program participants. Looks like he's been slacking off. His skill is surprisingly good though, but he doesn't even know how to use it right. I don't get how these guys made it onto a professional team, he thought, looking at Trang Hian. With a sigh, he turned away. Inside the virtual arena, Trang Hian stood armed and ready. Suddenly, something caught his attention. An explosion erupted on a rooftop. Just as I predicted, he thought. Trang Hian charged forward with his Destructive Strike, and he prepared himself. I knew Trang Hian would attack immediately. Trang Hian rushed straight at Trang Hian without hesitation, a smirk playing on his lips. However, Trang Hian easily dodged Trang Hian's attack. But then the pavement beneath his feet erupted. His expression shifted as he relied on his agility. Trang Hien quickly leaped off the ground. The shockwave's range is wider than I thought. A useful skill. Below, Li Qianhan gloated. Ha! How was that? He probably thinks that little trick scared me, Trang Hien thought. Before he could reply, Li Qianhan launched another attack. Seeing this, he thought, confident after that small victory, Qianhan is attacking recklessly. A small smile crossed his lips. Everything is going according to plan. His hands clenched into fists as he launched himself toward Li Qianhan. The sudden move stunned his opponent. Huh? Meanwhile, Trang Hien's expression remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, the two spectators outside gasped in shock. The scene shifted to show Trang Hien standing victorious. Below him, Li Qianhan was completely bound. As the two ran over, he spoke. So? Who's next? I promise this will hurt, he added. One of them cursed, damn it. Then, both were knocked to the ground. Trang Hien reminded them, we had a deal. The loser leaves the team. One of the two shot back, no, that was just you talking. Hearing them argue, Trang Hien's voice cut through sharply. Leave. The two reluctantly stood up and left, muttering, damn it. Let's see you manage without us. Li Qianhan was lost in thought, so Trang Hien approached him. Hey, are you deaf? He placed a hand on Qianhan's shoulder. Why are you still here? Qianhan bit his lip until it bled, managing to say, I'm sorry, but Trang Hien pretended not to hear. What did you say? Li Qianhan's face darkened as he repeated, I said I'm sorry. It was my fault. All of it was my fault. So can you let me stay on the team just this once? Hearing this, Trang Hien thought, how desperate. Then he answered, if you can't even beat a rookie who just became a hunter, what reason do you have to stay on this team? Li Qianhan clenched his fists, hesitating. I have good abilities. Even if you countered easily, we are confident in our skills. Isn't that enough? He said. Trang Hien considered it. Of course, his skills are certainly good. He then said aloud, but what good are they if you can't use them right? I doubt you'd listen to me, Li Qianhan. Hearing that, he shouted, yes, I will listen to you. Isn't that enough? Trang Hien replied, no, not just listen to me. You will obey only my orders. Do you think you can do that? Hearing the condition, he answered with resolve, yes, I will obey only you. Trang Hien looked at Qianhan, thinking, I'm not sure if this is the right decision, but on a team of useless players with no funds for new recruits, he could become the first pillar of my new team. Back in his room, Trang Hien lay on his bed, staring thoughtfully at his phone. So, out of 7 people, I've kicked 2. We need to fill those 2 remaining spots, he calculated in his head. After a moment, he decided to message Juhi Chu with an offer, but she rejected it. He then lay back down, sighing with regret. Sigh. Juhi Chu's potential is something that will explode later. I really wanted her on the team. Just then, a new message popped up. He stared at his phone, wondering, who's this? A guy had messaged him. I heard from Juhi Chu that you're recruiting? Reading this, he thought happily, no way. She put us in touch? He kept thinking, she's the ace of Seoul Academy's top team, so I thought she'd definitely join them. He recalled his battle with Juhi Chu, feeling impressed. She has a playstyle I can't help but admire. He started messaging the new person. As he texted, he let out a grin, ho, this kid. But a moment later, a strange thought came to him. Is this karma from the program? If it's someone like Jun Hangi, then this is a massive win for me. He reread the message history. Suddenly, he frowned at his phone. His eyes widened in surprise. What? A new message was on the screen. Trang Hien was shocked. This person is contacting me too? He stared at the message, deep in thought. His desk was covered in documents. Trang Hien picked up a file. Now what do I do? The most important thing when building a team roster is skill synergy. He flipped through the papers, reviewing every detail. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist on this team. Trang Hien held up the file of a female player. Everyone's stats are at the minimum, and their skill combinations are far from ideal. He suddenly stopped, noticing something strange in the skills section of the file. He stared intently at the document. The file was on a red-haired girl in glasses, Danju Li. Her skill was positional awareness, but Hangi seemed to have even greater potential. Trang Hien Lai recalled the 2 who contacted him yesterday, considering each one. He set down Danju's file, his decision made. We can do this. We'll take the 3rd league by storm. Inside the office, a voice spoke up. So, what do you think of the new team? Cute Ko Lai asked while holding a teacup. Are they decent? Trang Hien Lai forced a smile and replied, yes, Every one of them is special. It's all thanks to you. The man across from him roared with laughter. Haha, my apologies. I had no time to assemble the team. Once he finished laughing, his expression grew serious again. Continuing his talk with Trangian Li, I noticed you were recruiting, but I never expected you to get Mora Workshop as a sponsor. He met the man's gaze. I'll do anything it takes to save the team. The man stared back, asking, have you decided what kind of team you're going to build? He calmly lifted his teacup. I have two ideas right now, Trangian Li explained. First, the one-person army style. You probably saw that coming. Cute Ko Lai understood immediately. That's too predictable. Don't you know how teams fail when they rely only on Hunter League tactics? His fingers grazed the teacup's rim. Of course, which is why I have a second idea. His voice was steady. It's still in development. He crossed his arms confidently, looking at Cute Ko Li. But you can think of it as a bomber aircraft strategy. The older man's eyebrows immediately knitted together. A bomber aircraft? Cute Ko Lai mused, hand on his chin. I don't know what that is, but it's all in your hands. He pushed a folder forward. Now, this. As Trangian Li read the documents, Cute Ko Lai explained, this confirms the complete transfer of the team's authority over to you. Trangian Li placed the document on the table and stood up. Good. I'll be going then. Cute Ko Lai quickly interjected. Ah, by the way, Team Po's match the day before yesterday was the season final, and tomorrow there's a press conference scheduled for the third league. Trangian Li looked at him, surprised. You're the acting chairman now, so I expect your attendance. He considered the man's words. A press conference? He then agreed. Yes, I'll be there. He already had a plan forming in his mind. Fine, I have something I need to do at the press conference anyway. As the host started speaking, surrounded by all the attendees, Trangian Li leaned on his hand, thinking, this is so boring. When it was his turn, he took the microphone to introduce himself. I'm Trangian Li, and as of yesterday, I am the acting chairman of Team Po. I will also be participating as a player. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He sighed internally. Not a single question came after his introduction. The host simply took the microphone and began questioning someone else. Next question. Team LTZ won first place this season, earning praise for their exceptional teamwork and their dominance over other teams. There are concerns that many players might advance to the second league next season. What are your thoughts? The man in question took the mic to answer the host. Ah, yes, that is an understandable concern. However, should anyone leave the team, we guarantee we will fill the void with players of equal caliber. Confidence flashed in his eyes as he made the declaration. In fact, we plan on recruiting several hunters known as Rising Stars, so please look forward to it. Trangian Li rested his chin on his hand, thinking over the man's words. Rising Stars? Who could he be talking about? He glanced at the speaker, who looked strangely familiar. Wait, that coach looks. Suddenly, it hit him. Hold on, is that Director Li? He searched his memory. In his past life, that man had been the source of his problems. Back then, he was the coach and director for the First League's team LTZ, but now, he was just the coach for LTZ in the Third League. The host's voice cut in after the response. Thank you for your answer. He finally remembered the man's name, Hyungun Lee. The host continued with the questions. There are also rumors of a new hunter that Team LHG is training. Can we expect to see Jun in the Third League next season? The man being questioned seemed a bit flustered, replying awkwardly, Oh, I'm sorry, we can't give a definite answer. We are trying, but this market is volatile, so nothing is certain. That's all I can say for now. Trangian Li remembered with a jolt. That's the team Hangi was supposed to join. The host continued. And now for some surprising news from Team Po. We heard that Trangian Li has taken command of the team. Hearing his name, he spoke up immediately. Yes, hello. A confident smile spread across his face. He introduced himself once more. I'm Trangian Li, the new acting chairman for Team Po. The host then moved on to his question. It's unprecedented for someone your age to join a team as both a player and acting chairman. Can we expect a major shift for the team? Trangian Li answered with a smile. Of course. Team Po may have ended this season without a single victory, but I assure you, a significant change is on its way. The host pressed further. A significant change, you say? Could you give us a small hint? Trangian Li didn't hesitate to reply. Well, first, we've had some roster changes. I'll be acting as both a player and the coach. We're also changing our strategies. We've brought on a new investor. A lot is happening. The host cut him off, his face filled with a hint of disdain. I see. It sounds like a lot of changes. Thank you. Next. But Trangian Li immediately spoke up. Oh, my apologies, but I have more to say. The host stammered. Yes, please go on. Trangian Li gripped the microphone tightly. I've been following the third league matches very closely. His face was still confident as he continued, and not one team truly stands out. The entire room seemed to freeze, as everyone was stunned by his words. Hyun-gun Lee gritted his teeth. What? Trongyen Lee paid no mind to their shocked faces. His voice was steady and held nothing back. So you should all be on your guard. We're coming to take you all down. He added pointedly. Oh, and LTZ especially will be humiliated when a top-tier team loses to a bottom-ranked one. These words were a direct assault on Hyun-gun Lee, enraging him completely. Having said his piece, he dropped the microphone. His expression was nonchalant as he thought, there, that's how it's done. He remained perfectly calm, ignoring Hyun-gun Lee, who was practically steaming with rage. He had to leave a strong impression. Finally, he could relax his tense body. The sound of a door opening echoed. Lee Trang-hyen spoke cheerfully. You're here? Before him stood Han Jisoo, Jun Honggi, and Kim Tu-chun. He warmly invited them all inside. It's been a while, come on in. Kim Tu-chun scanned the area before commenting, this is the team's place? It's just a normal house. Lee Trang-hyen simply replied, it's a small team, so this is fitting. Kim Tu-chun asked in disbelief, seriously? Lee Trang-hyen thought to himself, I expected Tu-chun to contact me, but I'm surprised to see Jisoo. He suddenly turned to look directly at Han Jisoo, who seemed confused. What is it? Lee Trang-hyen just smiled and said, it's nothing. In his heart, he thought, but I have no complaints. The four of them stood in the room. The other three looked around. Han Jisoo observed, you said it was a rookie team, but this is worse than I imagined. Han Jisoo gave Lee Trang-hyen an annoyed look. I signed because you're on this team. I hope you have a plan ready. To be clear, I only joined because you promised to boost my record, so I can switch teams later. Lee Trang-hyen ignored their skeptical expressions. He replied calmly, relax. Why would I call you all here without a plan? Yes, of course. A team that won 0 games last season. But that's not an issue for us. We've already replaced half the roster. His expression shifted, his voice filled with confidence. So feel free to have high expectations. The three could only glance at each other, unsure of what to say. At the management office, Choi Hang-ju, manager of Team SB, sat bored, resting his chin on his hand. He thought, annoyed. Our players aren't unskilled, but it's like they've forgotten how to win. How am I supposed to handle this? Just then, his phone vibrated on the desk, displaying a message from the coach. Choi Hang-ju picked up his phone to read the text. Mr. Choi, we received a scrim request from P. Should we accept? It's the off-season and our players need rest, so I expect complaints if we refuse. He read the message and thought, a practice match with P? He saw this as the perfect solution to his difficult problem. Yes, the only way to get back that winning rhythm. Choi Hang-ju immediately called the coach. Yes, Coach Kim, it's me. About that scrim with P. He smiled and told the person on the other end, yeah, go ahead and schedule it. I think this will be very interesting. A young man complained while tying his shoes. Why do we have to do a practice match? Another stretched and replied irritably, yeah, we don't usually do these in the off-season. A purple-haired man pulled up his hood and said, did you hear what P's manager said? He just debuted and is already talking trash about the whole league. The other replied, unconcerned, yeah, he said a lot about LTZ. There's no way they can beat us. Let's give them a reality check. Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Lee Dong-gu followed behind Lee Trang-hyen and asked, are you sure about this? Lee Dong-gu was worried. You guys just met. The new members need time to adjust. Lee Trang-hyen understood his concern. Besides, we don't even have enough players for a 7 versus 7 internal match. Lee Dong-gu reluctantly replied, that's true. But Lee Trang-hyen turned to look back at him. Look, coach, is there any hope for this team if we continue on this path? Lee Dong-gu was a bit stunned to hear him say this. Lee Trang-hyen explained calmly, we will just lose again. His tone was casual, but the implication struck at the heart of the matter. Our team will finish last again. Constant failure leads to helplessness, making them play passively. He looked straight into Lee Dong-gu's eyes. However, his voice was filled with resolve. When there's a chance to win, like a weapon within reach, people will grab it and use it, regardless of the risk. His tone remained unchanged, as firm as ever. People find hope, and I will show it to them. This might be my first time participating, but my presence alone can change the entire team. Lee Trang-hyen flashed his usual confident smile. I'll show them they don't have to be losers anymore. Lee Trang-hyen entered the inner area, where 2 men were waiting. Choi Hang-ju spoke first. Hey, you must be the new chairman or manager? I'm not sure what to call you, but whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand and introduced himself. I'm Choi Hang-ju, manager of Team SB. Li Tranghian shook his hand and replied, "Ah, I see." He silently assessed the man, noting he spoke as if he didn't care, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. He smiled at Choi Hangju, having already seen through him, and thought, he's clearly looking down on us. In the waiting room, all the members were present, listening as Li Tranghian announced the match would begin soon. He walked before the 6 of them and spoke. "Is everyone ready?" Li Tranghian placed a hand on his hip and declared, "I'm the one giving orders, so you will listen to me and only me." Everyone remained silent, offering no objections. He looked at each of them, thinking, I should be able to keep a good eye on them. There will be 5 original P members. With myself and 1 new member, I'll show them we can win even with this lineup. He took a step forward and called out, "Keen Han, you'll be the vanguard like last time, but never charge in alone unless I give the signal." Li Tranghian pointed at Keen Han. "If I don't say anything, hold your ground, even if a mana bomb flies right at you." Keen Han replied, "Got it." Then Li Tranghian turned to the red-haired girl. "John Chu, stick with me. Try to keep up with my movements." Startled, John Chu quickly answered, "Right." Kim Ta-chun raised his hand. "Hey, Tranghian, what about me?" Li Tranghian made a circle with his hands. "You will. Stand in front of me. Block anyone who approaches." Kim Ta-chun asked in disbelief, "You don't want me fighting the enemy?" Li Tranghian just smiled back. "You'll see." The announcement for the match to begin rang out. Both teams stood at opposite ends of a bridge over a vast chasm. Choi Hanju watched the screen, thinking, Imperial Bridge. Since the match is on this massive bridge, there's little room for creativity. Choi Hanju observed the match on the monitor, a slight smirk on his lips. "It all depends on how well each team's formation holds up, which is why I chose this map." The screen showed Li Tranghian's formation. For a team formed minutes ago, their formation looks quite solid, doesn't it? Choi Hangju turned to the person beside him. "Perhaps that's only on the surface. They've barely had time since the last match. Besides, they might just be running on sheer willpower now." Choi Hangju thought with a hint of concern. Or maybe not. He watched Kian Han, the shield at the front, and had to admit, that kid looks tough. The man beside him turned to Choi Hangju. "Manager? The acting chairman? Do you think he's coaching them?" Choi Hangju crossed his arms. "We'll have to see." Suddenly, an announcement boomed from the speakers, startling the 2 men. Their captain, Li Tranghian, leaped up, rifle in hand. His face was placid, his eyes perfectly still. Their long-range fighter is completely exposed. Choi Hangju's hand tightened. Looks like he's lost his position. As others scrambled for position, a voice screamed, "Take him out!" Coach SMB charged forward. "I can't miss this chance." Gripping the spear tightly, the man in glasses didn't hesitate, hurling it straight at Li Tranghian. In an instant, the one who seemed doomed leaped into the air, dodging the attack and stunning his opponent. Wait, what was that? The 2 watching the live feed were just as shocked, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Both had the exact same thought. No way, right? The attacker was thrown into the air, completely defenseless. Li Tranghian jumped up, with Kim Ta-chun right beside him. It was a calculated move to lure us in. Choi Hangju couldn't believe his eyes. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. "Are you kidding me?" He watched Kim Ta-chun provide perfect backup for Li Tranghian. Using their key ranged player as bait, Li Tranghian's rifle aimed true. The quickest shield bearer yelled, "Gun! Everyone, behind me!" The enemy team could only huddle behind the shield. He screamed internally, "Oh no." Li Tranghian just smiled. That kid shot the mana drone. A massive explosion rocked the area. The enemy team's shield shattered into pieces. The bridge erupted in a huge blast, and smoke obscured everything. The system immediately displayed the results. Team PA defeats Team SP, 7-0. The 2 spectators were reeling, still stunned by the final score. Choi Hangju barely managed to speak. Impossible. The screen showed Team PA's victory pose. The system announced, "Match over. Team PA is victorious." The loud noises echoed as 3 bodies lay defeated on the ground. A gasp of awe escaped someone's lips. Li Qianhan's face was a mask of pure shock. As he gasped, his mind raced with a single thought. How is that even possible? A tall man with a rifle emerged from the thick smoke. Qianhan stared at the young man, whispering to himself, "He actually did it." He raised his gun to the sky. "Is this magic?" Li Tranghian slung the rifle over his shoulder with a smug grin. Li Qianhan was still in disbelief, convinced it had to be some kind of trick. He said, "You know, I'm seriously surprised." In the hallway, 2 women were talking. Their conversation was a familiar one. "Can't remember the last time we won, huh? I really thought we were done for." They recalled their past failures with dread. I was so scared I nearly wet my pants. Meanwhile, Lai Tranghin was listening to their chat. Suddenly, a voice called out, "How did you pull that off?" He immediately turned around with a questioning, "Huh?" Lai Qianhan asked with a slight frown. "In that last match, what did you do to turn the tables?" Hearing this, Tranghin just gave a slight smile. He crossed his arms and casually asked Qianhan back, "What do you think is most important in a team formation?" Qianhan replied just as casually, obviously not letting the formation get broken. Hearing that, Tranghin pressed on. "So, what do you do to break the enemy's formation?" The question made Lai Qianhan falter, and he could only mumble. Tranghin continued, "You either make the enemy break it themselves, or you shatter it with your own power. That's all there is to it." Those words hit Qianhan hard. He's absolutely right. Why didn't I see that? He pictured Lai Tranghin in his battle gear. He'd often say to himself, "I chose to make them break their own formation. I baited them into switching from defense to offense and then exploited that weakness." After that explanation, Qianhan finally understood. Lai Tranghin had broken formation to expose himself on purpose. Hien gave him a smug look and asked, "So, surprised the answer was so simple?" From somewhere behind them, Yunhan Gi walked up, answering Tranghin's question. His answer was one everyone could agree with. He said, "The most surprising thing to me was the teamwork. Did you all practice together before I joined?" Hien turned and replied, "Not really." He stated firmly, "That's why I chose a very basic formation." Han Gi rubbed his chin. "I see. So it was all part of your plan." He then asked, "So, will we keep using that strategy?" Han Gi continued with a bit of confidence. "With Tu Chun and Jisoo here, we'll have more firepower. Third place should be a cakewalk." Tranghin shook his head. "I wish it were that simple." He imagined the tournament hall, with spotlights flooding the stage. "Even if it's just for third place, it won't be that easy," he said with regret. "Unfortunately, we can't. Team SP may have had many victories, but in the end, they were still just a 9th-ranked team. That strategy can work against low-ranked teams." Lai Qianhan lowered his head slightly, listening to Tranghin's words. He continued, "But it won't work on higher-ranked teams." Han Gi also listened intently. "And obviously, if you use the same tactic over and over, its effectiveness will drop." Unseen, Han Jisoo had already come up behind them. He asked with an unfriendly expression, "So what's your plan?" "I only came here because I trusted you. You'd better have something figured out." Lai Tranghin thought to himself, "Right. Unlike the others, Han Jisoo only joined because I promised him we'd raise the team standing, so that when he leaves, he can get better offers and have a more promising career." Jisoo was still scowling, waiting for an answer from Tranghin. And then, he delivered the final verdict. "That's why we need to prepare another strategy." Han Gi asked, "Another strategy?" Jisoo still looked unsatisfied and retorted, "No one on this team is that skilled. What other strategy could we possibly use?" A smirk crept across Li Tranghin's face. "Skills aren't our only weapon," he told Jisoo. The two men exchanged completely baffled looks. Jisoo could only stammer, "Huh?" He clearly didn't grasp the meaning behind Hien's statement. That's when Tranghin revealed the mana bomb drone. He then presented it to Jisoo, saying, "We're going to use this instead. Mark my words." A slight, confident smile played on his lips. "Our team is about to become mana bombing specialists." From behind the door, a stunned Han Ji asked, "What? You want me to control multiple swords at once?" Tranghin simply questioned him back. "What's wrong? Don't like my training plan?" Han Ji quickly clarified, "It's not that, but controlling so many swords, my accuracy will be completely shot." Images of swords filled Tranghin's mind. He's right, he thought. To effectively pressure a foe, precise sword control is key. Controlling multiple swords divides your focus. It's not a good idea. But I know what he's capable of. He placed a sheet of paper on the table, recalling his past life. Han Jian could control at least 7 swords at once, and up to 3 with master-level swordsmanship. If I want him to improve this fast, I can't just let him be. Hanji stared at Tranghin without a shred of enthusiasm. Tranghin stacked the papers and spoke. "I'm not saying this for nothing, but if you really don't want to, then don't." His words seemed to intimidate Hanji. Tranghin's eyes narrowed slightly. A smug look spread across his face as he watched him. "He wants to join because he respects me. He gets it." Hanji gripped his knees and reluctantly agreed. "Fine. I knew I'd have to do this sooner or later." His expression turned serious as he asked Tranghin, "How many swords?" A wide grin was his only answer. He simply held up 7 fingers in response. Seeing that, Hanji's face went completely blank, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He let out a defeated sigh. Trang Hian just gave a cunningly confident smile and said, 7 should be enough to start. Against the backdrop of the city at night, 2 words echoed loudly. What? Han Ji-soo now wore the exact same stunned expression as Han Ji. With a weary sigh, he asked, You want me to practice dropping objects? With precision from a distance? Lee Trang-hian simply replied, Yep, the more precise, the better. Leaning on the railing, Jisoo crossed his arms. I don't get it. Using my skill in such a pathetic way, you won't do a thing against any real enemy. Jisoo pressed on, saying to Trang-hian, Come on, you have to at least tell me what's on your mind. Only then can I decide if I'm in or not. Hearing this, Trang-hian looked at the man before him. After a moment's thought, he relented. All right, I guess I can trust Jisoo with this. He pointed directly at him. With that skill, you're going to be dropping bombs. A confused Jisoo asked. Bombs? What kind of bombs? A sinister grin spread across Trang-hian's face. Mana bombs. He then began to lay out the entire plan for Jisoo. Here's how it's going to work. He described the plan in detail. First, I'll attach the bombs to Hanji's swords. Then, we'll use your gravity control skill. Trang-hian continued his vivid explanation. You'll release the bombs from the swords mid-flight. You two will effectively become our team's artillery on the battlefield. He finished by holding up 2 fingers, signifying their partnership. Hearing the plan, Jisoo could only stare at Trang-hian, completely astonished. So this is that new strategy you mentioned? The sound of explosions seemed to echo in the air. With his 2 fingers still raised, he said firmly, Yes, this is our new weapon. It's a flawless plan. I call it the bombardment tactic. The plan, known as the bombardment tactic, would begin with Han Ji, controlling a barrage of swords, each carrying a fragment from the mana drone. We see an image of Han Ji, his face set in concentration, controlling the swords, each blade carrying a deadly payload. Then, using Jisoo's gravity control, we will rain those bombs down on the enemy with perfect accuracy. Lee Trang-hian continued laying out his master plan. The plan seemed perfect, but one crucial piece was still missing. A final key to completing the strategy, he thought. If we don't know the enemy's location, we can't inflict any real damage from a distance. A map unfolded before his eyes. Lee Trang-hian looked up, a faint smile on his face. And that, he thought, is where she comes in. He was thinking of Lee Min-chu. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a timid uncertainty. Her skill was positional awareness, allowing her to pinpoint nearby enemies. He finally broke the silence. I'm going to need you to use that ability of yours to provide precise intel on the enemy's position. Can you do it? Min-chu nervously clasped her hands together. I think so, she stammered. But it will be difficult. Noticing her hesitation, Lee Trang-hian gently placed his hand over hers. He looked at her with a reassuring gaze. You are the key to making this entire strategy work. A faint blush colored Min-chu's cheeks as she gazed up at him. Without you, he told her softly, these bombs are completely useless. His eyes, full of hope, met hers. Can I count on you? Min-chu's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. Her flustered expression was impossible to hide. Hearing Trang-hian's heartfelt plea, she turned away, perhaps out of shyness, and said decisively, Okay. Seeing Min-chu's reaction, he wondered to himself, why is she blushing? He scratched the back of his neck, a puzzled look on his face. I really don't get it. Inside a studio, 4 people sat before cameras and a reporter. A man's voice called out, All right, people. Next up is Team Butter. Please get ready. Trang-hian sat with his legs crossed, hand on his chin. A photo shoot to kick off the season, huh? He remembered his outburst at the last press conference. I should probably just keep my mouth shut this time. Meanwhile, Min-chu stepped onto the stage for her photos, but her entire body was trembling with nerves. A mocking voice suddenly cut through Trang-hian's thoughts. Team Butter? A man with a smug look answered the reporter. You see, a good manager needs age, knowledge, and real experience. But their manager? He posed the question with a sneer. Then he answered it himself. He's just some kid born with a silver spoon. That whole team is a house of cards waiting to collapse. Hearing his response, the reporter looked completely exasperated. But she had a job to do, so she forced a strained smile. Haha, I see. Model. That's one way to look at it, but I'm sure Team Butter has more to say. Trang-hian watched their interview from the back. The reporter added, They had no wins last season, so maybe this is a new approach. From behind, Trang-hian said, I admit I'm young. He stepped closer, face to face with the man. But Mr. IU, if we defeat you, the only thing you'll have left is your age. And what's that worth showing off? Hearing Trang-hian, fury flashed across the man's face as he demanded, How dare you? To break the tension, The reporter stepped between them. With a forced smile, she said to Trang Hian, "Haha, a bold challenge from Per, as bold as their complete team overhaul." This could be her next headline, so she added, "The rivalry between these teams is one to watch." Mr. Iu's veins pulsed as his furious gaze locked onto his opponent. Trang Hian was done talking. They were praising an 8th-place team, just one spot above us. He turned away sharply. He was determined to show him what they could do in the very first match. Trang Hian held a hook-shaped weapon. Beside him, Hanji asked, "Are you sure?" Trang Hian sat down calmly. "Strategy isn't something you win with." He held up the weapon. "Even if they see it early, it won't be easy to counter." Hanji didn't seem to agree with Trang Hian, stammering, You're right. But..." Hanji closed his eyes, thinking, "He probably thinks we can easily beat an 8th-ranked team with a normal fight." He pictured Trang Hian holding a pistol with a confident smile. Thinking back, if that's the plan, I'll handle all the heavy lifting. But that wasn't what this team needed now. Trang Hian got up from his seat, looked at Hanji, and smiled. "You're the key to this strategy, don't forget that." He crossed his arms and nodded. "Yeah, I'll do my best." Trang Hian kept his smile, looking straight ahead. "All right." The 4 members of PER stepped onto the massive stage waiting for them. Trang Hian said to his team, firing them up, "Let's show them what we've got." A huge roar erupted from the crowd. Back then, in the Hunter tournament, the lower-ranked team chose the arena. Will the arena be the city's towering skyscrapers? Since we're ranked lower, the choice is ours. Trang Hian stood at the base of a skyscraper, looking up at the clear blue sky and the blinding sun. The team captain made the simplest choice. City Arena A. Trang Hian started moving, calling his teammates on his phone. Danchu, Jisoo, Hanji. He laid out the plan. "Once you 3 are in position, we'll execute the strategy. The rest of you find your group and try to eliminate the enemy, if you can." He hid behind a wall, cautiously scanning his surroundings. "If not, just focus on surviving." The voice on the other end replied, "Understood." Danchu was sitting by an office window, in contact with her team. 23rd floor of the 7-star electronics building, on the east edge of the map. She crossed her arms on her knees. "I'll wait in the far left office." Danchu put a hand to her head, seriously preparing for what came next. She began using her location awareness skill for the mission. With her skill, she could easily pinpoint the enemy's location. She called out specific numbers so her teammates could confirm the coordinates. On the other end, Trang Hian listened to her instructions. "Be careful with those coordinates." He ran, unable to hide his excitement. Her ability truly shines in a large arena like this. Danchu transmitted, "I found the enemy's meeting point at 145, 255. Trang Hian got the message and sprinted forward, checking his map to confirm the coordinates. He pressed his index finger on the map, circling a location in red. On the other end, they reported, "I'm here." "Me too." Hearing his team was at the meeting point, Trang Hian accelerated. "All right, we'll start by bombing the arena and collapsing the building. I'll pick off anyone who runs out." He was heading up the stairs, touching his earpiece to instruct his team. "If they try to dodge the bullets, we'll attack them head-on with our formation." Trang Hian stood on a high-rise balcony, asking his team, "Ready?" The other side replied, "Of course. Give the order and we'll release them." Trang Hian raised his gun with a winning smile, ready to start. "All right," he said, aiming his scope. "Let's begin." The swords Hanji controlled began to shoot forward. Trang Hian aimed his gun out the window from inside the room. He had probably seen Hanji's flying swords. He pressed his eye to the gun's scope, about to fire the first shot. A loud boom echoed, tearing through the space, signaling the match had truly begun. The opposing team was currently hiding inside a building. A young man with orange hair tilted his head to check outside, remembering, "He told us to be careful with this opponent." At that time, the coach had warned, "That kid might just be an ordinary silver spoon brat." With a firm gaze, he advised, "But don't let that make you careless." Looking at the empty street before him, he grew conceited. He didn't think he needed much strategy to deal with a rookie like him. The orange-haired man smirked. "But I still have to try." He began planning. "When our opponent appears, I'll use my skill before they know what's happening." While thinking, the orange-haired man activated his ravaging step skill, unleashing a powerful shockwave as he moved, making the ground shake. He couldn't hide his excitement. "Come on out, I'll catch you all." Suddenly, a series of bombs were fired toward them. The brown-haired man in the team looked up anxiously as the ceiling shook. The orange-haired man quickly shouted, "Deploy the mana shield above!" As chunks of broken cement began to fall in large pieces, the group managed to activate their defensive shield. He couldn't help but think, "He destroyed a building last time. I thought he would pull the same trick again." The orange-haired man immediately made a guess. It seems he used ET bullets to do that. Seeing that the tremor had stopped, he estimated in his head. He must have burned almost all his mana for this. Suddenly, 3 swords flew up from below, appearing before the orange-haired man's eyes. They rushed straight for them, and he panicked. The brown-haired man shouted, "Incoming attack! It's sword control." "Han Yi," the orange-haired man growled. "They're scoping us out from afar, those damn kids." He braced himself, yelling to his squad. Retaliating, he locked onto the blades. 3 swords flew at the orange-haired man, each one lined with explosives. On command, the swords broke apart and fell, stunning him. As they began to glow, the blond man stared in horror. A massive blast of green smoke erupted. The shockwave threw him backward. "Arg!" The orange-haired man landed roughly, completely disheveled. He stared in disbelief. Exploding swords? From a high floor, Zhuangshuan watched the opposite building smolder. Amidst the chaos, "Arg!" The brown-haired man ran outside, straight into his line of sight. A gunshot suddenly echoed. He took a direct hit and screamed, "Arg!" Zhuangshuan raised his firearm, confident. He didn't even need to move. Another enemy drew their bow. He analyzed their strategy. They can't control the swords up close, so they're attacking from afar. The blades easily dodge the arrows, but it's useless while Hanji controls the blades. Zhuangshuan closed his eyes, standing proudly. This is the end. The screen showed Team Butter versus TGZ. The score quickly updated. 7-0. A victory for Team Butter. In the control room, a man in a suit was completely stunned. He was shocked, never expecting a strategy like this. He was Li Jinhan, manager of LT, the rank 1 team. Lost in thought, Hyun-gyun chuckled. For a rank 3 match. Shinhan rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. Isn't that the kid who made waves in the 3rd league? Hyun-gyun slicked back his hair. Yeah, seems he's got the skills to back up his talk. He watched Zhuangshuan on screen. Impressive. Shinhan turned to him. Isn't he on our recruitment list? Of course, he replied quickly. Hyun-gyun then added, but it seems he's already tied to Team P. We gave him the best offer in the business, and he didn't even look at it. Hearing this, he crossed his arms thoughtfully. Worrying about it now is pointless. Have our rank 2 recruitment team reach out. He swiveled in his chair and replied, understood. On the live feed, Su Chun had his arm around Zhuangshuan, laughing. Fireworks burst in the sky, celebrating Team Butter's win. Jian Han looked up. We actually did it. The thought made him laugh. We won. John Chu witnessed it all, stunned. Wow. Zhuangshuan walked over to her. This is just the first win. Don't get ahead of yourself. John Chu flinched and looked back. Oh. He added, we'll celebrate later. We have to do an interview. Zhuangshuan already knew who'd be chosen. I bet Han Gyo will be the representative. Later on the broadcasting stage, the MC welcomed the viewers across the nation. He glanced down at his notes. We're here today to interview the winning team's representative. The MC quickly passed the mic to Han Gyo. Junhan Gyo, it's an honor to have you. He responded politely. Thank you for inviting me. He began with the obvious question. First off, Team Butter ended last season with 0 wins. Can you tell us how your team prepared to make such a dramatic change today? Han Gyo stated plainly. Honestly, I just followed Zhuangshuan's instructions. The surprised MC asked again. Excuse me, you mean Zhuangshuan? He confirmed it. Yes. I just followed his guidance. He gave an awkward laugh. Haha, I see. The MC quickly pivoted. Your team's strategy is causing a huge stir online. People are comparing it to artillery fire and guided missiles. Han Gyo nodded emphatically. Yes, that's exactly how Zhuangshuan explained it. His eyes filled with admiration as he recalled it. His strategy was flawless from start to finish. I have nothing but respect for him. Watching from the sidelines, Zhuangshuan broke into a cold sweat hearing Han Gyo on live TV. And he's explaining exactly how I predicted everything. He sighed internally. Why is he spending his entire interview talking about me? As his praise continued, Su Chun chuckled beside him. Dude, he makes you sound like a cult leader or something. A sudden voice of agreement made them turn around. Exactly, Jian Han said with a blush. It totally suits you, Zhuangshuan. Seeing the red cheeks and averted gaze, Zhuangshuan inwardly exploded. Now what's gotten into this one? He crossed his arms with a helpless sigh. Please, just call me by name, like usual. I mean, you're older than me, so I don't get why you're being so formal. Jian Han scratched his head, embarrassed. Ha ha. Meanwhile, John Chu felt happy. They're just overjoyed about finally breaking their losing streak. Watching them smile, she thought with confidence. This team is only going to get stronger. Her gaze landed on Zhuangshuan, her belief solidifying. The Rank 3 championship is ours for the taking. The next day, Su Chun was eating noodles in the living room. Zhuang Xuan walked out, startling him. Su Chun asked, his mouth full. Where you going? It's our day off. His face grew serious. To meet someone, just because it's the weekend doesn't mean you can slack off. We're still mid-season. With that, Zhuang Xuan turned to leave. Later, Su Chun slurped his broth. Yup, see ya. Su Chun scraped every last morsel from the bowl into his mouth until nothing was left but a drop of broth. Satisfied, he grabbed the remote. All right, time to catch up on my shows. Later, at the Hunter League Stadium, a familiar hand waved him down. Over here. Zhuang Xuan easily spotted him. Oh, hey Mins. He held up 2 tickets. You're right on time. Zhuang Xuan walked over. Can we go in? Yep, let's head inside. Inside, thousands packed the stands, spotlights illuminating the central arena. Zhuang Xuan quickly found his seat. Mins approached with a smile and asked, You've been in a lot of matches, huh? You seem to know this place well. He thought to himself, well, yeah, I basically lived here in my past life. But he answered aloud, I may be in rank 3, but I'm still a pro. The man nodded in understanding. Of course. Anyway, I'm glad you could make it. Since it's mid-season, I was worried you'd have other plans, even on a weekend. Trang Hien nodded politely. Thanks for the invitation. The giant screen showed 2 teams from the Asian Hunter League clashing, which surprised him. A Korea versus Japan match. We always get crushed by them. He asked nonchalantly, Is this really worth watching in person? Mintz felt a wave of helplessness. Well, that's harsh. It's still our country, you know. Trang Hien stared at the screen. True, Japan might be dominant right now, but the Korean team has top-tier talent from the first league. He crossed his arms, thinking, not that I'm thrilled about that either, but this is Korea's current reality. Mintz turned to him, explaining, Our players don't lack skill or the necessary stats. He then spoke earnestly to Trang Hien. The reason I wanted you to see this is because I know you'll be on this stage one day, and when that day comes, you will avenge us. Mintz then pointed ahead. Also, I have a friend on Japan's team. Let's go meet him after this match. He smiled and nodded. Got it. Trang Hien realized Mintze had placed high hopes in him, his eyes growing heavy with thought. I need to analyze our current standing more carefully. A moment later, the buzzer rang out as the crowd erupted with cheers at the result. Mintz turned to Trang Hien. It's over, let's go. The big screen showed the score, Korea 2, Japan 7. He remained seated. We lost. He shot to his feet. Right, let's meet my Japanese friend. Trang Hien glanced over, noticing he didn't seem shaken at all. Seeing Mintz's sad expression, he knew better. I'm sure he's absolutely furious. His friend's clenched fists began to tremble slightly. Trang Hien simply replied, Yeah, let's go. They went out to the hall to wait. Mintz suddenly looked up, waving. Hey, over here. Japan's national hunter, Minami no Takumi, approached them. The two shared a friendly hug. Mintz asked, How've you been? He grinned. Couldn't be better. Takumi then asked, confused, Shouldn't you be seeing your own country's players first? Mintz shook his head, dejected. Forget it. My generation is hopeless. I'm betting it all on the next one. Then, Mintz gestured for introductions. Oh, this is Takumi. He's one of Japan's national hunters, and their most impressive and aggressive ranged combatant right now. Then he gestured to Trang Hien. This is Trang Hien. He just debuted in Korea's 3rd league, a rising star with high expectations. Takumi offered a firm handshake. So, this is the kid Mincy is always talking about. Trang Hien replied politely. A pleasure to meet you. Takumi stroked his chin, then suddenly pointed. Hey Mintz, mind if I test this kid out? Mintz was a bit surprised, then laughed. Ha, you should be asking him, not me. He looked over at Trang Hien. So, Trang Hien, you up for it? Trang Hien was lost in thought. Minami no Takumi. I don't recognize that name, which means, in my timeline, he wasn't on the national team. Trang Hien activated his observer's eye. His stats must be insane. A skill window appeared. Rapid fire, rank A, reduces shot delay, allowing near simultaneous double shots. Weak point focus. Hitting a spot twice destroys the target area. Acceleration, rank A, boosts agility, granting a triple speed burst. His other physical stats were also off the charts. After scanning, a dangerous smile appeared on his face. A thrill shot through him. Japan's most impressive ranged fighter, huh? I never expected a chance like this. Trang Hien immediately accepted the offer. A test? Fine. Let's do it. Seeing his fire, Takumi praised him. You've got some spirit. Trang Hien shot back with confidence. That's not the only thing I've got. Sparks flew between them, making Min sigh and facepalm. Meanwhile, in another location, the final scoreboard for the Japan vs. Korea match was displayed. A man in glasses let out a heavy sigh. I thought we were closing the gap. The brown-haired man tried to console him. But isn't this an improvement? We almost got 3 more eliminations. The older man shot back. Close? Do you have any idea how hard it is to cross that gap? A vein bulged on his forehead. He lost his composure. We gave you our best, Kang Chun-hap, and all he got in return was humiliation. If this continues, we won't send any more of our players to the national team. Remember that. With a huff, he stormed out as the other man stammered a goodbye. Turning to Lai Chin-han, who was still there, the man asked, "So, Director Lai, I heard you were scouting the 2nd and 3rd leagues. Find any promising talent on the lower-ranked LTD teams?" He sat down. Promising talent, huh? Chin-han thought of someone. Yes, but they're not on an LTD team. He recalled that match, lost in thought. Junhan Gi, right? If we could pair him with that kid who controls gravity, we could use them as wildcards, even in the 1st league. Chin-han couldn't forget that scene, or the next-generation hunter champion, Lai Trang-hien. He subconsciously glanced at the monitor, deep in thought. Perhaps someone like Lai Trang-hien is what this country needs now. Then, Chin-han let out a wry sigh. Ha, what am I thinking? He dismissed the idea. They're just a couple of kids from the 3rd league. I'm expecting too much. Back in the training room, Lai Trang, Hien, Minsei, and Takumi were preparing. He watched as his opponent stretched. Min sighed to himself. Sheesh, there Takumi goes again. The sight made him feel a bit nostalgic. He's just like when we were on the international team. That same smile. He gets carried away, Min's thought. He calls it a test, but he just loves to fight. He patted Takumi's shoulder. Take it easy on him, okay? Takumi waved a hand. Yeah, I know. He's just a 3rd league Korean player, he added in a low voice. I won't go overboard. Don't worry. They both laughed, catching Trang-heen's attention. He just smirked, looking eager. Takumi stepped closer, raising an eyebrow. What's so funny? Watching from the side, Min's thought. Ha, these two are a real handful. In an instant, the virtual arena materialized, revealing a starry night sky. Below, towering walls formed a deadly maze. A lone figure stepped through the gates, revealing Takumi with dual crossbows in hand, looking slightly surprised. The square was completely empty. Confusion flickered in his mind. Why choose this arena? Takumi quickly recalled all the data on this map. This unique arena runs on a wormhole mechanic. It links 2 points through spacetime, creating shortcuts that reduce travel time and distance. Its unpredictable nature makes it rare in hunter tournaments. He entered slowly. He's trying to eliminate me. By choosing such an uncommon map? From the opposite gate, Zhuangshuan also stepped forward, half his face cast in shadow. It's rare to see 2 long-range fighters in a one-on-one duel. Zhuangshuan explained they usually stay back, targeting the enemy's front lines. He readied the weapon in his hands. But no matter the odds, Zhuangshuan proudly declared, I have never lost to another long-range fighter. He immediately activated his supervision, letting him see his opponent through solid objects. I know every wormhole on this map, where they are and where they lead. So, as long as I know where my opponent is. He raised his rifle, ready to fire. Zhuangshuan aimed down his scope, firing with absolute confidence. I can shoot them from anywhere. The bullet shot into a portal. It emerged instantly from another portal. It shot into a third, then a fourth, finally exiting right behind Takumi's head. He reacted instantly, turning just as the bullet appeared. Takumi activated his speed skill, dodging and sliding back into a nearby wall. The bullet cracked the wall. He shot me through a wormhole, Takumi realized. A tear in his uniform revealed a wound, and he tensed up. If I had been any slower. Seeing this, Zhuangshuan was not pleased. Staring at the portal's ripples, he understood something. It seems the bullet's path was altered by the wormhole's vibrations. Takumi moved from behind the wall, his heart still pounding. I don't know how he found me, but he knew my exact position when he fired that shot. That last attack had earned his respect. Using a wormhole to land a shot? For a kid from the 3rd league, that was impressive. Takumi activated his crossbow, unable to hide his growing excitement. This is getting interesting. He used 2 skills, rapid fire and weakness targeting, then fired straight ahead with a smug grin. But once these walls fall, and it's just us, this game is over. Explosions ripped through the map, sending dust and smoke into the air. The noise alerted the approaching Zhuangshuan. He was slightly surprised by the sight. This sound? He easily guessed Takumi's plan. He's destroying the walls from a blind spot the wormholes can't reach. Gripping his rifle, he thought. The stat difference between us is massive. He's probably destroying the walls. A confident smirk appeared on Zhuang Xuan's face. So he can crush me in a direct fight. How adorable. Outside, even Miner was surprised. He couldn't believe Zhuang Xuan had struck first. Miner easily understood what he was seeing on the screen, using a wormhole to shoot his opponent. Someone entered the room as he watched intently. Hey, you're one of Korea's national hunters. Shin Kyung-tae raised a hand. Ah, Miner, long time no see. Miner finally looked over. Oh, Kyung-tae. Yeah, today's match was a shame. He scratched his head. We were so close. Shin Kyung-tae glanced at the screen. Is that Takumi from our match today? Without turning, Miner answered. Pointing, Shin Kyung-tae asked. Who's he fighting? Miner replied instantly. A rising star I'm watching. He's doing better than I did, huh? Shin Kyung-tae turned, raising an eyebrow in doubt. A rising star? Just then, Zhuang Xuan appeared on screen. You mean that kid? Why haven't I ever heard his name before? Miner calmly replied. He's a pro hunter who just debuted this season in the 3rd League. Shin Kyung-tae's eyes widened in pure shock. What, the 3rd League? He exclaimed. Then he commented, well, it looks intense. A duel with Takumi, though? The outcome is obvious. Shin Kyung-tae then changed the subject. But putting that aside, why didn't you stop by to see us? A lot of people wanted to see you. His tone was laced with blame. If you'd come before the match, it would have really boosted the team's morale. Miner just stood there, watching silently. He frowned impatiently. Shin Kyung-tae suddenly jumped in front of him. Miner. With a blank expression, he said, Get out of my way. Miner's anger finally showed. This match is more important than your issues. Shin Kyung-tae yelled back. Come on, are you serious? He whipped his head to the screen. It's over anyway. Suddenly, his jaw dropped at the sight on the screen. Huh? Takumi's crossbow lay on the ground. He was already motionless. Zhuang Xuan approached, gun in hand. An unbelievable result unfolded before Miner and Shin Kyung-tae. But let's rewind to when Takumi was still destroying all the walls. He continued firing, clearing out the entire area. Takumi's expression turned grim as the last of the walls collapsed. He readied his crossbow again. His opponent was unshaken. He took aim, finger on the trigger. Takumi raised his weapon. This is as far as you go. With a click of his finger, 2 arrows shot forward. They flew straight towards Zhuang Xuan's position, but he only met them with a mysterious smile. Zhuang Xuan dodged the arrows with a simple sidestep. Takumi's eyes widened. He dodged it? Pure luck. He quickly took cover behind a broken wall. The ambush had failed, but time is still on my side. Gazing at the swirling portal, Takumi formed a new plan. I'll destroy that nearby wormhole, and then attack. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xuan fired a continuous stream of bullets. They all shot into a single portal, their forms vanishing into its depths. The bullets emerged, scattered, but on a fixed trajectory. Takumi was stunned. A volley fire. As they closed in, he realized their trajectories were altered by the wormholes. Takumi was frozen in place before the incoming storm of bullets. I can't dodge this. He stood up, resigned to his fate. As a last resort, Takumi activated his shield, but it couldn't hold and began to crack. Then it shattered completely, sending him into a panic. My shield. As the next volley came, Takumi felt something was wrong. He glanced back and saw 3 bullets approaching from behind. He realized what it was. A delayed attack. Sweat poured down his face as they closed in. This was bad. Though reluctant, Takumi accepted his defeat. Then, with a sudden thud, Lee Trang-hyun slowly began to approach him. He'd been asked this so many times in his past life. He remembered the old interview question. Mr. Lee, what is the key to becoming a great player? Without a second's hesitation, Trang-hyun had answered, experience. Now, he stood over the fallen Takumi, a small smirk on his face. That answer still echoed in his mind, along with his own past confidence. To be specific, the experience of winning. The match was over. The victory screen flashed. Lee Trang-hyun wins. A moment later, Mintz burst into the room shouting, Hey! What in the world just happened? He walked in to find Takumi rewatching the match. On the screen, Trang-hyun approached with his weapon. Takumi finally spoke. You've just unleashed a monster, and that was the story. Mintz was completely shaken. So he actually defeated Takumi with pure skill, not just luck? Takumi turned and laughed, confirming his thoughts. I don't know when he'll enter the international stage, but his fanbase will probably rival A-Train's. Mintz was left utterly speechless. Elsewhere, water gushed from a running faucet as Trang-hyun finished washing his face. Water dripped down from his hair. Stepping out of the bathroom, he thought, yesterday's match was fun. He pictured Takumi firing those arrows. It made Trang Hyun think of a ranged fighter with enough firepower to bring down walls. He grabbed a towel to dry his soaking wet hair. But I never doubted my victory for a second. Trang Hyun recalled his past life. After all, he'd played more one-on-one ranked matches than anyone. He then remembered Takumi's handshake. His opponent had seemed satisfied despite his loss. A voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, Trang Hyun." Chun was sitting and pointing at a screen. "What the heck did you do yesterday? How did you end up on the news?" The broadcast audio filled the room. In a recent interview, Japan's top ranged fighter, Minami no Takumi, caused a stir by expressing high hopes for a certain Korean player. The host continued, "The Korean player he mentioned is Lee Trang Hyun, who is currently competing in the third-tier league." Trang Hyun casually explained, "Oh, that? I just went to see a match with Mince." Chun couldn't hide his shock. "A match with Mince? Since when are you two so close?" Han Ji, sitting nearby, also had a question. "So you really fought Takumi yesterday?" she pressed. "Did you happen to get his autograph?" Trang Hyun simply crossed his arms and announced, "I beat him in a solo match." The other two made incoherent noises. Chun's face went pale. "You what?" But his mind was already somewhere else as he chuckled to himself. Their reactions were amusing. He recalled Takumi's face, though for him, winning was nothing special. In theory, Takumi's physical stats and skills were far superior. He recalled the moment his opponent stood frozen, unable to fight back. In reality, he had the upper hand. "I've been in this game long enough to know every single map by heart. How could I lose?" He remembered the moment that one arrow almost hit him, which still sent a shiver down his spine. If he had reacted a split second slower, the result would have been different. That was his summary of the fight. Suddenly, Han-gi shot to her feet. "I knew it. I knew it from the very start." She was practically sparkling with stars. "We just have to follow Trang Hyun." He felt a little awkward. Are her eyes always that shiny? Chun waved a hand and sighed. "You should have taken me with you to meet Takumi." He swung a fist boastfully. "I would have gone / with my sword and beat him too." Trang Hyun smacked him on the head. "Stop it, you idiot." He sat down nearby, lost in thought. That might have been possible in Chun's prime, but now he stood no chance. Suddenly, a skill notification appeared. A stat had ranked up from A to S+. He activated it to check. His hypersense had also ranked up, probably because he pushed it to its limit during the match with Takumi. New parameters were added to the original skill, letting him distinguish a target's essence and identify their innate abilities. It allowed him to see a hunter's maximum potential stats, and its trajectory analysis could now track enemy projectiles. Trang Hyun was ecstatic. "This is exactly what I need," he smirked. It was the perfect ability for training his teammates. It was time to get to work. In the BO office, a voice echoed out, "Did you say ranked matches?" Trang Hyun, sitting opposite, nodded. "Yes. That's the plan I've made for the team." He then asked a question that startled the man. "Coach, what do you think of the team's current situation?" A drop of sweat trickled down Donggu's face. "We were eliminated with only one win, so our motivation is good. I think we'll be fine if we continue like this." He added, "Though we lack tactics, we've established a solid win condition." He also added, "And the team seems to have more energy than last season." Trang Hyun shook his head. "You're not entirely wrong." He opened his eyes, his gaze locking with Donggu's. "But that's not enough." Lee Trang Hyun then posed a hypothetical. "If your artillery tactic fails, do we have an alternative solution?" "We definitely lose, unless I carry the entire team myself." Lee Donggu was silent. Trang Hyun continued, "When our strategy fails, we have no other options. So we need to improve it, create a new tactic, or just refine the team's fundamentals." Trang Hyun looked up and stated his conclusion. "What we need right now is individual growth for every single member." He seemed to have a very interesting plan in mind as he spoke with a smile. "Let's start with ranked matches." Later, Lee Trang Hyun gathered everyone for practice. He began by asking, "Did everyone hear what the coach had to say?" Kim Chun, with his arms crossed behind his head, casually replied, "You mean the part where we'll be training with ranked matches?" Trang Hyun gave a slight nod. He looked a little confused by that. "But why? Wouldn't team practice be a better choice?" Lee Trang Hyun stepped forward to explain. "Individual growth. That must be prioritized over the team's growth. If not, fighting together as a team is completely pointless." His eyes burned with firm conviction. "We'll go up one by one. The coach and I will be judging, so give it your all," Trang Hyun said, glancing at the rankings. "Good luck." Soon, he and Li Donggu were in the observation deck. Li Changhian scanned the area, thinking, what a crowd. He turned to the man beside him. Coach, what's going on? Are those players from Divisions 1 and 2? He answered, no. On screen, the match introduction began. Kim Hongyi versus Leminso. Hongyi, a melee tank with a rank of 4,813 points. Leminso, a mid-range fighter, with 4,727 points. Li Changhian stared at them, a flash of recognition in his eyes. Kim Hongyi would later be known as the Knight, and Leminso, the Chain Bomber. The second the match began, Hongyi exploded forward using an acceleration skill. His form blurred as he closed the distance instantly. But Minso was more than ready. She unleashed her innate mana, amplifying her firepower. Just as Hongyi arrived, Minso launched herself into the air. Watching from the sidelines, Li Changhian analyzed the scene. She's detonating her mana bombs, he thought, turning them into an explosive accelerator. Seeing Hongyi raise his shield, the analysis continued. Hongyi's plan was clear: close the gap with his speed to evade Minso's mana bombs. But Minso currently held the overwhelming advantage. Her attacks slammed against Hongyi's shield with thunderous force. He desperately tried to hold his ground. Suddenly, Hongyi's foot landed on something unseen. A single beep echoed out. A blinding light erupted from below, and he froze in shock. The unexpected explosion sent Hongyi flying as the crowd quickly scattered. The system then announced Li Minsu's victory. Li Zhonggu was amazed. Minsu completely dominated, even though Hongyi is ranked higher. Changhian quickly countered, I don't think so, it's not that simple. He replayed Hongyi's initial charge in his mind. If Hongyi had dealt with the mana bombs used for acceleration on his first approach, then blocked or found an opening to get close to Minso, he would have seized the advantage. He mused, ranked battles truly reveal the dynamics of a fight. Changhian calculated that to an amateur, Minso's control of the match looked absolute. But in reality, the gap was razor thin. Anything could happen in ranked matches. After her match, Minso headed to the observation deck. The crowd was still buzzing. Still in her gear, she walked forward until a voice called out, Hey! Li Changhian turned around, confused. Minso got straight to the point, asking directly, What division? What team? What's your rating? He thought to himself, she must have overheard me. Changhian answered without a second thought, Division 3, Team B, rating 1000. Hearing that, Minso smirked. Oh, a rookie, huh? She casually turned away, sighing. I almost lost my temper over a newbie. Though furious, Changhian could only swallow his pride. If only she knew he was the first person in the world to surpass 8,000 points. He then looked up thinking, Hongyi's next match is soon. I should go. Li Changhian then left to prepare for the new match. But surprisingly, Minso started following right behind him. Li Changhian glanced at his tail, a little confused. Why is she following me? He decided to ignore it. Well, there are plenty of weird hunters out there. She's probably just one of them. Suddenly, Li Changhian noticed something on the monitor that stopped him cold. The person he saw was Li Junchu, panting heavily on the live feed. Changhian quickly realized Junchu was in the middle of a fight. She stopped, drawing her bow and glancing behind her. A sword suddenly swung towards her, causing Junchu to flinch as screams erupted. It was clear her situation was dire. Changhian could only sigh. As expected, a one-on-one duel is too much for her, he thought to himself. The Hunter Association's training center is used by players from all 3 leagues, and Junchu was among the weakest, even in the 3rd league. The winner was announced. Choi Minji. She walked out of the observation room, completely exhausted. When Junchu saw Changhian, she was surprised. You watched my match? He simply asked Junchu. You don't have much experience with the bow, do you? She nodded in honest agreement. Changhian then activated his superhuman eye. Scanning Junchu from head to toe, her status window appeared. Li Junchu. Her skills and physical attributes were all completely average. Li Changhian's eyes widened in surprise. Bind? He immediately saw her in a new light. Impressive. And it's A+. A series of calculations flashed through his mind. If she were just an ordinary archer, he would teach her how to enchant arrows with mana, or perhaps how to spot an escape route. He looked at her skills. Positional awareness at B-, and bind at A+. He continued to ponder. But with those 2 skills in her arsenal, the story was completely different. At that moment, Changhian spoke up. Junchu, I think your true talent lies in your positional awareness skill, not with the bow. You should be a support player, someone positioned even further back than an archer. She seemed to lack confidence. But I can't do anything with just one skill. Changhian closed his eyes, calculating. True. But once your bind skill is activated, you can immobilize targets you can't even see from a great distance. They were still in the waiting room. He thought, the challenge now is unlocking it. Chang Hian calmed himself. But there's no need to rush, he assured her. You are already a priceless asset to us, like a living radar that pinpoints allies and enemies so we can execute critical captures. Hearing this, Li Junchu's face turned bright red with emotion. Changyan suddenly spoke again. But of course, he reminded her with a firm gaze. I'm not saying you don't need to improve. Junchu couldn't hide her surprise at his words. Changyan then explained. And I'm not saying it's fine for you to stay as you are now. His tone was completely serious. What Junchu needed wasn't the ability of a long-range archer, but rather the skills of a support or a scout. Hearing this, she was startled. A scout? Suddenly, Li Changyan let out a mysterious smile. The scenery instantly changed. Junchu found herself standing alone, looking around in confusion. Shimmering layers of energy enveloped the area. She stared at the phenomenon before her. What? What is all this? From somewhere, Chang Hian's voice echoed. Survive in this dungeon for 5 minutes. Junchu began to panic. Are you still out there? What am I supposed to do now? Watching this, he could only think to himself, well, even if I replied, you wouldn't be able to hear me. Suddenly, several red-eyed scorpions approached, their pincers making a chilling clicking sound. Seeing the disgusting horde right in front of her, Junchu screamed in terror. Changyan thought, the Hunter Training Federation is more than just workout equipment, or dueling rings. He continued his thought. It also offers training options that ordinary trainees could never hope to access. Barely using it, Dan Chu could only scream, ah, why would you do that without warning? Trang Hian then gave an overview of their location. This is a dungeon expedition for scouts. To awaken Li Danchu's potential, no place is more fitting. He calmly relayed his order. For today, all you need to do is run. His words were followed by her loud scream. Li Changhian left, at a loss for words. He glanced at Minsu, still trailing him. Just how long is she planning to follow me? Thinking of Minsu frustrated Trang Hian. These hunters, I'll never understand them. In the waiting room, the announcement board lit up. Melee fighter, Li Qihan, minus 18 ranking points, now at 1,415. He stormed into the room, his face dark with frustration. Suddenly, Li Changhian's voice called out, Qihan. He quickly turned. Seeing the man before the board, Qihan was a bit surprised. Oh, Changhian and the coach. He scratched his head, asking, were you watching me? Li Changhian seemed to sense Qihan's anxiety. He spoke up, don't worry about it. I believe on our team, you have the most potential for growth, Qihan. A vision of his powerful form flashed by. Your abilities are solid, your stats aren't bad. The issue is your judgment on skill timing. You also lack agility in your movements. Trang Hian then offered his advice. Stop competing for now, just focus and think. Instead of fighting in ranked matches, observe players with a similar style. Trang Hian even recommended someone for him to study. For now, focus on Kim Han-gi, a high-ranking melee fighter with 4,813 points. Then Li Changhian added, oh, right. You have to write analysis reports. I want to see if you truly learn anything from watching his matches. After hearing this, Qihan could only stand there, stunned. Trang Hian added, for every single one of Kim Han-gi's matches. Qihan nodded in agreement. Right. Then Trang Hian left with Li Zhonggu. Already calculating, Kim Han-ji and Han Ji-soo have high rankings. Kim Ta-chun isn't bad either, Trang Hian recalled, but he seems to crave attention. The boy had shouted, wait, don't you have a special strategy for me? He glanced at Tu-chun's sword, thinking, I already told him to try using the weapon's glow effect. Trang Hian concluded his thoughts. How he uses it is up to Kim Ta-chun. Just then, he realized he was alone. Wait, where did Li Minsu go? She's gone? Trang Hian looked back, worried. Why was she following me, anyway? The scene shifts to Minsu. Li Minsu was in top form today. She even defeated Kim Han-gi, an opponent she'd normally struggle to beat. And some other interesting things happened too. Unexpectedly, she spotted Li Changhian, the third-ranked player who defeated Takumi. She thought she'd see a ranked match, but he was just busy training others. Later, back in the waiting room, Minsu sighed to herself. How boring. My teammates are only third-rank material. She propped her head on her hand, thinking, oh well, whatever. The scene cuts away. A sword relentlessly pursues flying discs across the sky. Li Changhian stood calmly, observing the scene. A commentator's voice rang out. There it is again! The legendary bomber strategy from Team Butter. He wore a confident expression as the commentator wondered aloud. Is there any team out there that can actually counter this strategy? At the Hunter Do Training Federation, the match concluded. Dan Chu ran, gasping for air. She managed to hide just in time behind a corner wall. A giant rock monster was relentlessly searching for her. Outside, Li Tranghin and Li Donggu watched on, his expression grim as he thought. The third-rank Hunter tournament has begun. Butter is still undefeated. Tranghin calmed his nerves. But there's no guarantee we'll win all the remaining matches. The enemy team's emblem appeared. Their next opponent, LTZ. This was the first top-tier team that Butter would have to face. A voice cut through his thoughts. Tranghin? Li Donggu couldn't hold back his question. Shouldn't we be focusing on training for the match against LTC? Why are you having Dan Chu train like this? An image of her flashed through his mind. The task I gave Li Dan Chu is to capture monsters alive on the map. Tranghin glanced at Donggu, feeling awkward. It's to unlock her binding skills potential. He felt shy under the man's doubtful gaze, but I can't just say that. Tranghin's expression turned serious. As I see it, Dan Chu needs to improve her survival instincts, and to do that, what does she need? Donggu asked softly. Agility? He looked at the worried coach. Partly, but it's more important to understand the attacker's mindset. Tranghin continued. She has to put herself in their shoes. Think about where they'd attack from, how they'd hunt their prey, and from there, predict their attack paths. Li Donggu's eyes widened in realization. I see, Tranghin could only think. He actually bought it? Inside the training grounds, the rock monster was about to crush something underfoot. Just as it did, a scream tore through the air. Dan Chu reached out desperately. She screamed, "No!" A dark aura shot from her hand toward the rock monster. In a flash, the energy coiled around it, and it let out a strange cry. This was Dan Chu's binding skill. Skill, binding. Rank A+. It restrains a target at a designated spot for a short time. Her hidden potential had finally been unlocked. But Dan Chu was stunned by her own power. She collapsed to her knees, muttering to herself. Wah! What was that? Watching her attack land, Tranghin grinned to himself. Yes, he couldn't hide his satisfaction. With this, the match against LTC is in the bag. The scene shifts to the tournament arena. An announcer's voice boomed. Yes, today. Before the match between our two second-place teams, Butter and LTC, we have a brief interview with the coach of Team Butter, who's been dominating this season with his novel strategies. He then turned toward Team LTC and asked, Coach Lee Hyun-gun, do you have any special preparations for this match? The man heard this and calmly replied, Of course. You must be wondering if I'll reveal our plan right now. But Tranghin wasn't even listening to Hyun-gun. In truth, even if they knew, it wouldn't change a thing. He smugly announced, I'm using a new trump card in this match. The host added, LTZ's roster is notoriously hard to change. The fans must be dying to see this new lineup. The match between P and LTZ is about to begin. See you all in the arena. On his phone, LTZ's roster still wasn't updated. Tranghin stared, thinking, a new trump card? Vague shadows haunted his mind. Who was on LTC? I can't recall anyone. Kim Tu-chun suddenly approached Tranghin. Hey, are you watching a video of the new player debuting today? Startled by the voice, he turned. Huh? Me? Tu-chun leaned in. Aren't you watching the new player's video? Hearing this, Li Tranghin scoffed. LTC isn't stupid enough to leak footage of their secret weapon. Seeing his disbelief, he pointed at the phone. No, for real, check it out. Tranghin obeyed, glancing at the screen in silent shock. The footage showed someone defeating training bots with a unique skill. He recognized it as Duo Chae-chun's ability. Beside him, Kim Tu-chun stood up to remind Tranghin. Hey, it's almost game time. We have to go. But he was still lost in thought. He never expected to face him again so soon. Li Tranghin remembered his past life when he first joined LTC in the third-tier league. Chae-chun had been his very first junior. He had always taken him very seriously. If he had to describe him in one sentence, Chae-chun made him think of a support player who was even stronger than an attacker. It sounded like an exaggeration, but he knew the S+ rank shockwave skill that Duo Chae-chun possessed. That alone was enough to counter his team's strategy. Outside, his mind was still racing. This is bad. A voice called out to him. Tranghin. He finally answered softly. Yeah, for this match, we'll use the same artillery formation as last time, Tranghin warned. But this time, if you see 3 or more enemies grouped up, eliminate them immediately. The faster, the better. Before they can regroup. The person on the other end said, We'll run out of mana burst picking them off one by one. Are you sure? He reassured them. It's fine. When mana burst is depleted, Hanji and Jisoo return to the main formation. A hesitant voice came through the headset. Then what about me? What do I do after the mana burst is gone? Trang Hien murmured. Don Chu. She listened in silence as he commanded. Wait for my signal. Back to the training room. Hanji was currently practicing his sword control. Don Chu stood to the side, adjusting the map. A notification confirmed their position. She looked at the map and spoke. The enemy is gathered at a building near the 6 o'clock position. Should we just blow up the building? We could probably wipe them all out. Hearing their discussion, Li Tranghian's voice cut in. What were my orders? Startled, Don Chu immediately stammered a reply. Attack before they can group up. Just then, Hangi asked for the coordinates. She whispered, 228-210. He gave a slight nod, acknowledging the command. Immediately, Hanji unleashed a volley of bomb-laden swords. The blades soared along the path. They locked onto their destination and advanced. On the ground below, 2 members of Team LTC were in a frantic retreat. One of them seemed to notice something and glanced up, letting out a huh? He clearly saw the bombs homing in on them. He broke into a desperate sprint, shouting in shock. What? But before they could do anything, the bombs rained down on them. An explosion of green smoke erupted. From a distance, Lai Tranghian witnessed the whole scene. A voice reported, 2 enemies down. Tranghian thought. So, LTC has grouped up. Now we've fully assembled too, Don Chu said smugly. This is an easy win. LTC is nothing special. A reminder came. We still have 3 mana bursts. Hearing this, Hanji suggested. The enemies all gathered. Attacking them individually will be hard. Let's just attack them head on. They all seemed to share the thought. Looking toward the building, a direct assault was the only way. Tranghian then gave his orders. After the mana burst explodes, while the dust is still thick, the entire combat formation will charge in. Voices of agreement followed. All right. I got it. He then thought to himself. Even though I know Dio Chun's skills and how to counter him, Lai Tranghian thought of Han Ji-soo. But my teammates need to see it too. The ones who only trust in the artillery formation should see Dio Chun's true power, right? He watched the swords approach their target and thought, they need to taste this failure. The scene cuts to a young man wearing a mask. This was Dio Chun. He swung his hand forward. He was performing some kind of action. Streams of energy appeared around Chun's hand, creating a powerful vortex. The explosive swords controlled by Tranghian's team were stopped in their tracks. Instantly, they were forced to detonate, causing a massive shockwave in mid-air. Tu-chun witnessed this in utter shock. What was that? Why did they blow up? Next to him, Lai Tranghian seemed unfazed. Just as I'd expect from Dio Chun, the scene shifts to Lai Ku-teker, sitting leisurely. In his mind was the image of that boy, radiating pure killing intent. That was Dio Chun. Li Ku-teker remembered him from long ago, a child who once lived a happy life, with his parents in the tower's safe zone, until the safe zone fell and the monsters poured in. He couldn't help but reminisce. How many years has it been since I took Chun in? He was so stubborn back then. Lai Ku-teker was at a loss for words. This kid. His gaze held a mix of assessments and admiration. Lai Ku-teker also remembered how he trained like a madman, seeking revenge. He even cleared every single dungeon floor in the tower. After that, Dio Chun simply left. In the end, his hatred had no target, and he sank into despair. He remembered Chun's decision to step into the light, leaving his protection. Lai Ku-teker mused. I always wondered what he was doing and where. Who knew he would join LTC? He was well aware that his opponent was Lai Tranghian. He had once lamented, but no matter what, seeing him again truly makes me happy. Lai Ku-teker watched the monitor with growing excitement. This is interesting. I wonder who will be the victor. The coach offered a sinister smirk. It doesn't really matter who wins. An explosion in the air suddenly drew all eyes to Li Tranghian. He stood lost in thought, even as his name was called out. Tranghian! He turned to comfort Kim Tu-chun. Losing is a part of the game. I told you not to sweat the small stuff. Kim Tu-chun simply mumbled. Ah, right, Tranghian announced. We took out 2 with a mana burst, making it 7-5. We have the numbers now, so stick to the plan. He then added, Han Ji-soo, Jun Han-gi, rendezvous now. Han-gi heard the order through his earpiece. He replied instantly, Roger. Tranghian also gave a command, Dan Chu, you stay put. She nodded in agreement. Ah, okay. The scene shifts to a desolate, empty area, with not a soul in sight. Suddenly, a group of unknown figures appeared in the doorway. Tranghian raised his rifle, which morphed into 2 smaller handguns. He used his weapon-morphing technomancy, thinking, I really didn't want this to turn into a head-on fight. Elsewhere, a swordsman swung at Che-chun as a voice shouted, They're coming from the front! The attacker quickly leaped away, landing safely before retreating. Han-gi watched this, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Che. But on the other side, Che-chun's eyes widened in surprise. They're only third rank, but they're not half bad. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot down, making him look up in shock. Yao Che-chun reacted instantly, backflipping to dodge the attack. Mid-air, he casually glanced at the descending purple energy. In front of him stood Han-gi's regrouped team. He eyed Han-gi and Jisoo, thinking, Are those two supposed to be my opponents? Energy began to form in Che-chun's hands as a new idea came to him. In a flash, he shot forward with a cocky grin. Just the two of them? This won't even be a challenge. Han-gi saw him coming and moved to block the attack. But his sword only grazed Che-chun's face, failing to land a solid hit. In mid-air, Yao Che-chun clasped his hands together. He unleashed his signature move. Shockwave. Waves of red energy erupted from him. Han-gi and Jisoo were thrown backward by the force, crying out in pain. Meanwhile, Che-chun landed gracefully, completely unfazed by his attack. He clapped his hands again, creating another surge of red energy. The shockwave rattled the entire room, shaking everything violently. Han-gi's team was blown away, screaming in agony. This team is pathetic, Che-chun thought, recalling the image of Cute C. Compared to him, these guys are just amateurs. Che-chun's gaze was ice cold. Without that bomber tactic, they're just another mediocre team. Just then, Kim Tu-chun charged forward to attack him, but a blue hat from the enemy team suddenly intercepted the blow. Another enemy moved in, activating the skill Domain Binding. Tu-chun could only watch in shock as he was completely immobilized. The blue hat rushed forward with a smug look on his face. He slammed a fist into Tu-chun's gut, making him cry out in pain. Che-chun watched the scene unfold, unfazed. At this rate, our victory is guaranteed, he thought. But then, he noticed something that made him pause. Huh? On the other side, someone was materializing platforms of energy. Trong-hyun watched them from a distance. The space was now filled with glowing blue panels. He then leaped onto one of the platforms, launching himself into the air. Che-chun was stunned. Aren't those step plates? Trong-hyun raised his twin guns, aiming directly at the enemy. His bullets flew true, taking down an opponent in a single shot. Che-chun watched from the side as his teammate collapsed to the ground. He thought in disbelief, this guy, he might be on my level, or even stronger. The blue hat let out a yell, refusing to back down and charging forward. Trong-hyun deftly dodged the wide swing of his sword. He flipped through the air, leveling his gun right at the blue hat's head. Yao Che-chun's face froze, his eyes wide in shock. A series of sharp cracks echoed through the room. Lee Trong-hyun then landed gracefully on his feet. He glanced over to Han Jisoo and called out, You dead yet? Jisoo waved back. Still kicking. But Trong-hyun pressed on. Can you two move? Jisoo reassured him. You bought us the time we needed to recover. He then asked, There are still two of them left. Can you handle it? Of course, Trong-hyun replied with a grin. But first, I have to deal with this guy. He turned, his gaze locking onto his true opponent. Lee Trong-hyun and Yao Che-chun were now face to face. I have to settle things with him, right here and now, he resolved. Listening to the live broadcast, Cute C was in disbelief that Lee Trong-hyun had charged the enemy alone. What looked like a suicide run had turned into a dominant performance. Someone asked the commentator, What's your analysis? He couldn't hide his astonishment. This is completely beyond my expectations. In practice matches, or even in Next Gen Hunter, player Lee Trong-hyun has shown flashes of incredible power. Cute C listened to the commentary thoughtfully, but he had never displayed such overwhelming strength in a direct confrontation. His opponent is no slouch either, having pushed back two top-tier, third-rank players, Han Jisoo and Jun Han-ji, by himself. A question was posed. Commentator, your prediction for the duel between Lee Trong-hyun and Yao Che-chun. All eyes turned to Yao Che-chun. That's a tough call. Even though Lee Trong-hyun just took down two LTC players in a one-on-one fight, he doesn't hold a clear advantage. Their attention then shifted to Trong-hyun. No matter how fast Lee Trong-hyun attacks, Yao Che-chun can neutralize it with his shockwave skill. In other words, this fight has become a battle of wits. Cute C smirked to himself. A battle of wits? Is that what they think? He tapped his fingers on the table. In a battle of wits, experience is everything. The commentator's voice cut in. And they're moving towards each other now. A one-on-one between the two top dogs? People wondered what a rookie like Lee Trong-hyun could even do. Lee Trong-hyun recalled his glorious past with pride. Before his regression, He was the International Hunter Champion. 3 mid-season titles, 8 #1 rankings, 4 All-Star victories, and 2 other tournament wins, all his achievements before returning. Those were accomplishments to be proud of. The thrill of victory made him feel invincible. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Dust filled the air as the world shook violently. Zil Che-chun and Li Trang-heen were blown back, but quickly regained their footing, their eyes locked, senses on high alert. Zil Che-chun thought, "Not bad, Li Trang-heen, but can you handle this?" Instantly, Zil Che-chun activated his skill. He gathered energy in his palm, forming hovering rings of air beneath his hand. Then, he slammed the energy into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that shattered everything nearby. Seeing the devastation, Li Trang-heen raged, "That bastard, a mana shield can't block this." Immediately, Li Trang-heen created platforms of air. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "Then I'll end this in one blow," and launched himself off the airborne steps. Guns clenched tight, his face a cold mask. Li Trang-heen unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Zil Che-chun. The storm of bullets was almost impossible to dodge. But Zil Che-chun quickly formed an air platform above him, grabbing onto it. He vaulted up, landing perfectly on the platform to dodge the attack. He then leaped toward the hole in the ceiling, trying to escape. While retreating, he gathered power for a counterattack. Li Trang-heen saw this and wasn't the least bit surprised, just as expected. His training with Li Gyu Taejian is still sharp. Dodging bullets while gathering mana, he plans to detonate it mid-air. "He's trying to damage me." Seeing through the plan, Li Trang-heen smirked. He spoke into his comms, "Dan Chu, are you ready?" From another location, Dan Chu calmly replied, "Ready." Tracking Zil Che-chun, he calculated. "Those scattered platforms will show me exactly where Zil Che-chun is going. The moment he stops to cast, I'll count the rhythm of his movements." When the opening appeared, Li Trang-heen yelled, "Now!" Instantly, a black mist appeared on the ceiling, its tendrils shooting out to bind Zil Che-chun's arms. His arms were trapped. He screamed in shock, "What is this?" Seeing his chance, Li Trang-heen instantly transformed his weapon into a powerful rifle. He hasn't gathered enough mana for a shockwave. "If I miss this, I'll shame my title, the legendary marksman." He raised the rifle, aiming at the struggling Zil Che-chun, still caught in the black mist. Li Trang-heen took aim and fired 2 shots. Zil Che-chun saw the bullets hurtling toward him at impossible speeds, his pupils shrinking in terror. Boom! In Chairman Li's private room, he watched the battle. Just then, a voice announced, "Zil Che-chun has been eliminated. He's down." Hearing this, Chairman Li Gyu Taejian was stunned. His face went blank, devoid of all emotion, as he sat staring at the screen. He remarked, "I never expected a support like Li Dan-chu to be so skilled. That Li Trang-heen, he truly fights to win." Meanwhile, both heroes breathed a sigh of relief. The grueling, dramatic battle was finally over. At that moment, Chairman Li's phone began to ring, drawing his attention. Answering it, he spoke calmly. "What is it at this hour?" a voice on the other end asked. "Are you watching Zil Che-chun's match?" Li Gyu Taejian replied nonchalantly, "He's someone I've always watched over. How could I miss his debut?" The voice on the phone continued. "That kid, Li Trang-heen, he seems stronger than Zil Che-chun. Bring him by sometime. My daughter saw the match and took a liking to him." Chairman Li was puzzled. "Manhwa?" The chairman was skeptical, picturing the cold, indifferent Manhwa. She never cared about the minor leagues. I wonder what's gotten into her. Meanwhile, in the players' lounge, Minji was furiously typing on his phone. The sound of frantic tapping filled the air. Suddenly, Li Trang-heen appeared and smacked him on the head. "What are you so busy with?" Minji rubbed his head. "Ow." Li Trang-heen pressed on. "What are you writing? Got nothing better to do?" He sighed when Minji didn't answer. "Planning to keep at it, I see." Just then, someone entered, breaking the tension. "Li Trang-heen, congrats on being chosen as MVP. You need to get ready for your interview." "Yeah," Li Trang-heen replied. Beside him, Minji beamed with pride at the interview studio. Li Trang-heen sat for his interview with the host. Cameras rolled, capturing the entire event. It began with a word of praise. The host began. "That was an incredible match, Li Trang-heen. Did you expect to win before it started?" Li Trang-heen answered confidently. "Of course, didn't I say I would?" A flashback to a previous press conference, showing the same arrogant smirk. He had said coolly, "Honestly, none of the teams are that strong, but it'd be a disgrace for #1 to lose to the bottom rank." His words had clearly provoked his rivals, and enraged Lee Hyun-gun. The host laughed nervously. "Haha, yes, that did happen. That press conference caused quite a stir. Now, let's watch some highlights from the match and discuss them." The host gestured toward the large screen above. The screen showed Zil Che-chun struggling against the black mist, with the cold barrel of a gun aimed right at him. Lee Trang-heen's rifle pointed at his foe. This was voted the most impressive moment by the viewers, the host said, then continued his questions. What was going through your mind then? Was that one-on-one showdown planned from the start? Lee Trang-heen stared directly into the camera. Should I tell the truth or just exaggerate? Honestly, messing with my opponent is way more fun. He must be furious right now. Just like in my past life, he always got so salty after every loss. Lee Trang-heen answered the interview with a smirk. I always predict a one-on-one showdown, so I wasn't surprised at all. He stared into the camera with a mocking tone. Also, wasn't the other team's key player that Yoon Che-chun guy? Hearing that, the host's expression froze. He quickly whispered to Trang-heen, "You mean Yoon Che-chun?" But Lee Trang-heen just smiled. "Ah, right. Player Yoon Che-chun." The host cried out, "Wait, that's not his name." Watching the interview, the rival gritted his teeth. What did he just say? Trang-heen continued his assault. "He's a decent player, I suppose. It's a shame he walked right into the trap I set, but he's my rival, after all." Yoon Che-chun's hands balled into fists, but Trang-heen just kept on with his verbal attacks. So this was his first impression of me. Did I go too far? Nah, interviews are supposed to be like this. "Hey, Lee Trang-heen." Jun Han-ki and the team welcomed him back with huge smiles as he finished the interview. He said, "Your answers were legendary." The whole room was buzzing as Lee Ki-han chimed in. "Wow, Trang-heen was born for the camera." Kim Soo-chun added, "You were epic out there." Lee Trang-heen crossed his arms, replying, "You guys are making a big deal out of nothing. Really, it was just a small thing." As Trang-heen sat down, his friends kept asking questions. "Hey, what was that skill you used to bind him at the end?" He glanced up. "Oh, that." Then he looked at Yoon-ju. "It wasn't my skill, it was Yoon-ju's." He turned to her, making her blush, shocking everyone. Han Ji-soo stared at her intently. "Did the two of you have some special training together?" Yoon-ju jumped, her face beet red. Han Ji-soo kept pressing her for an answer. "Come on, tell us. Do you have a secret to awakening new skills?" Yoon-ju looked down and stammered, That. Trang-heen and everyone else were stunned by her words. Their friends instinctively looked over at him. "Trang-heen, what?" Finish the sentence, but a flustered Yoon-ju was completely speechless. Lee Trang-heen grew impatient. "What's with this weird atmosphere?" He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Am I the only normal person on this team?" Later, at Trang-heen's house, he was watching Soo-chun's interview, his voice blaring from the TV. "Player Kim Soo-chun, you've been a hot topic on the forums. Are you aware?" Soo-chun answered excitedly. "Yes, of course. As you've all seen, my blinding strategy is incredibly powerful." Trang-heen was shocked. "What is he saying?" He stared at the sword in Soo-chun's hands on the screen. "Is that the weapon I commissioned from the Mora workshop? And when was this interview even filmed?" He continued to watch the interview. "Recently, P's performance has been amazing. In your opinion, what is the reason for this success? And who's the key factor?" Trang-heen nodded in agreement. "True, Kim Soo-chun was crucial in our recent matches." Soo-chun answered confidently. "P's great performance is obviously thanks to me and Lee Trang-heen. I think our two-man carry system is working perfectly. I lead from the vanguard, while Lee Trang-heen supports me from behind." He frowned at Soo-chun's words. "A two-man carry? What the hell is that?" "Our strategy is a full frontal assault, you idiot." Just then, his phone buzzed. A message from Chairman Lee Gyu-tae. "Trang-heen, there are no matches for a few days, so let's meet up. I'm sending a car to pick you up." He looked at the message. Lee Gyu-tae. What could he possibly want? It makes sense. He is the team's owner, after all. He must be curious about how the team is doing. He's probably surprised by our unexpected achievements. Of course, in the grander scheme of the Hunter League, we still have a long road ahead of us. He typed a reply to the chairman. A while later, the car stopped before a large house. "We've arrived. The chairman is waiting inside." The driver spoke respectfully. Trang-heen got out of the car and strode into the residence. Inside a private room, two men were talking enthusiastically. "Haha, is that right? Time flies so fast. I told you, 15 years feels like just one day." Suddenly, Trang-heen's voice cut in. Interrupting their chat, he said, "I'm here." At the voice, Chairman Lee looked to the door and said, "You finally made it? I was about to die of boredom waiting for you, kid." Lee Trang-heen replied coldly, "You're giving me goosebumps." Lee Gyu-tae laughed. "You're no fun at all. You called me, so I came, but..." He glanced across from Chairman Lee. "Who are these two?" There sat an older man and a young woman, who was focused intently on something. The man looked up and met his gaze, but the woman didn't move an inch. She kept her head down, staring at her phone. He approached Chairman Lee's side. "Chairman, these people?" The chairman replied, "Ah, let me introduce you. This is Cho Chun-ho, Secretary General of the Hunters Association." Cho Chun-ho spoke warmly. "Ha, Player Lee Trang-hyun. I've been following all of your matches. I'm Cho Chun-ho, Secretary General of the Korean Hunters Association." Trang-hyun glanced at the woman. "And who is the person next to him? Is she a player from the association?" Cho Chun-ho gently introduced her. "Ah, this is my daughter, Yoon-hwa. She is also a player in the association, just like you. She hasn't been in a good mood lately, so I brought her out to clear her head." Seeing Yoon-hwa's cold face, Chun-ho worried. It seems her mood hasn't improved one bit. Chairman Lee, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. "Although Yoon-hwa is the #1 ranked player, she's about your age. You two should get along like friends." Trang-hyun blurted out. "The #1 ranked player?" He stared at Yoon-hwa, thinking to himself, "She's a completely new face. Could she have retired already? Or did her rank drop after a slump?" Chairman Lee chuckled next to him. "Haha, not only is she the youngest #1 player, she's also the youngest ever to make a professional debut in the Hunters Association. I figured you would have heard her name. You're really behind on the news." It feels a bit strange saying this after calling you here, but I need to discuss something with Secretary General Cho Chun-ho. So why don't you two take a little walk in the garden?" He was stunned. "Huh? A walk?" Seeing a mysterious wink from Lee Ju-tae, he felt confused. What is this old fox plotting? It seems like he's trying to set me up, but was all that really necessary? Elsewhere, Cho Chun-ho gently told Yoon-hwa, "All right, go for a walk with Trang-hyun." She whispered, "Okay." He glanced at Yoon-hwa, thinking, what is wrong with her? They quickly left, but the air on the path felt incredibly tense. Might as well check her stats. He used his insight skill on Dan-hwa, and a status window instantly materialized, showing all her details. Glancing at her stats, he saw her skills were both versatile and powerful. Had Secretary Cho Chun-ho trained her since she was a child? But why had he never seen her during his peak? Could she have retired back then? Back in the chairman's office, Lee Gyu-taek asked Cho Chun-ho, "So, what exactly brings you here?" Cho Chun-ho replied, "Do you know Dan-hwa's current situation?" Lee Gyu-taek was unfazed. "Of course. She's broken every youth record in the Korean Hunter Association's history." Cho Chun-ho chuckled softly. "That's true. Dan-hwa ranked up so fast she thought she was strong enough to make Team Korea #1 in the world. But she found out reality was different. Everyone called her a genius. But she hit a wall, realizing she was only top tier in a minor Korean league." Lee Gyu-taek was surprised. "She's realized her own limits?" Cho Chun-ho said earnestly, "That's why I wanted to see Jang-hyun. He may be in the 3rd league now, but he reached the top through a path different from Dan-hwa's. After seeing Takumi's recent interview, I couldn't stop thinking about this. I wonder if he can reignite the motivation and passion within Dan-hwa." Chairman Lee was also intrigued by the idea. "I'm actually curious too. I wonder what Jang-hyun is saying to Dan-hwa right now. Haha, we're just a couple of gossipy old men. That's what age does. Let's just hope for the best." The two elders chatted excitedly with each other. Meanwhile, Jang-hyun looked at Dan-hwa and asked, "Are you confident you can improve further here?" Dan-hwa stared at him in surprise. With a steady gaze, Jang-hyun repeated, "I asked, are you confident you can improve here?" Dan-hwa flared up. She scowled and snapped, "What do you know about me? Just some trash from the 3rd league." But her words didn't faze Jang-hyun. He smirked back. "Well, seeing that sour look, I'm guessing the 1st league isn't going so smoothly for you, huh?" Dan-hwa let out a cold, angry huff. Unable to retort, she turned to leave. "Why am I even talking to someone like him?" "Never mind," Jang-hyun called after her. "Where are you going?" Watching Dan-hwa's stormy retreat, he thought, "She really has a nasty temper. Jang-hyun seems interesting," she thought. But that's enough for a first impression. It was a beautiful day, with a clear blue sky and white clouds. In another room, Jang-hyun concluded, "So, your friend is a little angry with me now." The old man immediately stood up, flustered. "So that's what happened. I'm sorry, Jang-hyun." Jang-hyun just waved him off. "You should go after her." The old man stammered, "I'll go check on Dan-ha. Contact me if you need anything later." Lee Gyu-taek and Jang-hyun sat in the tea room. Chairman Lee said reproachfully, "Haha, you kid. Did you really have to say it like that? I brought you here to help you build connections." Jang-hyun casually sat down, saying impatiently, "Hey, did I come here to babysit?" That Cho Danhua girl is talented and has everything going for her. Let her handle her own problems. Chairman Lee couldn't win and said gently, "All right, I know your personality. It was my fault for putting you two together. I apologize." He then changed the subject. "So, how are the matches going?" Jung Hyun asked vaguely. "Huh? You didn't watch the last match?" Hearing this, the chairman flared up, slamming his glass down. "You think I follow the third league?" Jang Hyun quickly explained. "That won't do. You're the owner of this team now. It's bad if you don't even watch its matches. The team's doing great. We're at the top of the rankings. Only 2 matches left. If nothing unusual happens, we'll be champions." Chairman Lee was slowly convinced. After a moment, he said, "That's decent. But staying on top is harder than getting there." He also gave a well-intentioned warning. "The bomber strategy is good, but it's not foolproof. It was nearly countered in the last match." He continued seriously, "Your strategy has been figured out. You can't afford to be careless." Jang Hyun wondered, "Have I been too complacent?" Jang Hyun focused on his every word. The veteran Chairman Lee said, "You need at least one backup plan, you know?" Jang Hyun understood perfectly. "So, the team needs a plan for when the bomber strategy gets neutralized, right?" Chairman Lee crossed his arms. "If you don't want to, that's fine. You can just use your own power to handle that kind of situation." But as he spoke, his eyes turned sharp as a blade. Doing so would not only expose the mana burst you're using, but your true power as well. And then, those two will no longer be trump cards for you to use in unexpected situations, he explained carefully. You, Jang Hyun, are a powerful asset. But if your abilities are sealed, or you face a strong player one-on-one, your leaderless team will quickly collapse. Jang Hyun's eyes were opened. Incredible. This is the perspective of a first-generation hunter. I must have underestimated this third league. He was lost in his own thoughts. My path must be different from before my regression. It has to be nearly perfect. And on that path, Chairman Lee Gyutaek's perspective is essential. The view of a hunter from an era where one failure meant death. Jang Hyun realized the road ahead was rough. To be honest, I thought losing a match or two wouldn't affect our rank, but that was my mistake. A mysterious smile crept across his face. As expected of a top hunter, their way of thinking is completely different. The scene shifts to Dan Hua storming off. Hurried footsteps followed Dan Hua. Cho Chun-ho finally caught up with his daughter, calling out, "Dan Hua." Still fuming, she snapped, "What is it? Dad, is this why you brought me here? That Jang Hyun guy. Why did I have to talk to someone like him?" Dan Hua's father tried to soothe her. "I'm sorry, Yuna. I thought he could motivate you. That kid is walking a path similar to yours." Dan Hua stubbornly waved him off. "Enough, I don't care. I'm going inside to rest." She said she didn't care, but she spent the afternoon in the study thinking about Jang Hyun. All right, Jang Hyun. The eye of the storm in the third league. She studied an article on her computer, reading every last word. He's a coach, and also the owner's representative for the players. He led a losing team to the #1 spot. Japan's famous marksman, Takumi Minamino, even called Trang Hyun the most impressive player. Reading this was a total shock. He beat Takumi? That's impossible. But in the end, she had to accept the bitter truth. Rumors aside, a third-rank marksman like Trang Hyun earning Takumi's respect was a fact. Dan Hoa took off her glasses, her head dropping with a heavy sigh. She sat there, tormenting herself. Lost. If one word fit her now, it was this one. And it was a word she had never known. Fighting in the third-rank league was too easy. Their skills were amateur, and they could barely even use mana equipment. Reaching the second rank was a blur. But Korea's first-rank league was a different world. Dan Hoa remembered her past matches. The players at this level were monsters, and she realized she was falling behind. The more Dan Hoa thought, the harder it was to face. She painfully admitted it, feeling completely trapped and suffocated. And then some third-rank rookie she met asked her, "Are you confident you can improve any further here?" Dan Hoa confronted her own feelings. Rage burned inside her, and she gritted her teeth. But the worst part was that she couldn't answer that rookie's simple question. Dan Hoa fell back onto her bed, completely defeated. He's just a third-rank marksman, she thought. He might not even make it to second, let alone first. Then a memory sparked. Dan Hoa's eyes shot open. Wait, the third-rank league? She sat bolt upright. They said Gil Chae-chun just debuted there. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone to search. Did Gil Chae-chun win or lose? No. She decided to ask him directly. She had to call. At that moment, in the Hunters Association, Trang Hyun was in the waiting room, deep in analysis. The chairman's warning was correct, but it didn't mean they had to act now. If the team's skill level rose, the problem would fix itself. Trong Hien glanced at his own impressive stats chart with a satisfied smile. Of course, he wasn't neglecting his own training just for the team. Besides, with a mana core, his growth was on another level. But looking at his useless teammates, he thought with despair. Right now, not a single one could win a ranked match. Just then, Coach Lee Jonggu walked over, saying, "Hangi's been playing terribly. His ranking hasn't budged. Maybe we should buy him some supplements?" Trang Hien didn't hold back. A coach's solution is supplements? Why don't you just read their horoscopes for them? The embarrassed coach scratched his head. No, that's not what I meant. Trang Hien was already forming a plan. First, he had to solve Jun Hangi's problem. Though problem wasn't exactly the right word, Trang Hien saw the core issue immediately. The guy was learning a new swordsmanship style and was trapped inside its rigid framework. Trang Hien began to explain. There are two styles people think of: telekinetic swordsmanship and standard swordsmanship. The real advantage of the telekinetic style is its freedom of attack. Trang Hien continued his analysis. An ability that standard swordsmanship can never achieve is overwhelming offensive power. That's the core of telekinetic swordsmanship. Finally, Trang Hien concluded. But attacking like that isn't something just anyone can do. In the end, you have to practice it yourself. Just then, slow footsteps approached. Jun Hangi saw them and looked surprised. Huh? Trang Hien? Why are you here? And you too, coach? Trang Hien stood up, his gaze cold and sharp. Why the reaction? The coach is just here to watch a player practice. Hey, Hangi. Trang Hien got straight to the point. You've been struggling in your ranked matches lately, haven't you? Hangi started sweating and asked, You knew? Seeing Hanji's tense expression, Trang Hien figured it out. Yes, the one suffering the most was Hanji himself. His pride must have taken a serious blow. But for a professional player, skill is the only thing that matters. He had to say what needed to be said. Trang Hien seized the moment to enlighten his teammate. That telekinetic swordsmanship you're using. If it feels like you're using a normal sword, then you're doing it wrong. That's right. Stop thinking of it as normal swordsmanship. Hangi looked confused. I shouldn't think of it as normal swordsmanship? Hangi quickly understood the point. Wait a minute. If so, then, he said, his face lighting up with realization. I just need to change my way of thinking. Trang Hien had to admit, the guy was smart. He got it with just one sentence. That's right. This is how my teammate should be. Clinging to a new hope, Hangi quickly turned to leave. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to test it right now. The coach, not understanding at all, stepped forward. That's all it took? Trang Hien didn't keep it a secret. Yes, his opponent is a melee fighter with similar points, so the advantage is on his side now. He just has to ditch the old mindset, focus on the opponent's openings, and he'll win easily. Back with Hangi, the system announced. Match start. Hangi trained like a madman with his telekinetic blades, his eyes filled with pure determination. Not far from him, a red-haired man carefully watched his every move. Out of nowhere, a magic sword shot forward. The red-haired guy dodged just in time, stammering, Wah, what was that? Even Trang Hien was on edge watching this sudden, bizarre action. What on earth is that guy doing? Is he just spamming his swords? On Hanji's side, countless blades were being unleashed, but he still wasn't satisfied, shouting fiercely, Not like this! Faster! Just like Trang Hien's gun. Finally, he launched his swords with all his might. Go, go! At this point, Trang Hien was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. I meant use your swords freely, not turn them into a machine gun. Oh my god, this idiot. What an absolute idiot. In Dan Hoa's study, the sound of a phone call could be heard. So, how was the debut match? Dan Hoa teased, thoroughly amused. What's wrong? Why so quiet? Did you actually lose? I thought you said the first rank league was nothing special. Did you get beaten in the third rank? An irritated voice shot back. Hey, if you're just going to talk trash, then hang up. But Dan Hoa kept pushing. Or was your opponent just too strong? I heard he's pretty famous. The voice on the other end scoffed. Strong? Please. The third rank league is all the same. It was just an unexpected situation, so I was a little shaken, that's all. Dan Hoa lowered her voice, dripping with provocation. Uh-huh, if you say so. The other person snapped. If there's nothing to say, I'm hanging up. Dan Hoa, however, felt a deep satisfaction. He actually hung up. I must have really ticked him off, that annoying jerk. Suddenly, Dan Hoa realized something. Her eyes widened in horror. Even the chairman's prodigy, Yao Che-chun, was defeated. Could it be that Lee Trang-hien is actually the real deal? Dan Hoa collapsed onto her bed, trying to calm herself down. No, stop thinking nonsense. Who cares if he's strong? It has nothing to do with me. What matters is my own progress. A phone screen went dark, as black as Dan Hoa's troubled thoughts. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Dan Hoa resolved to pull herself together. Instead of overthinking this, I should just go to the training center. The warrior, a spark of fire in her palm, asked herself, what's the most crucial thing to become an elite hunter? First, of course, is talent. Dan Hoa knew this clearly. In a world so rigidly defined by ranks and limits, without talent, you're just left behind. But a question remained. Can talent alone take you to the very top? The answer is no. At the training center, trainees were still practicing like mad. The world is full of people, and among them are many talented individuals. Unless your talent is overwhelming, talent alone won't let you reach the summit. In the end, it must be combined with training as much as possible. Li Tranghian had an insightful eye, allowing him to see information about skills. He could read their usage, limits, and potential, but other hunters couldn't. Hangi was still practicing his sword control with fervor. Without a mentor, unless you're a genius, it's hard to surpass the ordinary. Having talent and knowing how to use it are two different things. For that very reason, nurturing talent is the most crucial measure of a team. Tranghian stared intently at Hangi, thinking, that's also why. Teams like LTD, who can develop talent and raise third-rate players to first-rate, are valued so highly. And that's the exact reason why I have to train Jun Hangi myself. Like a storm, Hangi rushed toward Tranghian. Just as they were about to clash, a controlled sword shot out from behind. With superhuman reflexes, Tranghian easily swung his sword to block it. He smirked knowingly, but his smile didn't last long. From a distance, two more controlled swords suddenly rushed in. Tranghian stood firm, aiming his blade at Hangi's two swords, whispering, "Good. It seems you're starting to understand what I said." He thought, "Good thing I'm here to catch his mistakes. He'd better correct them quickly." As if enlightened, Hangi said, "I get it now. You mean I can't use conventional sword techniques?" Tranghian felt relieved. From that last move, he must understand. But after what this guy's done before, I can't trust him 100%. Tranghian decisively suggested, "Try another ranked match. I'll keep pointing out what you need to watch for." Hangi agreed. Okay. A few hours earlier, Dan Hoa was sweating, saying, "Ha, what a coincidence." From the upper floor, she watched the entire training session. "Why is that guy here? Is he coaching a teammate?" She glared bitterly at Tranghian's back. "And I was about to play a ranked match, too." Dan Hoa crossed her arms, ready to watch the show. "Well then, let's see how he coaches." She saw Hangi firing his swords like bullets and was completely baffled. What is this? What kind of ridiculous fighting style is that? Launching swords like projectiles? Dan Hoa truly couldn't understand this playstyle. Can't he control them? Then she saw Tranghian talking non-stop. She guessed, is he scolding him? Right. To have such a good ability, but only be able to fight like that. Of course he'd be annoyed. Hangi sharply turned back to his position. Dan Hoa said to herself, if it were me, I would use 3 separate swords and coordinate their attacks. Just then, the system screen displayed, match start. Hangi still used his old trick. He launched a barrage of swords. Tranghian, surrounded by 4 blades, remained perfectly calm. But this time, Hangi was back, better than before, attacking with 4 consecutive blades, forcing Tranghian to brace himself and defend. Dan Hoa was startled, thinking, that attack pattern, and Hangi's expression looks like he predicted this. Dan Hoa grew pensive. Isn't that the exact method I just thought of? Did his attack change that much from just one piece of advice? Dan Hoa observed their every move. He gets immediate feedback as soon as he acts. Unlike before, in this state, they can only provide direct guidance on sword techniques. The two left one after another. Outside, Dan Hoa scoffed. Going together again this time? The system reset, announcing the match start. Dan Hoa immediately noticed the abnormal sword control. What? Something's different. The sword seemed to pierce blind spots more easily. How is he able to do that? Dan Hoa watched as Tranghian stepped out. This time, he came out alone. Don't tell me he's doing another ranked match? This time, Hangi was facing a different fully armored warrior. That hunter was a lower first ranker, but he was a melee attacker who took the vanguard position. Watching the fight on a small screen, Dan Hoa stated confidently, even if he uses 3 swords at once, with that level of sword skill, he's still far behind his opponent. He'll definitely lose. Dan Hoa really couldn't understand what they were thinking. With a whoosh, the warrior leaped into the air. He slashed wildly, taunting. Is this all you've got? Sword control? There's nothing special about it. He was so busy showing off that he didn't notice a controlled sword silently flying at his back. But with his sharp eyes, he finally spotted it, smirking. A cheap trick like that won't work on me. Just as he finished his sentence, he swung his blade, knocking Hanji's sword off course. Dan Hoa tensed up, thinking, "It's over. Now Junhanji has no way to attack." Hangi suddenly smirked, and with a slight flick of his fingers, he taunted, "Huh, you should have paid more attention to your surroundings." Just then, the warrior realized in horror that he'd been ambushed. He panicked, shouting, "Where did this sword come from?" A sharp thud was heard, followed by the clash of steel. Dan Hoa was so frustrated she broke into a sweat, cursing, "What the hell just happened? How could he get hit so easily?" Hangi smiled with deep satisfaction. He knew this wasn't just luck. I must have missed something for a result this stunning. Dan Hoa was completely floored, thinking how that guy took a team on a losing streak and led them to the top of the leaderboard. He must be the real deal. The scene shifts to the virtual stadium for the third league city map. Zhang Xuan watched from the rooftop. Before the main event was one final match, but it was nothing special. He considered it just a warm-up. Zhang Xuan gave orders through the comms. As briefed before the match, we're not using the bomber strategy today. We will lead with a 3-striker offensive formation. The rest will support from the rear, understood? Du Chun's team stepped up boldly, saying, "Okay, leave it to us." Zhang Xuan commanded like a god. Enemies spotted 300 meters ahead in the square. Prepare for combat. The main purpose of this match was to see how much stronger Junhan Gi had become. Kim Do-chun would draw their attention so he wouldn't get swarmed. Du Chun rushed forward to lead the way. "Roger, that. I'm going in first." His teammates hurried after him. "Hey, Kim Do-chun." Du-chun lifted his dark sunglasses, drew his longsword, and yelled, "Now, take this." The longsword was covered in a brilliant golden aura. He unleashed a massive skill called Thunderclap Explosion, blinding the enemies ahead. They yelled in panic, "Stop this guy!" Du Chun admired his handiwork with satisfaction. "Excellent. The strategy is a success." Zhang Xuan was speechless. After all, that guy always loved being the center of attention. Aren't Junhan Ji and Li Jianhan wearing sunglasses? Han Gi squinted, his vision heavily impaired. "Ha, it seems so," Zhang Xuan said with absolute certainty. "But there's no way they can lose. Thanks to their recent training, the combat power of those 3 strikers was unmatched in the third league." Du Chun continued his wild assault. "How do you like my ultimate skill?" he asked gleefully while launching another blinding sword strike, forcing 3 opponents to use their shields. "You fateful bastard, you think we came unprepared?" The commander's voice rang out, "Plan B, everyone take them out." A female member replied, "Okay." As he finished, an entire squad pulled out and put on sunglasses, looking like a Spec Ops team. Du Chun froze solid on the spot. "When did these guys get these?" The man in the black coat pointed straight at Du Chun and laughed. "Serves you right." Zhang Xuan was also at a loss. Were those guys completely prepared? Looking at the motionless Du Chun, a counter for a counter, huh? This Kim Du Chun guy walked right into it. Kim Du Chun gritted his teeth at the scene before him. The young man with the great shield looked at him with a provocative expression, already in a fighting stance. "Try coming at me like that again." The man with the large hammer behind him also laughed triumphantly. "You didn't expect this, did you?" Du Chun clenched his teeth, the sound hissing in the wind. "Since it's come to this." To the utter surprise of the enemy team, he quickly turned and fled. "I'm withdrawing from the match." Everyone on the team stared, their mouths agape, unable to believe what just happened. That useless guy. Zhang Xuan covered his face and shook his head, feeling helpless at the unexpected situation that confused both friend and foe. But shaking up both sides was a talent in its own right. Looking at the match results, he felt a bit relieved. Many unexpected things had happened, but in the end, the match was an incredibly easy victory. Zhang Xuan observed the current situation, quietly assessing it. After Kim Do-chun retreated, the other 2 were no longer hindered and coordinated very well. More importantly, the other melee attackers couldn't stop the swords from the sword control technique. The opposing team felt somewhat bewildered. Against the lightning-fast sword control technique, they were extremely uncomfortable because they could only instinctively dodge the attacks. Finally, upon reaching the break room, Zhang Xuan glanced over at Minju's group and smiled. In truth, the person he was most worried about was Li Jianhan. Unlike the teammates he had personally scouted, he wasn't a teammate with outstanding potential or talent. Fortunately, thanks to the recent training, he probably now knew what he had to do to contribute to the win. Seeing the cheerful scene between the 3 of them made him feel relieved. As long as they win the remaining Ritz match, the team will have smooth sailing for a while. At this moment in the Ritz team's waiting room, the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. The team's coach stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought for a long time without saying a word. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? He never thought he'd have a headache over Per. Thinking about Zhang Xuan's team's battle, his headache worsened. Now, Per was no longer a team you could counter, just by preparing for their bomber strategy. Unlike last season, the individual skills of each of their players had improved dramatically. If Per tops the league, the coach recalled the rankings and began to think carefully. Our team will only have one promotion spot left. Then, it's highly likely our team will have to face LTD. He continued to think, oblivious to Ju Heju's sharp gaze. We must find a way to defeat Per. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table and shot up, yelling, "Why is everyone so scared?" Her thin eyebrows knitted together, her voice cold and decisive. "What's so great about that, Zhang Xuan? If he uses his machine gun from behind, we can use Holy Domain. And if he snipes, we just need to use a mana shield to block it." Hearing these words, the coach's mind instantly cleared. That's right, if their side has Zhang Xuan, our side has Heju. I'm the coach, I can't stay dejected like this. His expression darkened, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Heju is right. We don't necessarily have to fight in the opponent's territory. His every word was clear and concise, as if giving orders to a subordinate. If they are sharp, then we will be solid. We must always think that we will absolutely win, understand? Everyone on the team quickly shouted in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to a cozy room, where Manhwa sat on a chair, thinking for a long time. She rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at the computer screen, as thoughts constantly raced through her head. Takumi's interview, Ji Chae-chun's reaction. None of it surprised me this much. But yesterday's training session was something I couldn't help but be amazed by. The image of him seriously instructing his teammates was deeply ingrained in Manhwa's mind. He was even pointing out development paths for other skills, not his own. Her computer was now replaying footage related to Zhang Xuan. I rewatched all of Li Tranghian's old matches. But just watching the games doesn't reveal a coach's true strategic mind. If only I knew more about his training style. Cho Dan-hwa closed her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. A troubled look crossed her face. If she asked her father, she could meet him. But she didn't leave a good impression last time. It'd be too embarrassing to see him now. Suddenly, remembering something, she picked up her phone to search. Now that I think of it, Minso mentioned a funny guy from the third-tier league. Could that have been Li Tranghian? Cho Dan-hwa's fingers flew across the screen. She had to ask Minso if it was him. A reply came back instantly. Without hesitation, Minso confirmed she knew him, but she told Dan-hwa to ask Hyuntae for the details. They messaged back and forth. Minso even offered to ask on her behalf. Ending the chat, Cho Dan-hwa thoughtfully pictured Hyuntae. It didn't make sense. The national player, Chin Hyuntae, knows Li Tranghian? Then the rumor he defeated Takumi might be real. But she was determined to solve her own issues. That wasn't important now. What she was curious about was him. How does he train his players? In a dark room, a lone projector flickered, echoing the sounds of a past match. Player Li Tranghian vaults over Manabis. He breaks the enemy line with terrifying force, 1 man against 100. Ju Heju sat in silence, quietly watching the footage. She saw Li Tranghian face off against Gil Chae-tru. Her mind raced, calculating the perfect strategy to counter his team. On Team Peo, the 4 new members were the biggest threats. Li Tranghian, Jun Han-gi, Kim Tu-chun, Han Ji-soo. No matter the strategy, she needed a way to counter them. She recalled each of their fighting styles, beginning to form the first steps of her counter plan. Li Tranghian's gun is powerful, but without a critical hit, we can heal with Holy Domain. We just have to watch for his shots. Next, she analyzed Jun Han-ji. His 3-sword style is a major threat, but a unified defense formation should be able to stop it. Finally, the other 2 members of Peo. Han Ji-soo's gravity skill is just a wide-area attack, nothing too dangerous. And Kim Tu-chun's bizarre sword can be countered if the whole team just wears sunglasses. Her hand on the table suddenly clenched. The atmosphere grew tense. As she considered each player's weakness, her eyes suddenly shot wide open. She had just realized something huge. Wait a second. Ideas flooded her brilliant mind. A lineup like this has a clear opening for a counterattack. Analyzing them one by one revealed fatal flaws in their lineup. In her eyes, their team now seemed as fragile as glass. Team Peo has small cracks, but they're all fatal. Her team would use a strategy to exploit those weaknesses. One Li Tranghian couldn't possibly know. Finally, a look of relief and absolute certainty spread across Ju Hechu's face. Perfect. We can win. She handed her strategy draft to the coach and asked quietly, "What do you think, coach?" His eyes lit up, as if a great fog had finally lifted. This is... He stared at her strategy, reading slowly. We'll use Holy Domain Super Regeneration, a top-tier skill. Surround our melee fighters like a tank, and use Blitz's secret tactic. The coach looked up at Ju Hee-chu, his voice full of praise. This is good. Yes, let's do it. They would use this strategy against Peo. A smirk formed on her lips. She felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, Kim Tu-chun was sprawled on his bed, sighing as he scrolled on his phone. His eyes fell on the bright screen. He ruffled his hair, thinking, I thought this was my big chance. The screen showed a discussion about Lai Trang-hyun's team. Some praised them, others mocked. I wanted attention, but not like this, he thought. He thought about his sword's utility in battle. But changing it now? This sword had become his signature. Besides, it was pretty useful. Still, the looks from his teammates had shaken him. It wasn't the online comments that hurt the most. It was his teammates' reactions. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot to mention it to you guys. To bring sunglasses. He planned to give them out before the match. But Lai Trang-hyun didn't scold him, just let the mistake slide. It's no big deal. This confused Kim Tu-chun. Why didn't they yell at him? He suddenly sat bolt upright, shouting into the empty room. When so many enemies rush in at once, what am I supposed to do? Thoughts swirled in his mind like a vortex. Tumultuous. The team was evolving, but he was stuck in place. He needed to find a new way. Finally, he took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, seeking calm. I should have known the enemy would wear sunglasses too. The thought suddenly hit his simple mind. Maybe I can wear all black so they can't see me? No, that wouldn't make him completely invisible through sunglasses. There had to be another way. Just then, clarity struck Kim Tu-chun's mind. He'd figured out the perfect counter. Wait a minute, invisible through sunglasses? A triumphant grin spread across his face. A brilliant idea was born. I've got it. Later, in Peo's strategy room/living room, the team sat around the TV, listening intently to Chang-hyun. He tapped the screen twice with a pointer. Model, calmly explaining that Zid always uses a balanced tank-like formation for both offense and defense, so the first attack to shatter their formation is crucial. Jun Han-gi suddenly raises his hand to voice his opinion. So, we're using the old mana bomb squad strategy? However, Trang-hyun is quick to point out the flaw in that idea. That would be ideal, but they aren't fools. They've surely prepared for it. So we can't just rely on bombing. We have to plan the follow-up attack. Lai Qianhan explains in a low voice. Just like with the mana bombs, we create chaos and then charge in, right? Lai Trang-hyun agrees. Exactly. We open with the usual bombing squad, then shift to a 3-striker formation, just like in the UQQ match. He pauses, glancing at the monitor, thinking to himself that if this were the start of the season, they couldn't switch formations mid-game. But now, this strategy is perfectly executable. His confidence grows thinking of his capable teammates. Jun Han-gi, Kim Tu-chun, Lee Qian-han, the three of them are the perfect combination. But a glance at Tu-chun reveals his head is in the clouds, completely lost. Han-ji, sitting beside him, has to snap his fingers to get his attention. Tu-chun? He hesitates for a moment before answering, yeah. Let's do our best. This sight makes the man across from them a little curious. Huh? He's never been like this before. Could it be because of the last match? Lai Trang-hyun's brows furrow slightly. He's not sure how to feel about it. But it's understandable. No matter how much of an attention seeker he is, even he gets discouraged sometimes. Suddenly, he claps his hands and points to the screen, finalizing their plan. All right, promotion is almost guaranteed, but everyone needs to stay in top condition. Understood? The whole team shouts in unison, yes. Looking at Tu-chun's retreating figure, he decides to trust him one more time. He's not weak-willed, so he should be able to overcome this. But for this Zid match, we probably won't see that shining sword of his. At all. His face clearly shows he's still trapped deep within his own thoughts. The day has finally arrived. The match between Zid and P in the Hunter Association's virtual stadium is about to begin. The commentator's voice booms. This match will decide the third league's rankings. The tension between Lai Trang-hyun and Ju Hee-chu is thick enough to spark a fire. At the same time, the commentator introduces Team P and their player, Lai Trang-hyun, the man who brought them this far, and Team Zid, on a winning streak since recruiting Ju Hee-chu. Which of these two teams will claim the top spot? The second commentator nods. As the first one gives his analysis, the key point of this match is whether P can shatter Zid's ironclad defense, and how much damage both teams can inflict in the opening clash. Is that so? The second commentator exclaims. Then let's get right to the action. It's P, the spear that pierces everything, versus Zid, the shield that stops everything. The match begins. And just like that, it starts. Lai Trang-hian grapples across the rooftops, scouting the area. He contacts his teammate, Dan Chu. What's the enemy's position? She reports back instantly. They're gathering towards 6 o'clock. They're moving too fast. They'll be gone before we can bomb them. Trang-hian immediately relays the new plan to Team P. No other choice. Our team will gather between the 6 and 7 o'clock positions. He warns the team, everyone, listen up. After the initial bombing run, we immediately switch to close quarters combat. Team P responds in unison, Roger that. Lai Trang-hian thinks with a hint of regret. If only this was a second or first league map, things would be much better. He recalls a detail about the Hunter Leagues, one that people often overlook because of the simple numbering. But the first, second, and third leagues differ not just in player skill, but also in strategic depth. Trang-hian pinpoints the crucial factor for strategy, the map. Third league maps have almost no gimmicks or monsters. That means the matches focus on pure physical strength and all-out brawls. He thinks back to the second league. Lai Trang-hian analyzes. Conversely, from the second league up, players have to battle map elements to get gear and complete objectives. He recalls his own top-tier gear from before. Mana bombs, map details, items. Trang-hian's conclusion is firm. So you must always create a winning strategy that's tailored to the map. After his brief analysis, Trang-hian refocuses his mind. Alright, enough complaining. Time to focus on the match. His recon complete, he lands to regroup with his 3 teammates. Trang-hian thinks. All we have to do is win this to reach the second league. Trang-hian asks Dan Chu, are they still in the same position? Dan Chu's reply is worried. This doesn't look good. Yes. They're not moving. They're waiting for us. Over on Zid's side, they're holding their formation, waiting for Team P's assault. Trang-hian isn't surprised. He explains to his team, of course, the Sanctuary skill. It maximizes defense in a fixed area, so this makes sense. It's not far from what we predicted, so let's stick to the plan. With the explosives ready, Lai Trang-hian gives the order to ambush Team Zid. Countdown 5 seconds before the bombing run. Just as he hoped, Team P answers with fierce determination. Yes, Junhan-gi reports to Lai Trang-hian. Bombs are ready. Floating midair are summoned swords, each one packed with mana bombs. Trang-hian shouts with conviction, aim straight for the enemy. Get ready to blow them away. Fire. But suddenly, something feels off. It's all been too smooth. His intuition screams. What is this? This feels too easy. Something isn't right. Trang-hian questioned their calm reaction to the attack. The mana bomb was closing in, but they made no move. His mind raced. Even if they had a sanctuary skill, not blocking the bomb in this open space was unnatural, even if they could just heal the damage. Was John Chu targeting them on a virtual map? 5 seconds until detonation. The order was confirmed. Something felt terribly wrong. The enemy clearly had a trap set for Team Butter. Were they hiding some strategy? He activated his piercing eyes. The countdown hit 4 seconds as his skill activated. He scanned every stat on Team RIT, searching for a clue. Just as he feared, his eyes shot open in shock. Wait, that skill. The countdown hit 2 seconds. Trang-hian screamed. Junhan-gi, stop. It was too late. John Chu hit the final second. The sword flew, the bomb exploded, and smoke engulfed Team RIT. Trang-hian analyzed the situation. It's not always one's own skills that turn the tide. Emerging from the smoke, Team RIT stood unharmed. Not a single scratch on them. It was overpowered. Trang-hian recalled that all teams analyze past skills, but sometimes, a single new skill can completely change the battlefield. A skill with a massive advantage in specific situations. In other words, a trump card skill. And it was true. Team RIT was perfectly fine. Li Trang-hian's thoughts raced. When a rare skill like that appears, its effect is absolutely game-breaking. In the air, a glowing golden hourglass appeared. Surrounded by gears and numbers, it was clearly Team RIT's ultimate counter to Team Butter's bombs. A member in black from Team RIT had used it. Everything within a 10-meter radius stops, and the user is immune. Trang-hian had been careless. Who knew they'd pull it out in this match? Panic spread through Team Butter. Trang-hian, what's going on? Should we attack as planned? Trang-hian hesitated. No, wait. He was furious they'd fallen into a trap. Trang-hian announced the new plan. The mana bomb was blocked, change of plans. He thought, they can't move, but they gain invincibility? Was this RIT's secret strategy? Choosing an open field must have been for this, Trang Binseong asked anxiously. What do we do now? The bombs were supposed to break their defense. Li Trang-hian stayed perfectly calm. A direct fight is impossible now. We need to pull back and make some distance. Suddenly, a massive arrow tore through the sky, shattering their cover. The impact shook the entire building. What? What was that? Min Song screamed. Li Junchu ducked, shouting in fear. The girl in yellow from RIT smirked. Perfect! It's a hit, prepare the next shot. The weapon Team RIT was using was a devastating ballista. The tables had completely turned. The advantage was gone. Damn it, Li Trangheen muttered. They're back to using the ballista strategy? It was one disaster after another. Li Trangheen gave the command to Team Butter. Be careful, they've started their counterattack. Spread out and create maximum distance from RIT's defensive line, Trangheen ordered. Melee unit, draw the ballista's fire. Dodge and hold on until the rear guard is in position, understand? Junhan Gi replied tensely. Roger. Trangheen signaled his team. Now, spread out. If we stick together, we'll get wiped out at the same time. The team nodded nervously. Right. In a flash, Trangheen vanished, leaving only a black blur. Trangheen considered their situation. They had no advantage in this fight. If not for that sanctuary skill, he could have handled this differently. But this was good experience. The stronger the foe, the more likely a plan will fail. You can't let your guard down. He had already devised a way to counter them. He had no intention of losing so easily. Du Hichu sighed in relief. Humph, a complete success. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. It was all going as planned. Butter could only use 5 mana bombs. Once all 5 bombs flew at the start, victory was certain. A member of Team RIT laughed smugly. Haha, see? It was no big deal. I told you there was no need to be so tense. The man in blue retorted. What are you talking about? You were scared stiff when those bombs flew at you. The smug man sputtered. Shut up and get ready to fire again. Remember your safety goggles. Now get the ballista ready and shoot. The girl in yellow prepared the weapon. Yes, firing now. Instantly, the ballista roared. Boom! Team RIT aimed for the same spot. The already damaged building crumbled even more. Team Butter could only choke on the smoke. Arg! Another attack! The members started to flee their position. They scattered in an instant. Du Haichu analyzed their movements. Oh? They're switching to a dispersal tactic? Their adaptability is pretty good. But one unlucky member of Team Butter was caught in the ballista's sights. It's useless, Du Haichu concluded. A shame. He was hit directly by the shot. The unfortunate guy was thrown 10 meters, screaming in agony. Arg! Far away, Trangheen coughed from the dust. Du Hichu smiled smugly. If they kept up this attack, the inexperienced Team Butter would surely reveal an opening. He moved with the grace of a trained assassin. Trangheen struggled with their dilemma. If they kept running, they'd be picked off one by one. But a reckless charge meant certain death for everyone. What should he do? In that desperate moment, a voice called his name. Hey, Li Trangheen. Trangheen was surprised. Kim Suchan? Kim Suchan stood confidently. This time I'll carry, not be dead weight. Hey, just trust me this once. I'll carry us through. Trangheen was taken aback. What's with him? Why the sudden change to a local accent? Still, Trangheen was pleased by Suchan's fighting spirit. He smiled confidently. Well, that never-give-up attitude is commendable. Wielding dual pistols, Trangheen now handed the team's fate to Suchan. A direct confrontation was now unavoidable. I'll trust you this once, he thought. Do whatever you need to. Even failure would be a valuable learning experience. His composure restored, Trangheen began assigning tasks. Ju Hichu was to remain on backline support, while everyone else would charge the enemy. Our basic strategy is a 3-pronged attack. I'll exploit any opening. Understood? In response, every member of Team Po shouted back with force. Understood. While midair, Trangheen laid out the team's plan. We'll advance the moment the next arrow is launched. On my signal, you launch a surprise attack. He then adjusted his goggles, preparing himself. The arrow from the ballista was ready to fly. Boom! The moment it fired on Team Po, Trangheen yelled, Go now! The arrow instantly flew toward Team Po's position. The members began to scatter as planned, followed by a massive explosion. Team Z's had to counter the devastating surprise attack launched by Team Po. Trangheen landed with a light, silent touch. He then leaped into the air once more, guns in both hands, ready to serve the members of Team Zis a lead buffet. Trangheen was pleased. All right, I'm joining in. Suddenly, Trangheen felt something was off. Hold on, the one missing was Kim To-chun. Trangheen wondered aloud, where's Kim To-chun? I saw him right before we moved out. An unseen hand delivered a decisive, invisible sword strike. Trangheen was still completely bewildered. Arg! The man in blue cried out, struck hard by the sword, his life force erupting. His defense was wide open. He collapsed from the massive loss of spirit energy. His teammates looked on, absolutely horrified. It wasn't just the members of Team Zis. Trang Heen was equally astonished. What? What was that? If anyone asks about the Hunter Tournament's greatest appeal, I'd say it's the players' strategies. Teams constantly create unforeseen upsets, keeping both players and the audience tense during every single match. And right now, such a situation is happening before my eyes. As the man in blue lies defeated in a strange, syrupy puddle, Trang Heen was stunned by the sight unfolding before him, thinking, what? What was that? Not just him, but the other members were also panicked by the situation. The other members also cried out in confusion. A man with a cool haircut stammered, what? What the hell is this? The black-clad player heard him and yelled, focus! Don't let our formation crumble. Junhongi turned to Trang Heen and asked, Trang Heen, you saw that too, right? A little startled, Trang Heen replied, yeah, a sword just appeared from nothing, stabbed our opponent, then vanished. He recalled the image of the enemy player being struck down. Beyond that, he thought, there were no other clues. But then he smirked and said, I have no idea what just happened, but this situation works in our favor. Let's use this opening to break the enemy's formation. Junhongi immediately responded, got it. Then he issued an order, Juhan and I will attack the breach in their formation. Hearing this, everyone quickly agreed. All right, let's do this. They reformed their ranks, preparing to attack. A member of Team Zis instantly charged, but something surprising occurred. He hadn't even reached them when a bright light flashed. Trang Heen was stunned, activating his piercing eyes to observe. His eyes turned red. Just what is happening? As a member of Team Po engaged the charging player in melee, a figure in an invisibility cloak appeared behind him, which Trang Heen saw with shock. Is that? Upon seeing the person's face, a name flashed in his mind, Kim To-chun. Realizing it was Kim To-chun, he burst out laughing. Haha, that guy looked dazed during our strategy session, but he was planning this? The commentators noticed the shift and immediately began speaking. Wait, what's happening? One of Zis's close-range attackers within the holy ground has just fallen. What is going on here? What exactly has player Kim To-chun done? From the in-game perspective, it's clearly impossible to see player Kim To-chun. As the commentator was speaking, Kim To-chun landed a strike on his opponent's back. How is that even possible? A voice asked the commentator. The commentator replied, well, first, if you look at player Kim To-chun's gear, he's wearing the mana-based item, the invisibility cloak. As you all know, that item provides an invisibility feature. Normally, moving reveals the user, but because his opponents need goggles to block Kim To-chun's glaring sword, they can't see the subtle distortion. Team Zis is wearing sunglasses, so they're essentially fighting an invisible man. Kim To-chun vanishes after taking down another member of Zis. He continued his assault, charging at two more Zis members. A user named Tho Ma Tho posted on the live social media feed. This battle currently has 1,019 viewers. Spectators seeing the cloaked Kim To-chun attack the enemy team are flooding the chat with comments. User Riverstone comments, the blinding blade has returned. Ha ha. Giant also types, wow, this is truly unbelievable. How do you even counter this? Vitamin also jumped in. You can't defend against that, but if they take off the sunglasses, he'll just blind them with his sword. Haha. User What to Name This commented, ah, so true. If they had a marksman, they could take off the glasses and snipe. But besides their ballista user, Zis is entirely close combat. User Late Night Ramen commented, Zis is done for. Haha. The live commentator agreed. Team Zis has fallen into an impossible dilemma. With Kim To-chun in the middle of their formation, they can't attack him. The members of Team Zis began to panic, looking all around. One took off his sunglasses to search, yelling, where is this guy? Seeing his teammate remove his sunglasses, another immediately warned, no, don't do that. If you take off the protective goggles. But before he could finish, Kim To-chun appeared before the player, raising his brilliant sword and blinding everyone with its light. Kim To-chun yelled loudly, I'm right here. He then used his skill, Thunder and Sun's Wrath, shining down on the fallen Zis members. Only Ju Hee-chu was left standing, clutching her wounded arm and cursing, damn it, you cowards. Kim To-chun heard her as he charged, saying, hey, it's not cowardly, it's strategy. After saying that, he leaped up and brought his sword down on her. A loud crash rang out as a hammer fell, signaling the inevitable end. Finally, the commentator resumed his professional tone. After a series of constant reversals, the match between Po and Z's has ended with Po's victory after a bloody battle. Whew, that was way too close, Lai Tranghian muttered, removing his glasses. But the match not going as planned was actually for the best. I thought I was the only one carrying the team. He then saw Kim To-chun lower his hood, revealing his face. He knew exactly what that guy was thinking without even looking. Not that he couldn't understand the feeling. Right, we won thanks to him. With that, Lai Tranghian said, "You did great in today's match." Kim To-chun crossed his arms with a smug grin, huffing proudly. I know. Seeing his arrogance, he was speechless. What's with this psycho? In Team PO's waiting room, the members buzzed about their victory. Haha, that match was so intense. Haha, right? I wondered if we could even break that rock-solid defense. Ahem. A loud cough suddenly drew everyone's attention. With all eyes on him, Kim To-chun declared, "Wasn't it all thanks to my plan? What would you do without me?" Junhangi immediately shot back. "What plan? Did you forget last time? You completely blinded us." Kim To-chun just scratched his chin and answered, "Okay, I admit that was my fault." Before he could finish, someone cut in. "This time too. You used mana gear without telling anyone. You gave us all a heart attack. You were going to carry us if we got into trouble, right?" Kim To-chun stammered. "That's... To deceive the enemy, you must deceive your allies first. Besides, we won," the team thought. There he goes again. Someone peeked into the room. "We're starting the interview with today's MVP, player Kim To-chun." Hearing this, Kim To-chun's face lit up instantly. "Yes, the MVP is on his way," he yelled, bolting out the door. Junhangi watched him go and thought, "Well, it's a happy day, just let him enjoy it." "Yes, for today's one and only MVP, please welcome player Kim To-chun," the host announced, then continued. "This match was highly anticipated before it even started. How are you feeling, player Kim To-chun?" He answered, "Today? Overall, I'm satisfied. Of course, it was the perfect stage for the team's ace, this Kim To-chun, to shine." Han Jisoo muttered, "Look at him smiling. Is this supposed to be funny?" On screen, he tried to keep a confident smile. Junhangi added, "But it looks so fake." The host continued with a laugh. "And what part exactly made you so satisfied?" Kim To-chun replied, Probably the part where I carried the entire match," he said, feigning shyness. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Han Jisoo pointed at the screen. "Haha, look at him." Even the host was speechless at his confidence. Checking his script, he asked, "Ah yes, your stealth playstyle got a lot of attention today. Was this new tactic proposed by the team?" Kim To-chun immediately replied, "The team? No way. This was entirely my own creation." "Ah, is that so?" the host said. Until now, players Junhangi and Lee Tranghian were the most notable members of Team PO, but from now on, we will also anticipate the performance of player Kim To-chun. Lai Tranghian was at a loss for words. That guy. He's the same before and after the regression. In another room, a TV showed the interview as a girl with a blonde bob watched intently. It was Chao Dan Hoa. As she watched, she wondered, was the strategy PO used today really created by this player? It requires no special map abilities or traits. A simple strategy using just a flashy weapon and a stealth cloak, but its destructive power is immense, which is uncommon in the Hunter League. A third league player could never have devised this tactic. But what if it was Lai Tranghian? As she thought, she opened a message screen, where 2 new messages quickly appeared. After reading them, she put the device away and thought, seasoned. That word stuck in her mind. To truly excel in the Hunter League, long-term experience is essential. That's what Senior Kyuntae always said. She grabbed the remote and turned off the TV. Was he trained as a hunter from a young age, just like me? That's the only logical conclusion. If so, the problem is much clearer. I just need to find who taught Lai Tranghian, but it won't be easy. Ah, that's it. After the season ends, there's the Hunter's Day party. All the hunters will gather there. I can ask someone. I'll go too. I'll apologize for what happened before. He'll probably forgive me. Thinking this, a small smile appeared on her face. Player Kang Chun-hyuk, the team's ace, uses a flashy sword to force his opponents to wear goggles, then maximizes its effect by using a stealth cloak. Lai Shinhan replied, Haha, I'm glad everyone is so interested, but this strategy isn't mine. It's one that appeared in the third league. Junhangi spoke up, Kim To-chun, isn't that the strategy you used? Someone already copied it. Kim To-chun was stunned. Wah, what? Junhangi thought. If a first league team like LTZ is using it, then other teams can use it too. This could become a major variable in the promotion matches. Meanwhile, in the office of the SMB team's coach, the SMB coach sighed, What a complete mess. He was thinking, the promotion match between the second and third leagues is right around the corner, and yet, the core members of the team are already preparing to transfer. While a second league team rarely loses, being this late with prep is not good. Coach Han held a tablet in front of him and said, "Coach, have you seen this?" The SMB coach glanced at the screen. "Yesterday's LTZ match? Yeah, I've heard a bit about it. What about it? Are you suggesting we use that strategy in our promotion match?" Coach Han quickly replied, "No." According to the LTZ coach's interview, this strategy originated from a third league team. He was shocked. "What? The third league? They probably just stumbled upon it while messing around." Coach Han responded, "That's not what I'm seeing. I watched some videos, and they pull some very strange moves." The man replied while watching. "Huh? They're strange, but it's nothing to worry about. We'll stick to our usual tactics. Just tell our players to be cautious." Hearing this, Coach Han sighed in relief. "Oh, really? I guess I was worrying too much. Then I'll gather the players now. And we'll just proceed with our regular training?" The head coach answered, "Yeah, do that." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I understand." He then left the room. The coach let out a soft sigh, thinking, the second league really does play much smarter than the third. That's to be expected. The third league only knows all-out brawls, but the second league introduces variables like the map, item gathering, and neutral monsters. It's a completely different game, and the third league players just don't get that. Musing on this, he said, "It's no wonder that in 5 years, no team has been promoted from the third league to the second. This year, I should focus on managing the players, not this promotion match." He then opened a notebook showing the association's hunter list. The hunter named Lu Jiangxuan was at the top. At that moment, Lu Jiangxuan was on the sofa, saying, The promotion match is in 2 weeks." Junhangi turned to him and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't 2 weeks of practice more than enough? Those second leaguers fight 4 matches a week." Lu Jiangxuan replied, "It's not enough time. For a team like ours, unused to variables, we have a lot to prepare for. From the very beginning, the promotion match is completely stacked against the lower league team." He said, then fell deep into thought. Thinking back, before my regression, I never once saw a lower league team get promoted. Of course I was promoted back then, but I was scouted by a higher league team, not through this match. For an entire team to advance this way is nearly impossible. Han Jisu picked up Kim Sochin's sword, saying, "Hey Kim Sochin, I should get a shiny sword just like yours." Kim Sochun replied, "Haha, if you want, you can borrow mine." Without missing a beat, he retorted, "Yeah? I'll probably use it better than you." As he spoke, he swung the sword wildly, creating a blinding flash of light. Kim Sochun yelled, "That's not how you use it." Jun Hangi, caught in the glare, shouted, Hey, take that outside." Lu Jiangxuan sighed wearily. What a headache. At least my old teammates knew how to think. Seeing Lu Jiangxuan sighing, Lu Jianhan offered, "You're worrying too much, aren't you? We just need to study the map a little more, then play like we always do. It'll be fine." Junhangi grinned and chimed in, "That's right, Lu Jiangxuan, you're overthinking it. If we prepare and practice like always, there won't be any problems." Lu Jiangxuan thought to himself, this match isn't as simple as you all think it is. Finally, he sighed and told them, "Fine. It's not like you'll understand no matter what I say." He stood up with a smirk, adding, "Let's just go. Maybe getting beaten to a pulp will finally wake you up." At the Hunter Association training camp, in the Hunter Survival waiting room, Lu Jiangxuan recalled, "Hunter Survival. This is my first time here since my regression. Though popular with hunters, Hunter Survival isn't an official league event. Because the official league has no solo events, most players never get to experience a one versus many battle like this." Han Jisu looked at the scene and asked, "Huh? Aren't we supposed to have team practice today? Why are we suddenly playing Hunter Survival?" Lu Jianhan agreed, asking, "Right, what we lack is map strategy and teamwork." Lu Jiangxuan simply answered, "I don't know. It's about to start, so you'll have to experience it for yourselves." Lu Jianhan asked, stunned, "What do you mean?" But he didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the training grounds. The rules of Hunter Survival were simple. Start at a random spot on a random map, and you must survive until the end. Plus, the map shrinks over time, and hidden relics create unexpected variables. Ultimately, this game is a test of your adaptability, how you handle unfamiliar maps, unknown enemies, and sudden relics or neutral monsters. Just as he thought this, Lu Jianhan cried out, having been suddenly attacked. But his train of thought continued uninterrupted. Since we can't memorize every map, our only choice is to train our fundamental ability to adapt, and they are absolutely terrible at it. Huh, isn't that them? Nearby, two people appeared, talking as they walked. Aren't those the third league guys we're up against? You didn't hear? The other one replied. Oh, is that so? Seeing his teammate was clueless, he continued. They're just a third league team. Why should we even bother caring? Our team's coach will handle that. His teammate added. That's true, but wow, these guys are terrible. Lu Jingswan heard it all, thinking irritably. These two. He then spoke up. I have to admit, they are pretty terrible. The two turned, startled, to look at Lu Jingswan. Before they could react, he continued. But for some reason, I feel like I could easily beat you both. The blonde one yelled angrily. What did you say? You're that one guy from Club Per, aren't you? The other one tried to de-escalate. Hey, just stop. But the blonde wasn't listening. Just because you won a few matches right after your debut, you think you own the world? But what can you do? Forget winning more matches, your team might not even make it to the second league. Just you wait. In this promotion match, I'll kill you, his teammate quickly pulled him away. Alright, let's go. Lee Trang-heen didn't bother to reply, thinking, empty barrels are always the loudest. But as annoying as it was, they weren't wrong. So the panic is real. From the second league on, nothing is guaranteed. Relics, anomalies, or even counters. Any advantage can be instantly overturned. Of course, it's also because they're just too weak. At least they weren't completely hopeless. In the middle of the forest, as Han Ji-soo crawled from a bush and Jun Han-gi controlled his blades, 4 figures suddenly ambushed them. Jun Han-gi was also in deep trouble. A massive explosion erupted, and he was forced to retreat from the raging flames. Lee Trang-heen observed it all thoughtfully. They still lacked what it takes to fight alone, but this was their current limit. He watched the eliminated players return to the room, their faces etched with the bitterness of defeat. They must finally understand their own limits. Jun Han-gi spoke up. Hey, you learned so much from Trang-heen and still got eliminated that fast? Kim Do-chun replied guiltily. It was that cowardly sniper. Who knew a player like that even existed? Lee Trang-heen said. One of you drew attention with a flashy sword and got sniped. The other was hit by a mana bomb mid-swing. In the end, you both made the same mistake. Now, you see how tough this is? These are second league matches. Including this promotion match, fighting won't be as easy as before. Can't Yoon-chu just call out their positions like always? Lee Yoon-chu, now the center of attention, spoke up. Actually, she remembered her own assassination. If they use relics or skills to hide, I might not find them. Hearing that, Jun Han-gi's expression grew serious. That's a real problem. Seeing that they understood, Lee Trang-heen said, Our team is weak in solo combat. We've always relied on team formations. If we're ambushed before grouping up, we'll get wiped out. Kim Do-chun asked. So, what do we do? He answered, Isn't it obvious? We train. From now on, we'll be doing one-on-one sparring and rotation. Meanwhile, the rest of you will play survival hunter. The goal is to be the last one standing. If you're not confident, raise your hand. Everyone stared at him, feeling the immense pressure, but no one raised a hand. Seeing this, Lee Trang-heen confirmed, so no one. Right? Meanwhile, at the chairman's office, Lee Jong-gu sat across from the chairman asking, Sir, is this training really going to be effective? To be honest, I'm not so sure. Chairman Lee Gu-tae replied, Survival hunter? A good choice. Lee Jong-gu argued. They can practice survival, but the league is different from that game. The chairman stroked his chin. I've told you before. Detailed tactics are not the most important thing. It's about the fundamentals. Do you know the fundamentals of the league? Startled by the question, Lee Jong-gu stammered. A hunter's skills? The chairman denied it. No, not quite. He tried again. Then, combat techniques? Chairman Lee Gu-tae agreed. You're getting warmer. The Hunter League is ultimately about defeating your opponent. In short, the essence of this game is to dodge well and hit your targets. Lee Jong-gu hesitantly replied, Well, that's obvious. The chairman looked at him. Exactly. So view Survival Hunter from that obvious perspective. At his words, something clicked for Lee Jong-gu. An image of Lee Yoon-chu being ambushed flashed in his mind, and the chairman's voice echoed. The team's current weakness is that each individual is poor at solo combat. The part that Survival Hunter trains is, he finished the thought with conviction, training designed to fix that very weakness in each member. The chairman nodded in agreement. Correct. Trang-heen is trying to teach the team the skills they need to fight on their own. At this, he smiled, thinking to himself, I had given up on a third league team getting promoted. I wonder if he can do it. I'll be watching. In another room, Lee Yunchu stared at a screen, talking sadly. I really thought I could do it this time. She thought of her teammates, who were all doing so well, while she was still stuck in place. The pressure was immense. She sighed, clenching her fist. Can I even get any better? Boo! Lee Trang-heen appeared suddenly, making Lee Yunchu scream. He laughed. Yunchu, you're overreacting, she stammered. But before she could finish, Lee Trang-heen cut in. But what? The others are done. Now it's your turn, Yunchu. Hearing this, the pressure returned as she saw the other members who had finished their training. They were talking and laughing together, which only made her feel more dejected. They looked so happy. Of course they are. Their abilities and fighting skills are far superior. Lee Trang-heen asked with concern. What's wrong? Is there a problem? She quickly denied it. No. Let's go. In the training room, Lee Trang-heen and Lee Yunchu faced each other. He spoke first, asking, in a match, do you know what the worst thing you can do is? She was asked so suddenly. Lee Yunchu stammered. Making a mistake? She recalled her previous training sessions, thinking about today's practice. I was full of mistakes, and Trang-heen saw every single one. He immediately corrected her. It's not making a mistake, it's being afraid of making one. Because you're afraid, you freeze up and do nothing. Told so directly, Lee Yunchu was flustered and speechless. Lee Trang-heen continued. If you can't get the relic, destroy it. If you fall, grab the enemy's ankle and break it. Lee Yunchu asked in shock. Is that all I need to do? He replied instantly. Of course you shouldn't make mistakes. So, you'll practice until you don't make them anymore, he said with a dangerous smile. A shiver ran down her spine. The rules of the one-on-one training were simple. While Trang-heen interfered, the player had to use any means necessary or to reach the designated rally point in the training area. As Lee Yunchu ran, she thought, good, Trang-heen is far away. I can make it. Suddenly, a rifle barrel appeared from nowhere. Bang! She couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Lee Trang-heen stood on a nearby branch, gun in hand, observing. Against a ranged enemy, your movement must make sniping impossible. Hearing this, the fallen Lee Yunchu finally understood. That's right. Trang-heen is a marksman, so I must be more careful. On a new map, Lee Yunchu was already studying the terrain, confirming her position in Lee Jang-hyun's. This time he'd gone ahead. If she timed it right, just as he got far enough away. Hiding in a building's shadow, she saw her chance. The coast was clear. Her moment had come. Now, she thought. And then she bolted. The foot of the bridge appeared ahead. Lee Sanju cheered internally. Almost there. But her joy was cut short by a voice from above. Lee Jung-hyun descended, saying, top-tier melee attackers have superior methods for closing the distance, so never get careless just because they're far. Lee Sanju looked up, stunned. Wow, when did you get here? Lee Jung-hyun answered with a swing of his arm. He raised his sword, and one swift move was enough to take her down. And if a strong opponent is guarding an objective, he continued, prioritize finding another approach. With that, he knelt beside the defeated Lai Sun-chu. Lying on the ground and hearing his words, a single tear fell as she whispered helplessly, yes, sir. After that, Lee Sanju's training continued. Every crushing defeat came with a lesson from Lee Jung-hyun. She tried to memorize everything, tried every tactic, but he always closed in and defeated her with ease. Back in the training room, he spoke to the kneeling girl. That's enough for now, isn't it? Practice is over. Go try Survival Hunter again. She pushed herself to her feet and replied, yes. But a new thought surfaced. I haven't reached the goal even once, but I want to try again. Entering the map, Lee Sanju found herself on a snowy, mountainous terrain. Realizing this, she thought, this is a completely new map. First, I need to get my bearings. She immediately pulled up the map to check her position. She saw a high peak, glowing with the faint light of an artifact. Over there, Lee Sanju decided. But she noticed many red dots surrounding the mountain. She hesitated again. There are too many other hunters nearby. She suddenly remembered Lee Jung-hyun's advice. Artifacts are usually guarded. Ambushers will hide their mana, so don't just rush in when you see an artifact. Scout the area first. Remembering this, Lee Sanju formed a plan. That's right. Instead of going for that dangerous artifact, I should find a safer one. Entering a room, Lee Sanju scanned her surroundings, and a red spear appeared. She immediately moved closer as the item's info materialized. The Spear of Longinus. Any target pierced by this spear will be instantly eliminated. After reading the spear's description, Lee Sanju exclaimed, an attack artifact, perfect. But then she reconsidered, attackers are all incredibly fast. I can't use this to face them head on. Then how? She gripped the spear. thinking of the most effective way to use it. On a snowy peak, the storm raged. A young man with a sword slung over his shoulder suddenly sensed something. He searched around but found nothing, yelling in confusion. Huh? What was that? Before he could react, Lee Sanju appeared from thin air, thrusting the spear into him. The system announced the player's elimination. Lee Sanju watched him fall, a thrill running through her. Finally, I got an elimination. She smiled, looking at the spear in her hand. Elsewhere, a leaderboard updated with Lee Sanju's progress. Lee Janghyun saw her rank climb and couldn't help himself. Excellent, he praised. I wasn't sure about the others, but I never thought Lee Sanju would break into the top 10. Han Gi watched Lee Janghyun coaching Kim So-chun and remarked, thanks to this one-on-one training, every team member can now react to new situations. It's like he uploaded a strategy guide into our heads. Our captain's intelligence is truly on another level. In the SMB coach's office, Coach Han, is the practice match prepared? Coach Han handed over a list and replied with a grin. Heh, you'll see when you look at this. The head coach took the list, scanning it. Good preparation. So, who's our opponent for this match? Coach Han answered. The third-ranked team challenging us for the promotion match. The head coach wasn't surprised. The third-ranked team? Ah, you mean Zest? Coach Han nodded. Yes, since they fought P to a standstill in their last match, they were chosen as our opponents. The head coach recalled the members of Team Zest and said, that's fine. If it's the third-ranked team, it won't be too difficult. Good. The regular season was a bit of a shame, but let's end this cleanly. Coach Han bowed. Yes, sir. The head coach thought to himself, this season's promotion match should end without any trouble. Inside a vehicle carrying Team Zest, voices chattered. It's been a while since we fought the second-ranked team, someone said. The last time was about 7 months ago, right? Another person replied. Yeah. And isn't this your third time in the promotion match? How long are you planning to stay here? Another teammate laughed at the jab. Hey, don't poke at a sore spot, haha. Ju Hui-chu listened quietly, thinking, they're trying to laugh it off, but they desperately want to win this time. Because if you stay in the third league too long, climbing to a higher tier becomes even harder. A voice next to her broke her thoughts. Anyway, all that matters is winning this promotion match, right? The speaker glanced at her. Isn't that right, Ju Hui-chu? Startled, Ju Hui-chu replied, ah, yes, that's right, senior. Someone in the front seat yelled, that's right, we need to show this second-ranked team what we're made of. Another immediately added, yeah, so what if they're ranked 2? They're just the bottom feeders of their league anyway. Someone else agreed firmly. Exactly. We've trained hard too. We're not losing to them. We can definitely win. Let's win this practice match and ride that momentum to win the promotion match. Everyone roared in unison. Yeah! On a sun-scorched desert map, a man in black was running, speaking into his headset. Hello, hello? Can everyone hear me? I'm heading toward the rendezvous point. Suddenly, a panicked voice screamed in his ear. Run! Run now! He asked frantically. What? What is it? What happened? Damn it, is it an ambush? I'm coming. Where are you? He never noticed the figure in white who had appeared right behind him. The man drew his sword, felling his opponent in a single, fluid motion. The fallen player didn't even know what hit him. As he collapsed, all he could ask was, what was that? In the Team Zest briefing room, a heavy gloom hung in the air after their defeat. Seeing their captain walk in, someone called out, ah, captain. The captain didn't answer, thinking, that's 5 of us now. Is the gap really this big? Ju Hee-chu watched her teammate get eliminated on screen and roared in frustration. Those bastards ganked Hee-chu again and then just ran away. Playing like that is so cheap. The screen flashed, showing the final score. Victory for Team SMB. Seeing the result, another player cursed. Damn it! Ju Hee-chu shot up from her seat, furious. Are those dogs trying to mess with me? She turned to the others. Seniors, how did you all get wiped out so fast? Everyone was silent, unable to answer. Even the team captain had nothing to say. In the SMB team's room, a conversation began. Did you see that at the end? Looks like that Ju Hee-chu girl cursed and stormed off. A nearby screen also displayed the match results. A clear victory for Team SMB. Someone overheard and replied, she must have heard what we were saying. Another player jumped in. Well, if you don't have skill, don't struggle in the third league. Just rely on your looks and be an influencer. Another teammate tried to intervene. That's going a little too far. But he just shot back. Am I wrong though? If you lack talent, you should know your place. Coach Han clapped his hands for attention. All right now, listen up. That was a good game, overall. As for the match progression, I have no complaints. Just do that in the promotion match. Dismissed. The team members all shouted back, "Yes, sir." Coach Han crossed his arms, thinking, as expected, this strategy is perfect against a third league opponent. Today's match ended in a flash. There was no need to waste much energy. This special tactic was designed to target third league teams. They just can't adapt to the changes. He changed the TV channel, still thinking, with this, we can't possibly lose. I only ask one thing from my team: prioritize grouping up before a fight. In the third league, the maps are simple and small, plus, the starting positions are close. But in the second league, the maps are complex. Small-scale fights are unavoidable before the main engagement. In that case, what if they focused entirely on those smaller skirmishes instead, he thought, recalling the different map layouts. Since third league teams aren't used to small-scale fights, most of their players get eliminated right at the start. There's no need to be overly concerned, at least for them. At this thought, he said with confidence, and for our opponent, I've prepared something extra special. I wonder what expression they'll make when they face a strategy they created, but used against them? I'm just so curious. He chuckled as he turned off the TV. On the day of the promotion match, the entire stadium was packed with spectators. They roared with deafening cheers. As Team PER walked out, Lee Qian-han marveled at the sight. Ah, a second league stadium feels completely different. Compared to the third league, I'd probably faint at a first league or international stadium. Hearing this, Kim Tu-chun boasted, after all, I've come to watch live matches at this level a few times. Lee Trang-hien immediately asked, "Oh? Have you been to an international tournament then?" Caught off guard, he stammered, That's because tickets are hard to get." Before he could finish, Lee Trang-hien cut him off. "Don't get tense over a new stadium. Besides, no one here came to watch you guys." The other retorted, "That's not true. I'm really popular online." Lee Trang-hien could only sigh at his logic. To think he's actually proud of that reputation. This guy's mentality is truly something else. Lee Trang-hien led the way. "The match is about to start. Let's head inside. Our match is after Team Ritz." In the caster booth, the lights came on. The playoffs and the final match are over, but the season isn't finished yet, because the promotion match remains. The true final battle that often goes unnoticed. But the fiercest battleground is about to open right now, he said, turning to his co-caster, who picked up on the cue. The other caster added, "That's right, the losing team here will be stuck in the third league. For RIT, this match is their absolute last lifeline, and for QQ, this will be their final chance. So, before the match begins, let's analyze the strength of each team." Leading the charge for Team RIT is player Junhan Gi. As the caster spoke, Lee Trang-hien thought, "The brighter the lights of the upper leagues, the deeper the shadows of the lower ones. Both teams know the hell of the third league, making them even more desperate not to lose. And now, the first promotion match, RIT versus QQ, begins now." As the caster's voice rang out, a terrain of jagged rocks appeared on the screen. Ju Hee-chu was sprinting at top speed. In the pure team room, Junhan Gi saw this and instantly figured out RIT's strategy. I didn't expect RIT to split up right from the start." Lee Qian-han added, "I thought they would save that kind of split strategy for later. What are they thinking?" Lee Trang-hien continued to analyze RIT's tactics. It's almost as if they're afraid of something, forcing fights on isolated opponents. Their item builds are all for direct confrontation, but it's too rigid. The broadcast shifted, showing a 1-versus-1 duel between the two teams. Lee Trang-hien saw that QQ had a similar strategy, but their opponents had already adjusted their tactics on the fly. The casters quickly updated the audience. Unlike their usual style, RIT is attacking aggressively right from the start. Seeing the RIT player struggle, the caster continued. However, QQ is skillfully stalling for time, allowing their members to regroup one by one. Just as the caster said, the 1-on-1 became a 3-on-1 as QQ's backup arrived. If RIT can't secure a kill in this skirmish, it will be extremely dangerous, as their team's position is highly unstable, and as the caster spoke, another member of Team QQ appeared on the scene. Seeing this, Lee Trang-hien concluded, "It's over. The enemy team has grouped up. They're going for an all-out team fight to control the match now." The map zooms out, showing the full battlefield. Team RIT's blue dots are scattered, but Team QQ's red dots are closing in on a single blue player. Lee Trang-hien continued, "Team RIT focused on early game picks, but now they have no way left to counter the enemy's push." On the field, Ju Hee-chu appears from the shadows, bringing her hammer down for a surprise attack, but he senses her and dodges the blow. Stunned by the dodge, Ju Hee-chu doesn't see another Team QQ member closing in from the side, sword drawn. A flash of pink steel slashes her left arm. "Damn it," she yells. "My plan was perfect. Facing 3 opponents, she falls to the ground, screaming in rage. How did it come to this? In Team Butter's waiting room, all eyes are glued to the screen. Junhan Gi turns, saying, "This match is tougher than I ever imagined." Qian Han, arms crossed, agrees. Yeah, Team Jiet was so prepared, yet they still lost. Han Jisoo looks discouraged. Are we going to be okay? Lee Tranghian thinks to himself, GAT's defeat is affecting our team's morale. It's probably because we were evenly matched with them before. He immediately speaks up. What's wrong? Why the long faces, everyone? Everyone's grown so much in the last 2 weeks. It's unrecognizable. Yunhan Gi hesitates. But, Lee Tranghian cuts in. This won't do. How about we rewatch the video of your first match in the Hunter League? Tu Chun yelps, why would you record that? Tu Chun tries to snatch the phone back. Lee Tranghian says, if you're scared before the match even starts, what's the point, right? He glances at the results. SMB won, 7-0. He continues, of course this won't be easy. In the last 5 years, no team has been promoted from the 3rd league to the 2nd. But, Lee Tranghian rallies his team. If you remember everything I've said, victory is possible. In Team G8's waiting room, Haichu is also watching. Silently, she calculates everything. She looks over at her teammate, head down on the table. She thinks, after our loss, everyone just went home in silence, except for the one who stayed behind, crying. An image of Lee Tranghian appears in her mind. But I stayed behind to watch P versus SMB. Haichu wonders, can that guy actually pull off a win? In the live studio, the host begins to speak. Alright, next up is the match between P and SMB. Sir, what should we be watching for in this game? The commentator glances at his notes and replies. Today's designated map is the space station. It's a stunning map with giant planets as a backdrop, and spaceships flying through the void. He continues, but the main stage for combat isn't the planets, but rather these floating, spaceship-like structures. An exterior view of a ship appears on screen. The host asks, spaceship-like? You mean it's not actually outer space? The commentator replies, that's right. All 2nd League maps are recreations of areas inside the tower. The feed then cuts to the ship's interior. He adds, the biggest difference from real space is probably the gravity. This map only looks like a space environment, but gravity still pulls downwards, just like on Earth. The host chimes in, aha, so you have to be careful when jumping between the ships. Exactly, so you don't fall. Watching the stream, Haichu silently objects. No, the scariest part of this map isn't falling. She watches intently. It's the one-on-one duels inside those floating ships. Haichu watches Lee Tranghian's team. In small skirmishes, gear, mana, and skills are everything. The host asks, so how will the match likely play out? The commentator answers, SMB has structured their team from the very beginning, and their skills, for an advantage in isolated fights. P, on the other hand, has no one suited for that. Haichu murmurs, eyes closed. Butter has to group up, but given the map's layout, that'll be extremely difficult. It's over. So unlucky. Her fists clench in anger. At this rate, they'll lose just as fast as we did. I can't bear to watch it. Haichu shoots to her feet. And I thought he was the one who could finally create an upset in this promotion match. An upset after 5 long years. Opening the door to leave, she thinks, it's really over now. She leaves her teammate sitting alone in the room. An image of Lee Tranghian and his team appears on screen. He materializes inside a corridor of the space station. Gun in hand, he's startled. A space station? We're screwed. He speaks into his communicator. This is Lee Tranghian. If you can hear me, respond immediately. Jisoo answers, I'm safe for now. Tu Chun reports in. Same here. I found a wide open room. Should I head outside to regroup? Lee Tranghian sighs in relief. Good. No one's been eliminated yet. But we've only practiced team fights until now. So everyone's a bit scattered. Adjusting his earpiece, he thinks. But I know this map. I can adapt our strategy. First, I need to set our immediate objective. He gives the order. Until you've confirmed your ship is clear, do not even think about going outside. Our first priority is survival. Hearing this, Qian Han becomes alert. Everyone, treat your current ship like it's a Hunter League solo match. Got it? Dan Chu responds to the order. Yes, sir. Minji asks. So we're scrapping the group up strategy? Lee Tranghian replies. For now, we are. He scans his surroundings. This map is a real nightmare. Still, we have to avoid one-on-one fights at all costs. He lays out the new strategy. Except for Dan Chu and Hanji, the rest of you focus on stalling. While you buy time, the 3 of us will take down enemies. Then we'll come help you. Got it? As he tells Dan Chu to just report enemy positions, his eyes catch movement from behind. A blade slashes toward him. Li Tranghian leaps aside just in time. He turns to see the attacker, a swordsman. The man in white smirks. Too bad. The man in blue says, "Hey, didn't you say you could handle him?" Li Tranghian eyes them both, wondering, why so few? Just 2 of them? He steps into the open. It's even better with 1 more person. The man in white eagerly gripped his sword, thrilled. The coach said we should savor this. Hey, you, Destiny's little plaything, how about a one-on-one duel? His voice dripped with challenge. If you apologize for being rude to a rank 2 senior, I might grant you that honor. Zhang Xuan remained silent, trying to provoke someone who'd seen it all with a taunt that childish. A smirk crept across his face. For such a pathetic provocation, only one response was fitting. He raised his middle finger and said, "Shut up," instantly enraging the 2 thugs. The man in green growled, "What, you bastard?" The one in white spat, "Insolent fool." Zhuang Xian just smirked. 2 second-rate players. Interesting. I've been training my teammates, so I haven't had a decent fight. Of course, I never skipped my personal training to raise my stats. Thanks to my mana, my stats have grown immensely. Zhuang Xian watched the white-clad man charge, noticing his vastly different stats. The man vaulted into the air, launching a frenzied attack. Zhuang Xian calmly evaded the slash. He wasn't just faster, he backflipped into the air. Zhuang Xian summoned his sword with an outstretched hand. The system announced, Magitech weapon transformation. His eyes glowed red, penetrating eyes. Zhuang Xian instantly spotted the man in green sneak attack from behind, surprising him. He didn't even give the man a chance to land. Slashed in midair, the man clutched his wounded arm in pain. How did he do that? Zhuang Xian readied his sword, poised for battle. He gently wiped the blade. Your assassination attempt was too obvious. The man in white turned translucent. What? Obvious? How long can you act so smug? He cackled, raising his glowing sword high in triumph. What about this? Zhuang Xian looked at the blade, utterly unimpressed. This is just idiotic. He immediately activated his penetrating eyes and the Magitech weapon transformation. The man yelled, "Let's see you get tangled in your own strategy and die." 2 guns appeared in Zhuang Xian's hands. He grinned wickedly. You fool. And that's a wrap on our story recap for this video. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that bell. Follow for more amazing videos. For now, take care and see you next time. Bye-bye.